Chapter 1289. So, in the early hours of the morning, a cleaner in Mount Jing found a black plastic bag on the side of the road when he was cleaning the street. It seemed that someone had lost it because the handle of the plastic bag was broken. It must have been accidentally dropped on the ground. Cleaning the road would often pick up some valuable things. Oli had already found out the experience. Especially in the early morning shift, he could pick up the most things. Although it was tiring to get up early, Oli still insisted on working the morning shift. For decades, even if his wife didn't have a job, he still relied on cleaning and tidying to feed his family. Among them, there was this secret manual of picking up things that wasn't passed on. The road was dark at night, and there were more people drinking. The probability of losing things on the road was higher, especially when it was hard to see clearly, so the possibility of being picked up by others was relatively low. Unlike during the day, if something fell, the passers-by and the scavengers would pick it up without waiting for you to take action. Oldley saw the black plastic bag on the side of the road and was a little excited. What would be inside? A bag of banknotes? However, Oldley shook his head. Banknotes should not be wrapped in this broken plastic bag. What would it be? Oldley looked around and found that no one was around. He quickly picked up the black plastic bag and opened it, but he found that it was a videotape. In this era, videotapes were already very rare. Oldley took out the videotape and carefully looked back and forth, but he found that there was no label on the videotape. He didn't know what kind of tape it was. Thinking of this door that was popular on the internet recently, Old Lee's heart tightened. Could this be a door that someone knocked on and intended to blackmail others? Thinking of this, Old Lee's heart thumped. Could it be that there was a video of passion inside? Thinking of this, Old Lee felt that it was very possible. He hid the videotape close to his body. He planned to go to Old Wong's house next door to enjoy it together after work. Old Wong lost his wife in his middle age. His children were already married. He was the only one in the family, so it was just right for him to watch this kind of video. So after Old Lee got off work, he bought half a caddy of pig head meat and a bottle of Red Star Erguo 2 and ran to Old Wong's house. He was going to enjoy it together. Old Wong was watching the morning news at home when Old Lee pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the wine and meat in Old Lee's hands, he wondered, "I say, Old Lee, why did you bring wine and meat here so early in the morning?" Old Lee smiled mysteriously and put the meat on the table. Then he took out the videotape from his pocket and said, "Look, what is this? Videotape?" Old Wong was stunned. Then he saw Old Lee's mysterious smile. He was shocked and said, "It can't be the kind of belt, right?" What do you think? Old Lee had already determined in his heart that this videotape was some kind of erotic film. "No wonder you came here so early in the morning. I thought you had something urgent. It turns out you were in a hurry for sex." Old Wong laughed. "I'm horny? It's as if you're not in a hurry." Old Lee curled his lips. He picked up the videotape and was about to put it into the recorder, but Old Wong stopped him. "Wait a minute. Look at this news first. It's talking about a murder case in our Mount Jing city." Old Wong pointed to the TV screen and said, "Hey, the victim, Sui Yue-jin, is the boss of the Sui's group. He was shot to death. You see how tragic. No one in the building survived." "Sui Yue-jin? Isn't he a celebrity in our city?" Although Old Lee was just a cleaner, he also knew about Sui Yue-jin. Especially the Sui's group's building, which was near the street that he cleaned, he naturally paid more attention. "Yeah, he was killed by someone. I don't know who he offended, but he was actually shot to death. The other people in his group were also killed together with him, including the security guard and secretary." Geezer Wong pointed at the TV screen and said, "Look, their family members are so rich. They offered a reward of 500,000 yuan to anyone who provides clues. I say, Geezer Lee, aren't you sweeping the streets over there? Did you see anything unusual in the early morning?" "I didn't pay attention." When Old Lee heard that the reward was 500,000 yuan, he regretted it. "If I knew earlier, I would have stared at the entrance of the building. Now it's useless. We don't have that kind of life. We just need to drink some Erguo 2 and eat some pig head meat. That 500,000 yuan, I don't even dare to think about it." Yeah, but my children are married. You still have a son who is studying. Your life is tight enough." Old Wong sighed. "You missed an opportunity to make a fortune. If I really got 500,000 yuan, I would give you 200,000 yuan directly without saying anything. Old Li sighed and said, I have been borrowing money from you for many years, and you have helped me a lot. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of life. After watching the news, the two people commented for a while and put the matter of Sui Yuejin being shot to the back of their minds. Old Li stuffed the videotape into the video recorder, then switched the TV to the video recorder's picture and pressed the play button. Old Wang had already poured the wine and cut the pig head meat on the table. The two people were ready to enjoy the movie while eating and drinking. What is this place? Old Wang looked up and saw the content on the TV screen. It seemed to be a corridor of some unit. Old Li sat back on the sofa and looked at the TV screen. Sure enough, he saw a picture of a corridor. It seemed to be a company or an office. Maybe it's a secret shot? Isn't it popular to take secret shots now? This door and that door. Old Li explained, You will know if you continue to watch. Old Wang nodded and ate a mouthful of pig head meat. He continued to watch. Not long after, Yang Ming appeared on the screen. Ah, I remember where this is. This is inside the Sui's group building. Old Li slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I know. I cleaned up the trash for them. I went in. This is inside the Sui's group. Old Wang just watched the news report. The report also showed some shots of the interior of the Sui's group building. After being reminded by Old Li, he immediately said, Yes, it is indeed. I just saw the news. It's this building. Aya, look at the time written on it. Isn't it the day of the crime? Old Li also widened his eyes. Sure enough, the time on the screen showed the day of the crime. Moreover, it was the night of the crime. Then, isn't this videotape the most crucial evidence that the police are looking for? The young man on the screen is probably the person who killed that night, right? Thinking of this, Old Li couldn't help but be excited. I can actually pick up such an important tape while sweeping the street. This must be the criminal who took away the criminal evidence and accidentally lost it again. Old Wang, this time we're going to be rich. This videotape must be what the police are looking for. We're going to have 500,000 yuan soon. Old Li shouted excitedly. Old Wang also widened his eyes in surprise. Old man, this time you are really going to be rich. You don't have to worry about your son's college tuition anymore. I said that I will give you 200,000 yuan. I will do what I say. What's more, if it weren't for the news you just told me, I would have thrown this tape away as garbage after seeing it myself. I wouldn't have gotten this money. Old Li said quickly, You don't need to. How about this? When you get the money, just treat me to pig head meat and sorghum liquor every day. Old Wang saw that Old Li insisted, so he said it. How much money can that be? It doesn't cost much in a year. Old Li waved his hand again and again. Okay, don't argue. This is a big deal. Let's contact the police first. It's a matter of life and death. We can't always think about the bonus, said Old Wang. That's true. I will call now. Old Li nodded and picked up the phone on the table. Hello. Is this the Mount Jing police station? I'm looking for Police Officer Zhang, who is in charge of Sui Yuejin's case, mentioned in the news broadcast. After a while, Old Li heard a middle-aged man's voice on the phone. Hello, I am Police Officer Zhang. Do you have any clues? Yes, I am a sanitation worker. When I was cleaning the road on West Avenue this morning, I found a black plastic tape. After opening it, I found a videotape inside. Old Li said, I went home and put the videotape into the video recorder. I was shocked. It was actually the surveillance video of the Sui's group building at the time of the crime. Old Li finished in one breath and breathed a sigh of relief. When Police Officer Zhang heard that a sanitation worker had picked up such an important clue, his expression immediately became serious. You mean, what you picked up is the surveillance video of the Sui's group on the night of the crime? Yes. There's also a young man in the video who went to the Sui's group. Old Li said, Do you want this clue? Can you come to the police station now? Forget it. I will go over. Police Officer Zhang was afraid that Old Li would have an accident on the way and lose the evidence. The clues that were hard to come by would be broken. So he said, Where are you now? I am. Wait, if I provide this clue, will there be a reward of 500,000 yuan? Asked Old Li, Of course. If it is confirmed that the video in your hand is indeed the surveillance video of the Sui's group building that night, the family will fulfill their promise. After the case is solved, we will also give you a corresponding additional reward, said Police Officer Zhang. That's great. I am in the Nanwan community, Building 3, Unit 2, 101. Come over quickly, said Old Li. After hanging up the phone, Old Li said excitedly, 500,000 yuan. I heard that there are additional rewards. This time I am really rich. Old Wang was also very happy. He didn't expect that Old Li, who had cleaned the streets for most of his life, could finally get such an unexpected fortune. Police Officer Zhang was under a lot of pressure these days. Sui Yuejin was a social celebrity in Mount Jing. The group involved all walks of life, so whether it was the pressure from the city leaders or the pressure from his family, it made him breathless. When he suddenly received this call today, Police Officer Zhang was excited. He didn't dare to neglect, so he quickly called his assistant and rushed to the Nanwan community. Captain Zhang, do you think that we are happy for nothing? Asked the assistant, Xiao Tang, while driving. It shouldn't be. I heard that the sanitation worker was very conclusive. You should have seen such a videotape. As for whether it was from the Sways group on the day of the incident, it still needs to be identified technically. Xiao Tang nodded. This case is really stressful. Many people are watching. I really hope to solve the case as soon as possible. Captain Zhang nodded. He was the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Mount Jing police station. The pressure on him could be imagined. He hoped that the clue this time was true and could help solve the case. The car was parked downstairs in the Nanwan community. Captain Zhang took Xiao Tang to the address mentioned by Old Li when he reported the case. He knocked on the door, and soon the door was opened. Old Li was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He waited at the door. When he saw a police car parked nearby, he opened the door first. You're Police Officer Zhang, right? Please come in, said Old Li quickly. Captain Zhang nodded and said, I am Police Officer Zhang. This is my assistant, Police Officer Tang. Are you Li Dashi? Old Li nodded quickly. Yes, it's me. I called the police. You came really fast. Captain Zhang confirmed the identity of Old Li and entered the house. Old Wang was ready and pressed the play button of the videotape directly. Captain Zhang originally wanted to take a closer look at the videotape after going back, but since Old Wang had already played it, it wasn't too late to go back after watching it. With Captain Zhang's many years of eyesight, he saw that the video should be real at a glance, especially when he saw the time displayed on the electronic clock inside the Sways Group building. He was even more convinced. He couldn't help but be a little excited. It seems that the case is settled. After making a statement for Old Li, Captain Zhang and Little Tang took the videotape and promised that he would redeem part of the family's reward as soon as possible. Of course, all of this was a trap and strategy set by the behind-the-scenes boss and Huang Yukai. If this videotape was directly sent to the Mount Jing police station anonymously, it might have the opposite effect. The police would definitely have doubts about who sent this videotape. In that case, the effect would not be as shocking as this accidental acquisition. The reason why it was necessary to copy it into the videotape instead of continuing to store it in the hard drive was that most people might not look at the contents of the hard drive when they picked it up. It was more likely that they would directly sell it or format it to continue using it. Moreover, not everyone knew how to connect the hard drive to the computer. It might be a waste of effort. It was better to make a more popular videotape. Most people would definitely be curious about the contents after picking it up. Even if they didn't have a videotape at home, they would play it at their relatives' and friends' houses. Recently, Sui Yuejin's case had become very big. Most people believed that as long as they watched this videotape, they would definitely association to call the police. In fact, Huang Youcai's method was not wrong. Sure enough, after Old Li picked up the videotape and watched it, he went to the police. This videotape fell into the hands of the police. Captain Zhang, isn't the surveillance data lost in the Sways Group building a hard drive? How could it be copied into a videotape? On the way, Little Tang asked with some doubts. I'm also a bit puzzled. The source of this videotape is very strange. That Li Dashi should have no problem. I have seen his work permit. I have also confirmed with the sanitation department in the bureau. He is indeed a cleaner in the section near the Sways Group. Captain Zhang said, Who threw this videotape on the side of the road? whether it was intentional or unintentional. We need to have a meeting to discuss it. As for the authenticity of the videotape, we still need to do a forensic technical identification. It can't be seen with the naked eye. Little Tang nodded. It seemed that the case was not very simple. It was not easy to solve the case. Even if there was this videotape, it did not mean that this videotape was real. Back at the police station, Captain Zhang was not idle. After reporting the current situation to the bureau chief, he made a few copies of the videotape and sent them to the professional technicians for forensic identification to determine whether the images on the videotape had been modified and edited. Captain Zhang himself went to the Sways group with Little Tang. They were going to investigate whether the perpetual calendar in the Sways group corridor had been touched. If there were no traces of tampering, it at least showed that this video did indeed happen on the night of the crime. In the past few days, Captain Zhang and Little Tang had been frequent visitors to the Sways group. The two people easily entered the group and came to the place where the perpetual calendar was in the video. Little Tang, you go and find a ladder. I will go up and take a look. Captain Zhang instructed Little Tang. This perpetual calendar was relatively high up. If one wanted to adjust the time, they must use external tools such as a ladder to achieve it. Therefore, it was still somewhat difficult for counterfeiting. It didn't take long for the ladder to be brought over. Captain Zhang went up the ladder and carefully checked the surroundings of the perpetual calendar. Because the perpetual calendar was relatively high up, it had naturally accumulated a thick layer of dust after being hung for a long time. It cannot be cleaned usually, so the adjustment buttons were also full of dust. Captain Zhang shook his head. There were no traces of tampering on the dust. At least it looked like this with the naked eye. In other words, the perpetual calendar time shown on the videotape should be the real time at that time. This perpetual calendar should not have been tampered with for a long time. This dust could not be faked. It was formed over a long time, and it was different from man-made. However, he didn't know if there was a master of counterfeiting, so Captain Zhang decided to let someone do another appraisal. He ordered Little Tang to set up a cordon around the perpetual calendar to prevent unrelated people from approaching. Then, he rushed back to the police station with Little Tang. This videotape was originally recorded by switching between multiple sets of shots, so it was even more difficult to determine whether it had been edited. They could only compare the sequence of shots set up in the Sways group's monitoring video equipment to see if the images of this videotape could match one by one. Chapter 1290. However, this videotape was re-edited by a professional by the behind-the-scenes boss. The scenes that couldn't be seen by the police in the middle were replaced with the same shot at a similar time period. Therefore, the final result of the identification was basically consistent. There was no modification in the video, but only a time-lapse edit, so even a professional couldn't determine whether this videotape had been edited. But the only thing that was certain was that Yang Ming was absolutely related to this case. In the picture where Yang Ming appeared, his head happened to be the perpetual calendar in the Sways group corridor. The time and date displayed on it were before and after the incident. The perpetual calendar was also identified by the technicians. The dust on it was naturally formed, and there were no traces of artificial falsification. This showed that the time of the perpetual calendar was accurate, and no one had tampered with it. In this way, Yang Ming became the biggest suspect. Captain Zhang had already found someone to pull out Yang Ming's file, and found a full set of information on Yang Ming. Captain Zhang? This person is a freshman at Songjiang Industry University. How can he go to Mount Jing to kill people? Xiao Tang didn't understand because Yang Ming's file clearly stated this. Captain Zhang shook his head. He also didn't understand, but there were too many things in the world without a reason. In the past few years as a criminal police officer, he had seen a lot of such things. Some people who seemed very unlikely to become murderers became murderers. However, what caught Captain Zhang's attention was that Yang Ming and Sui Yuejin's son, Sui Guangxi, were junior high school classmates. Was there any connection between them? In any case, he must first control Yang Ming and bring him back for investigation. Regardless of whether Yang Ming killed people or not, he was likely to be a suspect just because he appeared at the crime scene that night. In the suburban villa of the behind-the-scenes boss, Huang Yukai received the latest news from his men and walked proudly to the behind-the-scenes boss room. Boss! Huang Yukai pushed the door and walked in. The behind-the-scenes boss was lying on the sofa and resting with his eyes closed. Now Huang Yukai was more willing to call him boss. After he saw the tip of the iceberg of the behind-the-scenes boss' strength gradually revealed, he now admired him from the bottom of his heart. In the past, it was just a cooperative relationship, so calling him boss was just a respectful title. Oh, is there any news? When the behind-the-scenes boss saw Huang Yukai come in, he glanced at him and continued to close his eyes to rest. The underling who was sent to follow saw that the videotape was picked up by a cleaner and then brought back home. What's funny is that this guy actually regarded the tape as a sex video. He even bought a bottle of wine and half a pound of pig head meat and went to his neighbor's house, intending to watch it together. Huang Yukai couldn't help but laugh as he said this. However, it didn't take long for a police car to come. One of them was the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Mount Jing police station who was in charge of Sui Yuejin's case. It seems that they came for the videotape. Although this tape isn't enough to take Yang Ming's life, as long as he enters the detention center, he won't be able to come out. Have you bribed your people? The behind-the-scenes boss asked. Don't worry. Huang Yukai patted his chest and promised. The prison bully in the detention center is my former sworn brother. When he enters the detention center, it's like entering his own house. He will stay there for a period of time, every few days. The people inside are familiar with each other. When it's time to eat, let him do something. Poison Yang Ming and directly poison him to death. After knowing that Yang Ming's skills were good, Huang Yukai also changed his mind. If there was a gang fight and they couldn't beat Yang Ming to death, then it wouldn't be good to continue to implement other plans. It was better to start from the aspect of poisoning and let people poison Yang Ming to death. That's good. Only when he is least prepared can we win by surprise. Yang Ming shouldn't think so much in the detention center. The behind-the-scenes boss nodded. But don't have too much hope. Yang Ming, this kid, is very smart. The behind-the-scenes boss now saw that Yang Ming wasn't so easy to deal with. There was a good saying that it was really raising a tiger to invite calamity. If he started with him earlier, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult, but now Yang Ming's wings were full. If he wanted to move him again, it was even more difficult. However, things were unpredictable. Who would have thought that Yang Ming would become an obstacle on his way forward? Understand. I will let that guy be careful. Huang Yukai nodded and said. He hated Yang Ming. Naturally, he also wanted to kill Yang Ming quickly. At the same time, Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang had already acted. Aren't we going to inform the Songjiang police? Xiao Tang asked with some doubts. They came to Songjiang to arrest people. It was reasonable to inform the Songjiang police. Captain Zhang shook his head. Yang Ming's information is very complicated. His father is the chairman of the Ming-Yang Heavy Industry Group. He has some roots in the province. I am afraid that if we inform the Songjiang police in advance, someone will tip us off. Xiao Tang was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of Captain Zhang. Even if it wasn't intentional, this kind of person with a deep background in the local area, who inadvertently revealed it, it was likely to cause Yang Ming to escape in advance. Yang Ming has such a prominent family background. Why would he go to kill people? Xiao Tang was a bit puzzled. This thing is hard to say. Whether the person was killed by Yang Ming or not, we need to investigate to know. But now it seems that the suspicion is more serious. Captain Zhang was also at his wit's end. Yang Ming's life experience was destined to make them cautious when handling cases, and they didn't dare to arrest him easily. He believed that if Yang Ming's father, Yang Dahai, said a word, there would be countless pressure on Captain Zhang. Mount Jing applied for a municipality. Although the province agreed, the country had not yet approved. Now Mount Jing was still under the leadership of the province. That was to say, as long as Yang Dahai pressured from the top, Captain Zhang's case would not be investigated. Therefore, he could only control Yang Ming with lightning speed and hope that there would be progress under the surprise interrogation. Hey, is that Yang Ming's car in front? Xiao Tang's eyes were sharp. He saw the license plate of a BMW X5 waiting in line at the exit of the Songjiang Ring Expressway toll booth. Captain Zhang quickly looked over after listening. Sure enough, it was the BMW X5 off-road vehicle with the license plate number, song B88B88, shown in the information. This brand was easier to recognize, and it left a deep impression. With the strength of Yang Ming's father, Yang Dahai, it should not be difficult to get such a license plate. For these rich kids, Captain Zhang's impression was not very good. Driving a BMW with such a license plate was somewhat ostentatious. Follow-up. Captain Zhang instructed Xiao Tang. Chapter 1291. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain after getting off the highway and entering Songjiang's Ring Highway. He originally thought that he had to wait at Yang Ming's door. Captain Zhang didn't want to alert the enemy. Yang Ming's father, Yang Ming, had too much influence in Songjiang. If he publicly contacted Yang Ming, it was likely that various parties would intervene. Therefore, Captain Zhang could only make a move in the dark. He first controlled Yang Ming and interrogated Yang Ming. If there was really a problem, even if someone intervened, it would not help. Now, he could actually meet Yang Ming here. If the person sitting in the car in front was really Yang Ming, then all the problems were solved. Yang Ming had several residences. Maybe he would live on campus, so it was still difficult to find Yang Ming. Xiao Tang sped up and turned on the police lights in the car. He overtook Yang Ming's car and stopped in front of him. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect that there would be a police car in front of him. Yang Ming was waiting to pass the toll booth, so the car was parked. The police car came over and blocked Yang Ming's road. Before Yang Ming got off, the door of the police car opened. Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang jumped down and knocked on Yang Ming's window. Yang Ming opened the window. "What's the matter?" Seeing that Yang Ming was sitting in the driver's seat, Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang looked at each other and nodded. This operation was unexpectedly smooth. They met Yang Ming here, so they didn't have to go to Songjiang. "We are from the Mount Jing police station." Captain Zhang showed his police ID and showed it to Yang Ming. "I now suspect that you are related to a murder case. Please come back with us for investigation." "Murder case?" Yang Ming was stunned and blurted out, "Sui Yuejin's case?" Since these two came from Mount Jing, then Yang Ming could only think of Sui Yuejin's case in Mount Jing a few days ago. Captain Zhang was stunned. If Yang Ming could talk about this case, it proved that he knew this case very well. However, listening to Yang Ming's tone, he didn't seem to be secretive. Instead, it seemed very normal. This made Captain Zhang's heart sink. Intuitively, he could tell that Yang Ming didn't seem to have any connection with this case. However, intuition was unreliable. If intuition was reliable, then solving the case wouldn't be so complicated and difficult. "Yes, please come with us," Captain Zhang said. "You suspect that I did it?" Yang Ming looked at Captain Zhang's expression and thought, "I guess Captain Zhang is treating me as a suspect because I did go to the crime scene at that time, or maybe I was seen by someone." Captain Zhang didn't speak, but from his expression, he also acquiesced to Yang Ming's statement. He did suspect that Yang Ming was a suspect. "If I said that it wasn't me, would you believe it?" Yang Ming shrugged. "I'm in a hurry to go back to school." "Can I not go with you?" "Now, we're just asking you to assist in the investigation. Don't wait for the arrest warrant. We will trouble you again." Xiao Tang was a little impatient. When he heard that Yang Ming was still bargaining, he was a little anxious. "Your attitude is quite impatient, huh?" Yang Ming glanced at Xiao Tang and smiled. Captain Zhang knew that Yang Ming's family background wasn't ordinary. He waved his hand to Xiao Tang and motioned him not to speak first. "We just want to understand the situation, so please cooperate." "Well, where is it?" "Just here, right? I will talk in your car." Yang Ming finished and got out of the car. Xiao Tang looked at Yang Ming with vigilance, fearing that he would run away. Captain Zhang wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would run away. Where could he run to here? Moreover, if he didn't drive and ran directly with his legs, wouldn't that be stupid? However, Captain Zhang felt that Yang Ming didn't seem to understand the situation. Now, they weren't looking for him to talk, but they were asking him to go back for investigation. "Mr. Yang, we are asking you to go back to the Mount Jing police station for investigation. We can't finish it here in a few words. You come with us. Let the lady in the car drive your car away or park it here first." I will send a police officer to help you drive back, said Captain Zhang. She can drive, but I believe we can finish it in a few words. As Yang Ming spoke, he walked to Captain Zhang's police car. However, halfway through, he turned around and said to Captain Zhang, Police Officer Zhang, can you talk to me alone in the car first? Yang Ming had seen the police ranks of Captain Zhang and Xiao Tang from their police officer ID cards. Captain Zhang should be a person in charge, and Xiao Tang was an ordinary police officer. Therefore, Yang Ming had something to say to Captain Zhang. After all, his identity was there. And Captain Zhang was stunned. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant, but he still nodded. Well, Xiao Tang, you wait outside. I will talk to Mr. Yang first. Xiao Tang naturally nodded obediently, but he also stood vigilantly beside the car, fearing that Yang Ming would play some tricks. Captain Zhang and Yang Ming got into the car together. Yang Ming didn't say much. He took out an ID card from his pocket and stuffed it into Captain Zhang's hand. Because the light in the car was dim, Captain Zhang didn't see it clearly. He thought that Yang Ming wanted to bribe him with money, so he waved his hand and said, Don't play this trick. I won't accept your things. This is not for you. It's just for you to take a look, Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh. Captain Zhang picked up the thing that Yang Ming stuffed into him with some doubts. He turned on the reading light in the car and opened the small book that Yang Ming handed to him. His face suddenly changed. He was the captain of the Mount Jing criminal investigation team. Naturally, he knew about the Supernatural Investigation Bureau that Yang Ming belonged to. It was specifically responsible for the handling and investigation of some strange events. It belonged to a very special institutional department. It belonged to the army, but it was not under military control. It also cooperated with the local police station, so it could be said to be a very detached department. The police only had the right to assist in the case, but they had no right to participate in the investigation. Therefore, Captain Zhang's face suddenly became weird. However, Yang Ming's ID card had been checked by several anti-counterfeiting devices. It was certain that Yang Ming's ID card was real. Moreover, no one knew about the existence of this kind of ID card. It was impossible to fake or forge it. Faking this kind of rare ID card was not as good as forging other documents. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. It seems that we made a mistake. Captain Zhang could no longer regard Yang Ming as a murder suspect. Even if the person was killed by Yang Ming, there was no reason for Captain Zhang to pursue it. Yang Ming's department was very unique. Yang Ming was only responsible for his superiors. He was not under the leadership and control of anyone else. This was a bit like the Secret Service in the past, but it was indeed a mysterious institution. Now I can tell you that I didn't kill Sui Yuejin. If I want to kill him, I won't deny it. I am only responsible for my superiors. I don't need to hide these things from you. Yang Ming took back the ID card and shrugged. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Captain Zhang couldn't help but nod. Indeed, Yang Ming was a person from that side. There was no reason to lie to him. If Yang Ming had a mission to get rid of Sui Yuejin, even if Captain Zhang knew about it, he would not take any measures against Yang Ming. Whether Yang Ming's approach was right or wrong was up to his superiors to decide. If Yang Ming said that he didn't kill Sui Yuejin, then he definitely didn't. However, since Yang Ming was also considered a person in the system, Captain Zhang no longer hid anything. Mr. Yang, I don't want to hide it from you. The pressure on me is very great. Sui Yuejin is a celebrity in Mount Jing. He was suddenly shot to death. If this case is not solved as soon as possible, do you think you can know? Yang Ming heard Captain Zhang speak halfway. He seemed to be hiding something, so he smiled and said, Police Officer Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. You should know my father-in-law. He is Chun Fei of the Songjiang Police Station. So, I'm also considered a person in your system. If you need my help, just say it. Oh, Bureau Chief Chun is Mr. Yang's. Police Officer Zhang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such a relationship. His daughter, Chun Mingyin, is my high school classmate. We went to the same university together. Yang Ming smiled. So, Police Officer Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. It turns out to be like this. So we are a family. Since Mr. Yang said so, then I will say it directly. Police Officer Zhang was a little afraid of Yang Ming's identity before. He didn't know what Yang Ming's character was like, so he didn't dare to say it too obviously. But now, since Yang Ming said so himself, he didn't need to hide it. So, he said, "This is the case, Mr. Yang. If the case of Sui Yuejin being shot has nothing to do with you, then you should have some clues at the scene, right? If this matter is really related to you, then can Mr. Yang explain to my leader? You can just take over this case so that I don't have to think about it. This matter has nothing to do with me. I can tell you for sure." Yang Ming said, "I want to find Sui Yuejin because I wanted him to do something for me. It was a threat to him, but I didn't have to kill him. As for what it is, I can't say it. Please forgive me, Police Officer Zhang." If Yang Ming didn't want to say it, Police Officer Zhang wouldn't ask. Who knew if it was confidential? But since Yang Ming said that it had nothing to do with him, Police Officer Zhang had a headache. Actually, this is the case. The Sui's group surveillance video was taken away. We have no clues about this case, but this morning, a cleaner picked up a videotape on the roadside. It was a video of Mr. Yang going to the Sui's group. So we came here, videotape, picked it up on the road. Yang Ming listened to Police Officer Zhang's words and suddenly frowned. The Sui's group surveillance system uses a videotape as a medium? No, it's a hard drive. When we arrived, the hard drive had been dismantled, said Police Officer Zhang. Chapter 1292. Police Officer Zhang said, "This videotape should be copied, but after technical identification, the content inside is true. Am I the only one in the videotape?" Yang Ming felt a little incredulous. When he left, Sui Yuejin was still alive. Shortly after Yang Ming left, Sui Yuejin was shot to death. It showed that the gangster entered the Sui's group after Yang Ming left. Since he was the only one in the surveillance video, it showed that this videotape was edited. As for whether this videotape was deliberately left on the side of the road, the answer was obvious. There must be someone who wanted to frame him. This kind of method was not uncommon. Even Yang Ming could guess who wanted to frame him because this method was too familiar. It was almost the same as Wang Jitao. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, this matter should be done by the behind-the-scenes boss. The person who planned it was Huang Yukai. Only this guy could come up with such a bad idea. During this time, Yang Ming's biggest enemy was the behind-the-scenes boss. Huang Yukai, who mingled with the boss, would naturally help him come up with ideas. Yes, Captain Zhang smiled bitterly. He also thought of what Yang Ming was thinking. In the beginning, we felt that this videotape was somewhat suspicious. Now it seems that it can be determined that someone deliberately released this videotape to confuse our line of sight. Of course, these people should not know Mr. Yang's identity. Otherwise, this would become a bad move, shooting themselves in the foot. This is not to confuse your line of sight. Someone wants to frame me. Yang Ming shrugged. He did not need to hide anything from Police Officer Zhang. Maybe I inadvertently offended a certain force or organization. During this time, this organization or individual has been targeting me. The means can be said to be varied. Oh, Police Officer Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect it to be like this. However, the nature of Yang Ming's work was very special. It was very likely that he would offend someone, so he nodded. Mr. Yang's work is really hard. It is more dangerous than ours. You will offend some more powerful forces. Yang Ming wanted Officer Zhang to think so he didn't deny it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, but there's no other way. I can't do anything if I'm afraid of doing anything." However, Mr. Yang, you said that this incident was directed at you. What do these people want to do? How? Officer Zhang didn't understand why Yang Ming was referring to those people. I don't know the specifics, but it's nothing more than for you to arrest me. Yang Ming could roughly guess the boss's thoughts. Capture him? Are we that easy to fool? Although you will be treated as a suspect, you won't be convicted so easily. Police Officer Zhang smiled awkwardly. We just look for you to investigate the situation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so polite and take coercive measures. I know. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. However, even if we arrest you, at most, you will be detained in the detention center as a suspect. What's in it for them? Police Officer Zhang was still very puzzled. What did Yang Ming's enemy want to get? That's enough. Yang Ming said, they may want to do something in the detention center. It's not difficult for them to bribe one or two people. At that time, they can beat me up or poison me. It's impossible to guard against. Yang Ming had seen the means of the behind-the-scenes boss. The entire Sun's group could be subverted under his monetary attack. What else was impossible? Police Officer Zhang listened to Yang Ming's words and took a deep breath. Yang Ming was right. If Yang Ming really died in the detention center at that time, then Police Officer Zhang's responsibility would be huge. Not to mention Yang Ming's identity. Even if Yang Ming was an ordinary person, the current news and public opinion were so powerful. This matter was enough to make him suffer. What's more, Yang Ming was a person in that field. If something really happened to Yang Ming, forget about Police Officer Zhang's future. It was hard to say whether he could be held responsible. This matter is indeed our mistake. This videotape looks very suspicious. I will investigate it as soon as I go back. Police Officer Zhang said quickly. However, it seems that the difficulty of detection has increased. Yang Ming listened to Police Officer Zhang's words and could only smile bitterly. If they really did it, I don't even know who they are now. If Mr. Yang has time, it's best to say hello to our leader and put this matter on your side. Then, I won't have any pressure. Police Officer Zhang looked at Yang Ming sincerely. Apparently, after he knew the truth of the matter, he had less confidence in solving the case. I have to ask my superiors. Yang Ming couldn't make a decision on his own. After all, this matter involved a lot of things. Okay, Mr. Yang, do you want to ask now? Police Officer Zhang was a little anxious. After all, if this case could be handed over to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it would be easier than doing it himself. Now, Yang Ming was a little helpless, then nodded and said, Okay, then I will make a call now. Should I get out of the car and leave? Police Officer Zhang asked quickly. Forget it, no need. I still need you to explain this matter. After all, I don't know much about the case. Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled that Police Officer Zhang could get out of the car. Police Officer Zhang nodded with some joy. Yang Ming didn't go behind his back, which meant that Yang Ming really wanted to help him. Yang Ming regarded him as one of his own and wouldn't harm him. Yang Ming directly dialed Xia Bingbao's phone. It rang twice and was picked up. Yang Ming, is that you? Brother Xia, it's me. Yang Ming said, I didn't disturb your rest, right? What rest? How can I have time to rest? What's the matter with you, kid? I was looking for you a while ago, but I couldn't get through your phone. I thought you disappeared. Xia Bingbao was obviously complaining about Yang Ming. I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Yang Ming was stunned. He went out a while ago, and he did turn off his phone. He didn't expect Xia Bingbao to look for him. I went back to Songjiang before. Xia Shui knows. Didn't you ask her? No. Xia Bingbao thought. Is there something fishy between this kid and Xia Shui? How did Xia Shui know when I went back to Songjiang? But I was too embarrassed to ask. I helped her catch a wanted criminal. Didn't she tell you? Yang Ming was a bit baffled. It stood to reason that Xia Shui should have told her brother about this. No, not bad. You helped my sister again? Obviously, Xia Bingbao was very happy to hear Yang Ming's words. You also know that I have no use for the credit. It's better to give it to your sister. Yang Ming smiled and said, How are you going to thank me? Thank your head. I'm going crazy looking for you. Xia Bingbao said, Is it convenient to talk over there? Say it. My phone is soundproof. No one can hear it. Yang Ming glanced at Police Officer Zhang, and Police Officer Zhang consciously moved his body to the side. He was afraid to hear the content of Yang Ming's phone call. I have news about Elder Yu here. Xia Bingbao said, Elder Yu, do you remember who it is? Nonsense. Do you think I have amnesia? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. How could he not remember such an important person? What news? Say it quickly. According to internal news, Elder Yu seems to have appeared in Yunnan, said Xia Bingbao. How do you know? Did someone see him? It seems that no one has seen him, right? Asked Yang Ming. No, 2 corpses were found in Yunnan. The state of death was exactly the same as the corpses found in Songjiang. It should be caused by Elder Yu sucking the blood dry. Xia Bingbao said solemnly. Oh, that's possible. That's his hometown. If he escapes, he will definitely run there. Yang Ming nodded and said, However, even if we find his tracks, we may not be able to find him. That is his territory. He is very familiar with it. But we have to find him even if it is difficult. I want to send you to Yunnan. Do you have the confidence to complete the task? Asked Xiao Bingbao. Damn, brother, don't mess with me. You want me to go? Won't I be cannon fodder? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to make this request. This is what we agreed upon after our research. You will lead the team to capture Elder Yu. I will send you a few assistants, but not now. We have to prepare for this plan for a while. Xiao Bingbao said, I'm telling you in advance, just to let you be prepared. There is no choice. Yang Ming saw that Xiao Bingbao was firm and knew that he couldn't refuse. This phone call was really bad timing. His hand was cheap. If he called again after a while, maybe Xiao Bingbao couldn't find him. Then, he would look for someone else. But now, he was afraid that he couldn't refuse. Choose what? We think you can do it. Do you still need to choose? Xiao Bingbao smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Yang Ming was a little depressed, but Xiao Bingbao had made it clear that he had no choice. Well, let's put this aside first. I will think about it. I am looking for you for a similar thing. Similar thing? What is it? Xiao Bingbao was stunned and asked, I have news about Elder Yu's collaborator. Elder Yu's collaborator? What do you mean? Asked Xiao Bingbao. Elder Yu's activity funds in Songjiang should be provided by a behind-the-scenes boss, and this behind-the-scenes boss has a cooperative relationship with him. What I want to say is the news of this behind-the-scenes boss, said Yang Ming. Oh, Xiao Bingbao frowned and said, Are you sure? I will tell you the specific details another day, but I am 80% sure that the two of them are a group or have cooperated before. Yang Ming said, Now, I will let Captain Zhang of the Criminal Investigation Team of the Mount Jing Police Station introduce the case to you. I will tell you the rest later. You are with him? Then let him talk to me. Xiao Bingbao said after listening to Yang Ming's words. Police Officer Zhang, you personally introduced the case to my superiors. Yang Ming handed the phone to Police Officer Zhang. You know the case better than me. Okay. Police Officer Zhang quickly took the phone. Of course, he knew Xiao Bingbao. He was the person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Northeast area. They had business dealings before, so Police Officer Zhang said enthusiastically, Is this Mr. Xiao? I am Zhang Public Opinion. Hello, Captain Zhang. You can introduce the case to me. Xiao Bingbao naturally did not have so much nonsense with Police Officer Zhang. He had a completely business-like attitude. Captain Zhang quickly told Xiao Bingbao what he knew about the case, including the videotape. After that, he returned the phone to Yang Ming. You mean this behind-the-scenes boss wants to harm you? Asked Xiao Bingbao. It should be like this. It can be judged from a series of things. I don't know if it is because of the incident with Elder Yu last time that I offended him, said Yang Ming. Okay, then leave this case to us. I will file it with the Mount Jing Police Station and bring the file over. In addition, we also have people in Mount Jing. I will introduce them to you. You tell them everything you know and let them help you track down the behind-the-scenes boss, said Xiao Bingbao. That's great. Yang Ming didn't expect to use official power to search for the behind-the-scenes boss's traces. This way, he would be much more relaxed and not so passive. Although I don't know if this behind-the-scenes boss has anything to do with Elder Yu. Since you said so, then I will believe it for the time being. As Xiao Bingbao said this, he changed the topic. However, since they are related, then Elder Yu's matter will be handed over to you. You can't shirk this time, right? Yang Ming didn't expect Xiao Bingbao to go in such a big circle. In the end, he was still involved. It seemed that Xiao Bingbao didn't care whether the behind-the-scenes boss had anything to do with Elder Yu from the beginning. What he cared about was that Yang Ming would take the lead to help him catch Elder Yu. Why? Are you still unwilling this time? Asked Xiao Bingbao. You think too highly of me. At this point, Yang Ming couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. He had to say, If you want me to go, I can only try my best. Don't blame me if things go wrong. Who can guarantee that it will succeed? What's more, it is such a terrifying guy. Xiao Bingbao smiled and said, I didn't give you a time limit. You just have to do your best. I can also apply for a lot of funds for you. I'm not short of money. Yang Ming sweated. I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back alive. Don't worry. Xiao Shui will also be with you. This is for sure. She was also involved in elder use case, so she will be the police representative. Xia Bingbao said, if it is really so terrifying, how can I let Xia Shui go? You want her to do meritorious deeds, right? Yang Ming despised. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? But I will send experts to follow you around. Xia Bingbao said, they're all our top experts, so you don't have to worry about safety. Okay. I will temporarily agree to this. I will go back and think about it. Yang Ming had to say so. Then, I will take it as you agree. Xia Bingbao smiled and said, I will contact our people in Mount Jing and ask them to go to the police station to take the case. Then, let's leave it at that. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have called you. Yang Ming hung up the phone with no interest. How is it? Seeing that Yang Ming hung up the phone, Captain Zhang quickly asked, it's done. Our people will go to the Mount Jing police station in a while and take over the case. You can go back and hand it over now. It will be easier for us to handle this kind of case than you, said Yang Ming. Thank you so much. I can see that Mr. Yang has also paid a great price. Captain Zhang had just heard what Yang Ming and Xia Bingbao said. Naturally, he knew that Yang Ming was forced to agree to perform a very dangerous task. He felt a little ashamed. It's nothing. This matter will fall on my head sooner or later. Yang Ming shrugged. You don't have to take it seriously. Hee. In the future, if Mr. Yang has something to do in Mount Jing, I will do my best. Captain Zhang knew that the price Yang Ming paid was relatively high. Although it was understated, he knew that it was definitely not so simple. Hee. Then I will thank you first. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. I should be thanking you. Otherwise, this case would really have no clue. Captain Zhang also said politely, in this case, I will go first. I have to go to school tomorrow. I will leave my phone number with you. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Yang Ming was afraid that Sun Jie would be impatient, so he said, okay. Captain Zhang sent Yang Ming out of the car. Xiao Tang was a little surprised. He didn't know why Captain Zhang and Yang Ming came down again. However, seeing Yang Ming walk into his car, Xiao Tang was a little anxious. Captain Zhang, why did you let him go? The case has nothing to do with him. Of course, I let him go. Captain Zhang quickly stopped Xiao Tang and kept winking at him. But the more it was like this, the more suspicious Xiao Tang was. He vaguely saw that Yang Ming seemed to give something to Captain Zhang in the car, and then he made a phone call to Captain Zhang. Then, Captain Zhang let him go. Could it be that Yang Ming bribed Captain Zhang and found a powerful person to call and intercede? So Captain Zhang let Yang Ming go? Thinking of this, the great image of Captain Zhang collapsed in Xiao Tang's heart. Xiao Tang frowned and said to Captain Zhang, Captain Zhang, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You actually accepted a bribe from the suspect and let the suspect go. You made a mistake. Don't you know? What bribe do I accept? You wait for a while. I will tell you. You don't talk now. Captain Zhang was a little annoyed. He was very angry at Xiao Tang's ignorance. Wait for a while? Do you want to tell me that a big shot called you and asked you to let Yang Ming go? Xiao Tang snorted. I have already guessed it. You let Yang Ming go, but I won't. Chapter 1293. With that said, Tang Bingyao ran over in big strides, try to catch up with Yang Ming. Captain Zhang was a little angry. Don't go and make trouble, okay? How can I do something that violates my principles? Tang Bingyao was calmed down by Captain Zhang's words. He thought about it carefully. Captain Zhang was usually diligent, and he had never done anything that violated the law. Then, what happened just now? Although Tang Bingyao stopped, he still looked at Captain Zhang in confusion. Then, why did you let him go? Isn't he an important suspect in this case? I thought so before, but now I can be sure that he is not. Captain Zhang waved his hand. If he did it, he doesn't have to admit it. He can tell us frankly. How is this possible? Is Yang Ming stupid? How can he tell you this kind of thing? If he confessed, wouldn't he be arrested? Tang Bingyao felt that Captain Zhang's words were inconceivable. Arrest him? Captain Zhang shook his head. Do you know Chinan? Chinan? Isn't he? Tang Bingyao's face changed. Isn't he a person from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Yes, he is a resident of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in our Mount Jing. When I handled the previous case, I brought you to him. Captain Zhang nodded and said, "However, what does this have to do with Yang Ming?" Could it be? Tang Bingyao was not stupid. He immediately understood something from Captain Zhang's words. Yes, Yang Ming is also a person from that side, but he is from Songjiang. Captain Zhang nodded. Moreover, it seems that Yang Ming's status is higher than Qin An's. Listening to his phone conversation with Qin An, it was very casual. It didn't seem like a superior and subordinate, but more like friends. Ah, Yang Ming is actually a person from that side. Tang Bingyao was shocked, and then nodded in realization. No wonder you said that he didn't do it. If he did, he wouldn't deny it. Now, it seems that this is the case. Yang Ming doesn't need to deny anything. If he did it, he will naturally admit it. This case is likely to involve some deeper things. It may be the resentment between someone behind the scenes and Yang Ming. So the case has been handed over to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for follow-up processing. We can close the case here. Captain Zhang said, "Let's go. Only the bureau chief may know about this matter. Qin will go to the police station overnight to take over the case, so don't talk nonsense." "I understand." Tang Bingyao nodded solemnly and said with some embarrassment, "I almost misunderstood you just now. I'm really sorry." "It's okay. Your spirit of questioning and discovering the problem is commendable, but don't be so reckless in the future." Captain Zhang patted Tang Bingyao's shoulder. "Also, your attitude just now almost offended the people over there. Yang Ming doesn't care about it. If he does, I can't protect you." After Tang Bingyao listened to Captain Zhang, he had some lingering fear. He thought that his attitude was indeed a problem. It seemed that he couldn't do it again in the future. Captain Zhang and Tang Bingyao returned directly to Mount Jing, while Yang Ming returned to the car. "What happened just now? What murder case?" Sun Jie just saw Yang Ming being taken away by the police, and she was a little scared. However, she immediately thought of Yang Ming's other identity, and she was relieved. Sure enough, Yang Ming came back safe and sound. "It's nothing. They thought that I killed Sui Yuejin." Yang Ming shrugged. "But it really wasn't me. I also want to find this person." Sun Jie nodded. She had also heard about this before. "How did the police find you?" "I did go to the Sui's group before, and it was recorded by the surveillance video. However, Sui Yuejin was not dead at that time. I went to the Sui's group before he was shot. After I left, Sui Yuejin was shot, but the surveillance video in the group was dismantled and taken away." Yang Ming simply said to Sun Jie, "This morning, a cleaner in Mount Jing picked up a videotape when he was cleaning the street. In the videotape, it was the surveillance video content of me going to the Sui's group. Someone wants to harm you?" Sun Jie immediately heard the unusualness of this. "Smart." Yang Ming nodded. "It should be the behind-the-scenes boss who looked for Tian Long and Sui Yuejin. He wanted to mess with me, but he couldn't, so he threw away Sui Yuejin as a chess piece and used his death to frame me. I don't know how Uncle Tian would feel if he knew the whole story. If he didn't stop in time, the next one to die might be him." Sun Jie sighed. "This behind-the-scenes boss is really haunting me. Let him be. It doesn't matter when there are more lice. I'm used to it." Yang Ming was now accustomed to the actions of the behind-the-scenes boss. He had no special feelings. "Hee, you make it sound so easy." Sun Jie saw that Yang Ming had no sense of fear, and she was relieved. "Tell me, what benefits can this behind-the-scenes boss get by framing you like this? The police are not fools. Do they still expect you to pay with your life? That's not it. The behind-the-scenes boss is not so retarded." Yang Ming said, "I guess the biggest possibility is that they want the police to detain me in the detention center and then make a move on me when I'm most unguarded and relaxed." "Make a move in the detention center?" Sun Jie was stunned and then nodded. "You mean they want to make a move when you are trapped in the detention center?" "It is indeed like this." Yang Ming said, "They may poison the food or suffocate me with a pillow while I am sleeping. This method is simple. As long as you have some connections, you could be assigned to the same cell as you." Sun Jie said, "However, why don't you beat them at their own game? You can find that person in the detention center." "Do you think that the behind-the-scenes boss can do it himself and go undercover in the detention center just to harm me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Isn't it just to find a scapegoat? What can I do even if I catch him? These low-level personnel don't know about the behind-the-scenes boss at all. This is not the first time. Oh, so you have already fought with the behind-the-scenes boss? Sun Jie asked curiously. More than just fighting, it has been several times. Yang Ming smiled and said, If there is time, I will tell you. Then now? Isn't there time now? Aren't you able to drive with your eyes closed? After Sun Jie knew about Yang Ming's special ability, she was not afraid that he would be in danger. Well, since you're willing to listen, I will start from the beginning. Yang Ming nodded and told Sun Jie about the things that he had told Jing Xiaolu before. Sun Jie's psychological quality was much stronger than Jing Xiaolu's. When Yang Ming talked about the thrilling part, Sun Jie still exclaimed. Sun Jie was relieved until Yang Ming finished talking. She patted her chest. You have experienced so many things? No wonder you have grown so much in just half a year. I don't even know you. People are all forced. Yang Ming sighed, but just after he finished speaking, he felt that this was a bit wrong. He had seen a similar joke on the internet before, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Sun Jie apparently also saw the joke. She sneered twice and said, But it's good. At least I feel that there's no age gap between us. What's good about it? In a few years, I have to treat you as a child. Yang Ming shook his head and said with a smile. Okay, then I'll call you uncle. Sun Jie did not show any weakness. She raised her eyebrows and asked. Yang Ming was a little excited by this nonsensical title. Do you have a special hobby? I always have. Don't you know? Sun Jie blinked. Why? Do you want to try it later? Zhou Jie didn't expect that this research group would have so much work every day. She had only participated for 2 days, but she was already very busy. However, Zhou Jie felt very fulfilled. She had not felt this strong desire for new knowledge for a long time. After joining the research group, Zhou Jie found that there were too many things she needed to learn. Some of the things she knew before were not enough. It was only at this time that Zhou Jie understood that there were specializations in the field. She had deep attainments in hacking and cracking technology, but in the application of wireless network technology, she was much worse. Zhou Jie had not heard of many professional concepts and protocols before. Therefore, Zhou Jie knew that although she had some strength, she was able to join the research group because Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's god-sister. She couldn't use this as the basis for her to stand on her own feet in the research group. She had to rely on her own strength to get everyone's recognition. She told Chen Mingyan that she would live on campus in the future. Chen Mingyan knew that Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's god-sister. Zhou Jie lived with her, so Chen Mingyan was naturally very relieved. She was not afraid that anything dangerous would happen. Jie, why aren't you sleeping? Xiaoqing got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. She saw that in the dormitory, there was still light on Zhou Jie's side on the small bed opposite her. It seemed that Zhou Jie had not slept yet. Me? Sister Xiaoqing, did I wake you up? Zhou Jie looked up apologetically. She also called Xiaoqing as Sister Xiaoqing in private. I was looking at the information and forgot the time. I didn't know that it was already past 12 o'clock. No, I just got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. I saw that you were still awake. Xiaoqing smiled. You are too hardworking. Zhou Jie yawned and put down the netbook in her hand. I still have a lot to learn. I can't let others say that I entered the research group through the back door, right? How can it be? At least you are much better than us in finding loopholes and bugs. The suggestions you put forward for improvement are also very sharp and to the point. Everyone admires you very much. Xiaoqing said truthfully, these people are all from orthodox technology backgrounds. They have less involvement in hacking technology. They only pay attention to the efficiency of the wireless protocol and ignore the security. You just made up for this. That's good. I thought I was very useless. After listening to Xiaoqing's praise, Zhou Jie was very happy. Sister Xiaoqing, I have almost finished reading the information you gave me. There are some things that I don't understand. I will ask you tomorrow. What? You have finished reading it? So fast. Xiaoqing was a little surprised. The information she gave Zhou Jia was at least hundreds of megabytes. They were all documents, but she did not expect Zhou Jia to finish reading it. And I've been exposed to some things before. It is faster to accept them, but there are some things that are unfamiliar to me. Zhou Jia smiled embarrassedly. So, after I go to the toilet, let's both discuss it. I just slept for a while, so I'm not too sleepy. Xiao Qing stood up, put on her slippers, and went out of the dormitory. Wait for me. How can I? Before Zhou Jia finished speaking, Xiao Qing had already left the room. Zhou Jia was very moved. Although Sister Xiao Qing was Yang Ming's god-sister, she took care of her meticulously. Whether it was in school or life, she always answered all of her requests. She was even more concerned about her than her own sister. Sister Xiao Qing was a very good person, but she did not know why she was not married yet. Or was there any hidden reason? Zhou Jia waited for Xiao Qing to come back and began to think about it. In the past few days, she also knew Xiao Qing's actual age. She was already 30 years old, but she could not see it from her appearance. She looked like 22 or 23 years old. Although she was more mature than herself, it was not much. After asking her, she was not married and did not have a boyfriend. This made Zhou Jia a little surprised. Sister Xiao Qing's appearance was 1 in a million, and her character was very good. She did not know why she did not have a boyfriend. Xiao Qing pushed the door and came back. Zhou Jia also put away these messy thoughts and sat on the bed seriously. Xiao Qing also sat on Zhou Jia's bed. Sister Xiao Qing, your skin is so good. Zhou Jia looked at Xiao Qing's bare face with no makeup at a close distance and praised. What's so good about me? I'm already 30 years old. Yours is so good that you can squeeze out water. Xiao Qing touched Zhou Jia's face and smiled. When I was 30 years old, I didn't know if I could have such good skin as Sister Xiao Qing. Zhou Jia shook her head. You are really good at maintaining your skin. When we have time, let's study the way to maintain one's appearance. Xiao Qing smiled. Now let's look at your questions first. And Zhou Jia nodded and quickly picked up the netbook. She opened a document that recorded all the problems she had encountered. Time slipped away unknowingly. When Xiao Qing answered Zhou Jia's last question, the sky was already bright. Xiao Qing opened the dormitory window, and the fresh air blew in. Both of them were shocked. It was the beginning of another busy and tense day. So fast, I didn't even feel it. Sister Xiao Qing, sorry for disturbing your rest. Zhou Jia apologetically brushed the bangs on her forehead. She closed the netbook and put on the bedside table. She also stood up and stretched her body. I'm already used to it. It is enough to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. But you, I'm afraid you can't hold on. It is only 5 o'clock. Do you want to sleep a little more? Asked Xiao Qing. No, I often sleep late and get up early. Zhou Jia smiled. When I used to study hacking technology, I often studied it all night. I didn't even know it. It seems that we are the same in computer technology. Xiao Qing felt that she had a lot of common topics with Zhou Jia. Even if she really disclosed her relationship with Yang Ming in the future, at least Zhou Jia would not object. Then let's go out for a walk. Let's eat breakfast? Zhou Jia suggested. Okay, it's good to go out for a walk. I haven't been out of the house for 2 days. Xiao Qing nodded. These 2 days, she was busy studying the project. Her 3 meals were bought by others. She didn't even go downstairs. Zhou Jia quickly put on her clothes, took the toiletries, and walked to the bathroom with Xiao Qing. On the way, Xiao Qing looked at Zhou Jia and smiled. Yang Ming didn't contact you these few days? He saw that you didn't go back. Would he miss you? I don't know what Yang Ming is busy with these 2 days. Zhou Jia shook her head. It seems that there is something very important. Sister Mingyan said that Yang Ming hasn't gone back yet. He just called a few times and said that he was working. Xiao Qing nodded. Yang Ming also called her before and said that he would come to find her when he was free, but he never came. She thought that he was delayed by something important. After washing up, Xiao Qing and Zhou Jia went downstairs together. Songjiang Industry University in the morning was very lively. The students in the morning, the athletes in the morning. Everywhere was thriving. I suddenly feel that this kind of life is far away from me. Zhou Jejia looked at the students in the morning and couldn't help but sigh. Who asked you to study so much? Xiao Qing shook her head and smiled. If you like, you can study on campus every morning. Forget it. It's too busy here. Zhou Jejia smiled. I'm just saying. Right, Sister Xiao Qing, why don't you find a boyfriend? You are so beautiful. There must be a lot of people chasing you. I knew that you would definitely ask this question. Xiao Qing looked at Zhou Jejia and sighed. You have been holding it in for a long time, right? Zhou Jejia blushed and nodded when Xiao Qing said this. Indeed, she wanted to ask Xiao Qing this question before, but she wasn't very familiar with Xiao Qing at first, so it was difficult to ask. However, with the contact between the two in the past few days, they ate, lived, and worked together. Their relationship was already very close, so Zhou Jejia didn't feel that it was rash or abrupt to ask this question now. Zhou Jejia really regarded Xiao Qing as her own sister. At first, she called her sister Xiao Qing because of the relationship with Yang Ming, but now it was from the heart. Xiao Qing's care and concern for her made Zhou Jejia very moved. I'm just curious, why doesn't Sister Xiao Qing have a boyfriend? Zhou Jejia said, You are more beautiful than me, mature, sexy, and knowledgeable. Since you asked, then I can tell you. Xiao Qing said, I graduated from Songjiang Industry University. When I was in college, I had a boyfriend named Song Hang. Chapter 1294. Zhou Jejia listened to Xiao Qing talk about her past and immediately widened her eyes. She listened carefully to Xiao Qing's words, fearing that she would miss something. However, she was very happy in her heart. Sister Xiao Qing didn't treat her as an outsider. What about him now? However, when this was said, Zhou Jejia felt that her question was stupid. If Song Hang was still with Xiao Qing, why would Xiao Qing say that she didn't have a boyfriend? This boyfriend had obviously broken up and become a thing of the past. I'm sorry, Sister Xiao Qing. I'm so stupid. You must have broken up. Zhou Jejia quickly added. It's nothing. Xiao Qing smiled and waved her hand. She had no feelings for Song Hang. Whether it was love or hate, there was none. Now, when she mentioned him, he was like a stranger. There was no emotional fluctuation at all. This person is not a good person. He is just a stranger now. Oh, Zhou Jejia nodded carefully. It seemed that Song Hang must be a heartless person. Otherwise, Sister Xiao Qing wouldn't be so indifferent about her previous feelings. Xiao Qing looked at the curious Zhou Jejia, so she told Zhou Jejia about her grievances with Song Hang. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Anyway, Xiao Qing didn't intend to hide anything from Zhou Jejia. These things would be known to her sooner or later. Why is this person so bad? Zhou Jejia listened to what Song Hang did and couldn't help but be resentful. He actually ran away from the marriage because Sister Xiao Qing can't have children. He let you show up at the wedding alone? Forget it. It's just the past. I don't want to mention it again. Xiao Qing shook her head and looked a little relaxed. I've already thought it through. Besides, I am now. Speaking of this, Xiao Qing quickly stopped talking. She knew that she couldn't continue. If she continued, it would be bad. Now what? Zhou Jejia heard that Xiao Qing suddenly stopped talking. She was somewhat inexplicable and asked subconsciously, I'm so busy with work now. How can I have time to care about these things? Xiao Qing smiled. Now that I think about it, I don't have any love for that Song Hang. When we were together, we just stayed in school together and got closer. Then we got married naturally. But now that I think about it, it was really boring. I didn't know what love was. Really? Zhou Jejia had never felt like Xiao Qing. She had been secretly in love with Yang Ming since junior high school until they met again in college. Her love was unforgettable. She only knew that she would only like Yang Ming in this life. But Xiao Qing's so-called feeling of marriage was a matter of course. Zhou Jejia couldn't understand it all, so she could only nod. Do you think it's ridiculous? Only after that is Xiao. Oh, it seems that Sister Xiao Qing, in addition to this Song Hang, have you really loved someone? Zhou Jejia listened to Xiao Qing's words and heard something from her words. This. Xiao Qing realized that she had misspoken and was somewhat overwhelmed. I like him, but he doesn't like me. I don't want to say it. We can't be together anyway. Oh. Zhou Jia saw that sister Xiao Qing didn't want to mention it, so she no longer pressed. That's a pity. Some lovers can't be together. This is a very painful thing. Zhou Jia had personal experience, so she had a deep understanding of this. She knew why Xiao Qing was unwilling to mention this topic. It was because when she couldn't be with Yang Ming, she had the same troubles. So when she saw Xiao Qing's somewhat helpless look, she was very sympathetic to Xiao Qing's experience. Sister Xiao Qing, don't be sad. I think that lovers will always be together, just like me and Yang Ming. I liked him before, but he didn't like me and even hated me. Sister Mingyan also had a conflict with me, but now, didn't I get everything I want? Yeah. Hee, you're a lucky girl. Xiao Qing touched Zhou Jiajia's hair and then smiled. Not everyone is as lucky as you, so you have to cherish the life in front of you. I know. Zhou Jiajia nodded hard. I will cherish it. I know that I've paid a lot of hardships, but there are also coincidences. Otherwise, no matter how much effort I put in, it would be in vain. Let's go eat some breakfast. Xiao Qing saw that the two had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the school cafeteria, so she said with a smile. Okay. Zhou Jiajia nodded. So, Sister Xiao Qing also has to work hard. Happiness is fought for by yourself. It won't fall from the sky. Fought for by myself? Won't fall from the sky. Xiao Qing shook her head. How can I fight for it? My situation is completely different from Zhou Jiajia's. There is no way to fight for anything. I am so old. What is there to fight for? Xiao Qing shook her head with some frustration. Besides, people in the school know about the things that happened in the past. Many people treat it as a joke. The past is the past. Now is the present. Sister Xiao Qing, you can't be single all your life, right? Zhou Jiajia retorted. Besides, Sister Xiao Qing, you're not old at all. You look about the same age as me. At most, you're a sister who is 1 or 2 years older than me. You only know how to lie to me. Do you think that I don't know how old I am? Xiao Qing shook her head with a bitter smile. I can't be with him. There are many reasons. He is younger than me. Besides, he also has a girlfriend. So, we still can't be together. Xiao Qing saw that Zhou Jiajia kept persuading her. Because of her feelings, she couldn't help but reveal a few more words, but she didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid that Zhou Jiajia would be suspicious. Sister Xiao Qing, haven't you heard a saying? Zhou Jiajia took Xiao Qing's hand and shook it. You haven't heard of it. Age isn't a distance. Isn't height a gap? What does age mean? It is very common in foreign countries and economically developed areas to have a relationship with a younger man. You see, many celebrities are in a relationship with a younger man. Besides, so what if you have a girlfriend? You are unmarried. You have the right to fight for it. Even if you can't fight for it, at most, you could be like me. Aren't you very happy? Zhou Jiajia was a little embarrassed when she talked about herself. However, in order to cheer Xiao Qing up, she could only lead the topic to herself and use herself as an example for Xiao Qing. Hee, it is easy for you to say. Now you, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun are getting along very well. If another person joins in, will you be unhappy? Will you reject it? Although Xiao Qing's question was very timely, it represented some of her own inner thoughts. There was some sense of probing in it. Zhou Jia didn't think about this problem, but Xiao Qing suddenly asked. She bowed her head and thought about it carefully. It seems that I won't reject it, right? Originally, it wasn't easy for me to be with Yang Ming. I got Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun's understanding. So, if I put myself in their shoes, I won't have any thoughts of rejection. So, she said, I don't have anything. It's fine as long as Sister Mingyan doesn't have any opinion. Right, Sister Xiao Qing? Why did you suddenly ask about me? Does the person you like also have a lot of women around him? This nothing. I just asked casually. Xiao Qing smiled bitterly, but she tried her best not to let Zhou Jiajia see any clues. So you're lucky. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun are not hostile to you, but the woman around the person I like shouldn't be so generous. So, it's better for me not to get involved. Yeah. Zhou Jiejie sighed after listening to Xiao Qing's words. Sister Meng Yin is really generous. She treats me like a sister. She never finds trouble with me. I am very grateful in my heart. So, our situation is different. Xiao Qing shook her head. Let's put my matter aside first. But I don't think these are the key. The key is, does your person like you? Zhou Jiejie asked. This should be liking, Xiao Qing said embarrassedly. If that's the case, you like him, and he likes you. You have no obstacles. Zhou Jiejie said, do you want to continue like this? I'm already satisfied to be able to meet him occasionally. I don't want to think so much. Xiao Qing sighed. Let's not talk about this. The more we talk about it, the heavier the atmosphere becomes. Let's go eat breakfast. Okay. Seeing that Xiao Qing was really unwilling to continue this topic, Zhou Jiejie had to give up. The two people entered the school cafeteria hand in hand. They ordered 2 portions of plain porridge and fancy pickles and simply ate. The two people had been very busy recently. Their appetites were not very good, so after eating some light food, they returned to the dormitory together. Yang Ming stayed in Sun Jie's apartment in Songjiang at night. Yang Ming had been here once. It was the last time he came with Xiao Qing, but this time it was only him and Sun Jie. Yang Ming originally wanted to call Xiao Qing to come over, but he gave up after thinking about it. It was a bit too ridiculous. Today was his official relationship with Sun Jie. It was their first day together. No matter what, he had to be romantic. How could he ask Xiao Qing to come and mess around? The first time he climbed into Sun Jie's bed, he was not rejected and resisted by Sun Jie. This made Yang Ming's mood a little strange. It seemed that he suddenly felt that something was missing. Do I have some special tendencies? However, the little regret in Yang Ming's heart was quickly drowned by Sun Jie's tenderness. It turned out that Sun Jie's gentleness was also fatal. In the morning, eating the breakfast that Sun Jie personally prepared for him, Yang Ming was a little emotional. Why didn't I realize before that Sun Jie, a strong woman, had such a gentle side? Why are you looking at me like that? What's on my face? Sun Jie saw that Yang Ming was staring at her, and she was somewhat inexplicable. She subconsciously touched her cheeks, but she found that there was nothing. Nothing. It's just that you're now different from the Sun Jie I first knew. Yang Ming withdrew his gaze and began to wipe out the breakfast on the table. He didn't expect Sun Jie's hands to be so skillful. She actually steamed date cakes. The small date cakes were soft and sweet. They were 10,000 times more delicious than those in the hotel. Which one do you like? Sun Jie didn't eat with Yang Ming. She just held her chin on the table and watched Yang Ming eat. I like both. Yang Ming thought about it and chose an answer that didn't offend either side. You used to be the strong woman in disguise. Now you're the real you. Maybe. Sun Jie was satisfied with Yang Ming's answer. However, until now, I can't tell which one is the real me. Do I have a split personality? I don't think so. People are multifaceted. Yang Ming said, the me you see now is easygoing and sunny, but I still have a cold and cruel side. It's just that the person I face is different, so it will be different and change. What you said is right. Sun Jie nodded and agreed. I feel that I have been a bit strange since last night. I have never made breakfast for a man, but after I got up this morning, I felt that everything was so natural and logical. Uncle Sun didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. Yang Ming was a little surprised. Of course not. He has a servant. Why would he need me? Sun Jie smiled. But it's true that I'm a little lazy and unwilling to do it. I don't know why I'm diligent today. Although I've been busy all morning, I'm very happy to see you eat happily. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's words. He knew that this time, Sun Jie really followed him wholeheartedly. There would be no test or distrust. Thinking about it, it was really not easy to conquer this woman. It's delicious. I just don't know if you will be so diligent in the future. Yang Ming praised and picked up a date cake. To be honest, Yang Ming really felt that it was delicious. Okay, as long as you live with me every day, I will make it for you every day. Sun Jie blinked and said like a little fox. Ugh. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stuck. He knew Sun Jie's intention, and he knew that he couldn't live with Sun Jie every day. He was helpless and didn't know how to answer. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Look at how nervous you are. Sun Jie shrugged indifferently. Do you think I'm such a stingy person? Since I decided to be with you, I knew about your things and what kind of person you are. How can I care about this? If I really care about these things, I won't be with you. Seeing that Sun Jie was serious, Yang Ming was also relieved. However, I'm really afraid that I can't help it and come to you every day. Then come. I welcome you with open arms. Sun Jie grinned. But when Chun Mingyan finds trouble with me, then it's not me who is competitive. It's her who provoked me first. Mingyan won't. Yang Ming said until here, and he was a little guilty. If Chun Mingyan really knew about Sun Jie's existence, it was hard to say whether she would find trouble with Sun Jie. However, it was certain that Sun Jie was definitely not a good-tempered person. Compared to Lin Jiyun's softness and Zhou Jiajia's easygoing, Sun Jie was definitely a person who wouldn't be bullied. But these things were all in the future. Who could understand it clearly? Thinking about it now was just worrying about nothing. Thinking about things that didn't happen would only cause trouble. Look at you. You're not sure yourself, right? Sun Jie smiled slyly. So, if Chun Mingyan doesn't find trouble with me, I won't take the initiative to find trouble with her. If she finds trouble with me, then humph, let's see who's the opponent. She's younger than you. You should give in to her. Yang Ming said helplessly. Then why doesn't she respect the old and love the young? Asked Sun Jie. And she respects the old. You love the young. That's enough. Okay, the problem is solved. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Sun Jie realized the mistake in her words. She didn't expect to be caught by Yang Ming. She couldn't help but feel a little depressed. She glared at Yang Ming and said, well, as long as she respects the old, I will love the young. The jujube cake tasted good. Yang Ming couldn't help but eat a few more. He felt a little full. He stood up and moved his body. Where are you going today? Of course, I'm going to school. I haven't been there for a few days. Sun Jie also began to clean up the dishes on the table. Don't forget the car you promised to buy for me. And I'll call now. Yang Ming nodded, then picked up the phone and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang. Bao Sanli was used to Yang Ming calling him from time to time. Although it was a little early and Bao Sanli was eating breakfast, he still quickly picked up the phone. And it's me, Brother Bao. I asked you to order the car for me before. Have you ordered it? Asked Yang Ming. And the red A5 is not available. It has to be ordered from the manufacturer. It hasn't arrived yet, but the two A8s have arrived. One was given to your father, and the other was left at Mingyang Entertainment, said Bao Sanli. Order 2 more BMW X5s for me. Yang Ming nodded. Bao Sanli was still very reliable in doing things. He didn't expect that the A8 had arrived. His father had already driven it, but he didn't know. Okay, what color? Bao Sanli took out his notebook and wrote it down. He planned to go to the company in a while and arrange it. You wait a minute. Let me ask. Yang Ming turned to look at Sun Jie. What color do you want for the X5? It's still red. Sun Jie preferred this color. The R8 was also this color. One red and one blue. Compared to Sun Jie's high profile, Yang Ming still felt that Jing Xiaolu was more low-key. Chapter 1295. After all, Jing Xiaolu's identity and status were not compatible with her car. He was afraid that some people would make irresponsible remarks after seeing it. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to buy her a blue car, the same color as his, so it would not be very eye-catching. Her current identity was just an assistant in Mingyang Entertainment. Although she had a relationship with Yang Ming, others would be jealous if she was promoted too quickly. If rumors were spread, it would not be good for her face. In particular, Jing Xiaolu was still a part-time job, not a full-time job. In this case, if she sat in a high position, it would be more eye-catching. Sun Jie's previous red R8 was already very eye-catching and caused a sensation on campus. But as time passed, everyone was not surprised. Now Sun Jie was a graduate student and had her own company outside the school, so it was not a big deal to change to a red BMW X5 at this time. Okay, I will remember. Bao Sanli responded. You don't have to give me the blue X5. Just give it to Jing Xiaolu directly. Put it under the company's name. Yang Ming thought about it and said, If the car was registered in the company, it could save a part of the tax. It was not that Yang Ming was stingy, but there was no need to take the initiative to give up some rights that taxpayers should enjoy. Okay, I got it. Although Bao Sanli was shocked, his words did not reveal any doubts. Yang Ming bought a car for Jing Xiaolu, and such a high-end car? What does that mean? Previously, Bao Sanli suspected that there was a relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu, but he was not too sure. Until this moment, Bao Sanli did not doubt it. He confirmed the relationship between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. He thought that in the future, he would take care of this girl in the company. How was the company's business? Have you settled all the accounts? Yang Ming did not think so much. He just regarded it as a promise to others, so he must do it. After he finished instructing, he changed the topic. And the accounting is clear. Chu Daming and Lu Chan took a total of 130 million yuan of the company's assets. Bao Sanli said this, and his tone was serious and self-reproachful. Sorry, Brother Yang. President Ho and I did not guard your business well. Forget it. This kind of thing is impossible to guard against. Just be careful in the future. Yang Ming comforted Bao Sanli, but he began to plan in his heart. Should I just let Lu Chan and Chu Daming go? Of course, Yang Ming would not let them go so easily. Although 130 million yuan was really nothing to Yang Ming now, he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening. Yang Ming planned to use Xia Bingbao's power to find these two people. Anyway, Xia Bingbao now asked him to go to Yunnan to catch Elder Yu. It was such a dangerous and terrifying thing. If Yang Ming didn't ask Xia Bingbao for something, it would be a big loss. Who knew if he could come back from that place? Yang Ming had personally experienced the horror of Elder Yu. This guy couldn't be called a human at all. He was simply a monster. What kind of evil skill did he practice to suck people's blood? It felt similar to the Western vampires. After hanging up the phone call with Bao Sanli, Yang Ming was thinking about this matter. It was not that Yang Ming was narrow-minded, but these two people had gone too far. If he did not punish them, it would be too easy for them. Who is Jing Xiaolu? Yang Ming did not turn his back to her when he was on the phone. Sun Jie sat by and listened. When she heard the name of another girl, Sun Jie couldn't help but ask. If it were in the past, Sun Jie would not care about these things. But now, her identity was different, and her thoughts were different. When she heard that Yang Ming wanted to buy a car for another woman while buying a car for her, Sun Jie's heart was naturally uncomfortable. Oh, a classmate. Lin Jiyun's friend. I promised to give her a car before. Yang Ming did not notice Sun Jie's expression. He was now thinking about calling Xia Bingbao in a while. Friend? Just give her a car? You are really generous. Why don't I see you giving everyone a car? Sun Jie's words were a little sour. Yang Ming recovered and heard the jealousy in Sun Jie's words. He was a little embarrassed. She helped me before. It's a thank you. After listening to Yang Ming, Sun Jie no longer asked. After all, if she asked too much, she would be disliked. Sun Jie was not willing to be such a person. Sun Jie simply went to the bathroom to dress up. In fact, she did not need to dress up. She was still beautiful, but girls always like to be more perfect. She fixed her hair, closed her eyelashes, and wore a small pendant around her neck before she went to the bedroom to change clothes. Yang Ming was simple. He washed his face and put on his clothes. He did not care about the hair shape. Anyway, Yang Ming did not rely on his face to make a living. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Sun Jie came out of the living room. She changed into a set of sportswear. Maybe because she was going to school, she did not wear professional attire. However, it was precisely at this time that Sun Jie was the most youthful. Sun Jie in professional attire always made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if she was wearing a disguise. Not bad. It's very beautiful. How did I see you wearing it before? Yang Ming praised. Really? Is it beautiful? Sun Jie was a little surprised. This set of sportswear was given to her by Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying said that it was more suitable for Sun Jie to wear student attire at school, so she gave Sun Jie a set of her sportswear. However, before she could put it on, she was caught by Tian Long. Until now, Sun Jie had worn this set of clothes for the first time. A sister gave it to me. It's not bad, right? It's very good, but it looks familiar. I've seen it somewhere. Yang Ming did not remember where he had seen this set of clothes. There are many students wearing similar styles in school. It is normal for you to be familiar with it. Sun Jie nodded. I also think that it is more youthful. Otherwise, I look like your sister. You don't look like her at all. Yang Ming snorted. If I say that you are my sister, some people will believe it. Don't talk nonsense. You don't have to comfort me like this. My psychological quality is still very good. I have always been very optimistic about the relationship between a younger man and his sibling. Sun Jie was not vague at all. She was straightforward, but Yang Ming really liked her unscrupulous character. Unlike Xiao Qing, who is always overcautious, Sun Jie would not turn back once she set her mind on something. This was a bit similar to Qin Mingyan. Although she was wronged, she did not want to leave. Who is comforting you? I mean, the children of your Sun family are all young. Look at Sun Jiwei. He is in college, but he is still like a junior high school student. Yang Ming said with a laugh. Get lost. He is brainless. How can you compare him to me? Sun Jie was a little annoyed, but what Yang Ming said was true. Sun Jiwei was so old, but he was still a child. He had not grown up until now. Yang Ming laughed twice. Are you done packing? Let's go to school. I've already packed. You're the one who is nagging and talking about me. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. She picked up a seemingly youthful small school bag and carried it on her back. Yang Ming finally knew why women were sometimes unreasonable. He had waited for her for a long time, and she had just finished tidying up. However, he took the opportunity to say a few words to her when she left the room, and it became his fault for wasting her time. However, Yang Ming was not prepared to delve into this problem. It did not make any sense to delve into this problem. Instead, it would delay more time. In the end, he might have to blame the root cause on himself. Yang Ming picked up the car key and went downstairs. When he got in the car, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Sun Jie's Audi R8 did not seem to be back. So he asked, Little Jie, where's your car? Who knows? It was driven away by Tian Long's men. After that, you had a car, so I forgot about it. Sun Jie shrugged. But there will be a new car soon. Let's leave the car in Donghai first. Yang Ming nodded. The space of the R8 was too small. It couldn't seat a few people. Yang Ming was not very willing to let Sun Jie drive that car. The place where Sun Jie lived was not far from the school, but he didn't know when it started. There were more and more private cars in Songjiang. During commuting time, there was already a trend of traffic jams. At this time, it depended on the driver's own ability and background. Therefore, cars that went against the flow appeared one after another, but Yang Ming did not intend to violate the rules. After all, it was a joke with his life. Although Yang Ming had more privileges than these people if he went against the flow, Yang Ming never felt that it was a privilege. Not long after, he saw traffic police stopping cars going against the flow. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Sure enough, these people paid the price to save a little time. When they arrived at the school, Sun Jie got out of the car. Her graduate school was not in the same place as Yang Ming's class. Yang Ming also planned to see Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jian first. After all, he hadn't seen them for a few days. He called Chen Mingyan at the school gate. As a result, he found that the three of them had not woken up yet. They were still at home, but looking at the time, it was only 7 o'clock. The three of them had no class in the first period, so naturally, they could come to school a little later. Hearing Yang Ming's voice, Chen Mingyan was a little excited. After all, Yang Ming had always said that he would come home, but the result was not because of one thing or another. Today, Yang Ming was finally at the door. Chen Mingyan suddenly woke up. Then, I will wait for you at home with Jian. Yang Ming didn't hear Chen Mingyan mention Zhou Jiajia, so he didn't care. He thought that she just forgot. He went to the tutor in the department, Xie Yongqiang. Xie Yongqiang naturally wouldn't say anything about Yang Ming. Xiao Qing had already informed him before. Xie Yongqiang just told Yang Ming that there might be some large-scale activities in the school recently. When the time came, the school would check the number of people, so he had to attend. Otherwise, it wouldn't be justified. Yang Ming nodded. The so-called large-scale activities were nothing more than the two annual activities of the Spring Sports Day and the Art Festival. These were activities that reflected the collective spirit. The school naturally had strict requirements to ensure that everyone was present. If Yang Ming didn't go, Xie Yongqiang would also be reprimanded. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't make it difficult for him. After all, he usually took care of himself. How could Yang Ming add trouble to him at a critical moment? After leaving Xie Yongqiang's place, Yang Ming drove directly back to the Huashang district and parked the car in front of his villa. When he entered the door, he glanced at Wang Xiaoyan's villa and found that there was no movement. He didn't know if Wang Xiaoyan had already gone to school. He wanted to use his X-ray vision to see the contents inside, but he dismissed this idea. Although he had special abilities and Wang Xiaoyan was also his woman, it seemed natural to peek, but everyone had their own privacy. Wang Xiaoyan was no exception, including Yang Ming himself. He didn't want to be monitored by others, so he put himself in their shoes and decided to leave some private space for each girl. He believed in them, so he shouldn't peek. When he opened the door, he saw that Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun had already woken up. At this moment, they were sitting in the dining room, eating breakfast. Yang Ming didn't pay attention, but he didn't see Zhou Jiajia. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Where is Jiajia? Jiajia participated in a research group at school. She hasn't been home for several days. It's rare to see her during the day. Chun Mingyin complained. But Jiajia likes it, so I can't say anything. There's one less person at home, so Jiyun and I are a lot less interesting. Oh, that's the case. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Zhou Jiajia liked to study computer science. She had her own ideals and pursuits. Yang Ming knew, so he nodded. Then don't bother her. Let her be busy. I have time in the evening. I will ask her out for a meal. I won't bother her during the day. That's fine. She seems to be really busy. I called her yesterday. It was already noon, but she was still busy. Chun Mingyin said, I wanted to ask her to have lunch together, but I can only give up. Mingyin, did you miss me? I thought that when I came back, you would give me a hug. Now it seems that you are quite calm. Yang Ming felt that there was a gap between ideals and reality. The male protagonist in the novel didn't go home for a few days. When he returned home, he would be surrounded by beautiful women and enjoy the happiness of multiple wives. However, he was very normal and chatted with them. Chun Mingyin's face was red. She naturally wanted to be intimate with Yang Ming, but because Lin Jiyun was also next to her, Chun Mingyin was the big sister among them. Naturally, she had to set an example. How could she have the nerve to be intimate with Yang Ming first? Lin Jiyun, on the other hand, had a weak temperament. She wasn't good at expressing her emotions. Chun Mingyin sat still, so she naturally wouldn't move. She endured the longing for Yang Ming in her heart, sat there, and drank the porridge. You hug Sister Lin. She misses you. Chun Mingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and then said to Lin Jiyun, Jun, haven't you always been talking about Yang Ming? You even called his name when you were dreaming. Why don't you go over now? Sister Mingyin, don't make fun of me. Lin Jiyun was blushing and didn't know what to say. Yang Ming naturally knew the scruples and awkwardness in their hearts. He didn't force them. He sat on the chair opposite them and watched them eat breakfast. You're tanned. Chun Mingyin looked at Yang Ming. This face that she had been thinking about day and night finally couldn't help but reveal her true feelings. It seems that you've matured a lot. The sun in Africa is too strong. I can't help it. Yang Ming shrugged. You two are getting more and more tender. You don't look proper when you're home. I have class at 10 o'clock. You and Sister Lin can be intimate at home first. Chun Mingyin stood up and went to the soy milk machine to pour herself a cup of soy milk. Then, she sat back and looked at Yang Ming. I have to pack up and go to school. Today, I promised a sister to copy her notes for the previous semester. She has to make up for the exam. Yang Ming naturally didn't know whether Chun Mingyin was telling the truth or not. Was she deliberately creating an opportunity for him and Lin Jiyun to be alone? Or was there really something going on? Sister Mingyin, didn't you say last night that you could sleep until 9 o'clock today? Lin Jiyun whispered. Chun Mingyin glared at Lin Jiyun. I suddenly remembered that I had an appointment with her yesterday. Yang Ming saw it and knew Chen Mingyin's thoughts. Although she was unwilling, she had to pretend to be generous. In fact, it wasn't good to be a big sister. If she fought for attention everywhere, it would obviously make people feel that she had no tolerance. She could only think for others to maintain this position. Do you want to stay? Do you want to stay together? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What do you want? Chen Mingyan snorted. Of course, she knew Yang Ming's dirty thoughts, but she didn't completely reject it. Instead, she gave him something to think about. Let's talk about it at night. At night? Yang Ming was delighted. Could it be that Chen Mingyan agreed to some of my special proposals? Just as he wanted to ask something, Chen Mingyan had already gone upstairs, leaving only a fragrant wind. Only Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were left. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit cold. Lin Jiyun wasn't good at expressing her feelings. When she was with Yang Ming, she was always in a passive state. She didn't take the initiative to ask for anything. She naturally knew in her heart that Chen Mingyan wanted to leave the opportunity to be alone with Yang Ming for her. Her heart was moved. She looked at Yang Ming, but she didn't know what to say. Chen Mingyan hadn't left yet. How could she throw herself on Yang Ming now? Look at you. You seem to have lost weight. Did you not eat well? Yang Ming reached out and touched Lin Jiyun's face. Lin Jiyun's face was just slightly red, but she didn't avoid it. Lin Jiyun shook her head. No, I still feel that I have gained weight. It seems that I have a small belly. 2 days ago, I told Sister Mingyan that we want to buy a Wii and do some exercise. Yang Ming was stunned, and then he remembered that this was a game console with a sense of motion. In the past, Zhang Bin often said that this kid was a fan of games. It seemed that he bought one during the summer vacation in high school. Yeah, there's a fit board that works with the Wii. You can also do yoga with it. Lin Jiyun was obviously interested in this kind of game. Then let's buy one. Yang Ming didn't know what a fit board was, but since they felt that it could be used for fitness, then it was fine. I will ask someone to buy it and send it over. No need. Sister Mingyan, and I want to buy it on Saturday and go shopping at the mall. Lin Jiyun waved her hand. We can also try on the spot. Chapter 1296. Okay, I will go with you when I am free. Yang Ming said after listening. Who wants you to go with us? We are sister shopping. Isn't it inconvenient for you to follow us? Chen Mingyan had already changed her clothes. She was walking down the stairs with a small bag. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she added, Besides, I am used to it. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, but he remembered that he was not at home during this time. Chen Mingyan couldn't see him, so she would definitely be resentful. During this time, she was shopping with Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia. He wasn't by her side. She said that she was used to it to annoy him. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't blame her. Instead, he was a little embarrassed. What he did was said to be a serious matter, but in fact, it couldn't be considered a serious matter. It was true that he helped Chen Mingyan vent her anger. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally felt sorry for Chen Mingyan. Sister Mingyan, seeing that Yang Ming was embarrassed and didn't speak, Lin Jiyun couldn't bear it. She carefully looked at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan knew that Lin Jiyun wanted to plead. She secretly thought that Sister Lin was really a little traitor. I was so good to her, but she couldn't stand firm. However, who could say for sure? If others stood in the position of being hostile to Yang Ming, she would probably make a choice without hesitation, right? This was just human nature and instinct, so Chen Mingyan wouldn't resent anything. Instead, she listened to Lin Jiyun's pleading. So she said, but we still lack a driver. If you think you are still competent, I will reluctantly use you. After Chen Mingyan said this, she couldn't help but laugh. Her smooth white fingers covered her plump red lips. She laughed like a flower. She felt that she was somewhat insincere. She obviously wanted to ask Yang Ming to accompany them, but she was still stubborn. She was like a cooked duck. However, sometimes girls had to be stubborn in order to adhere to certain principles. Well, I guess this unlucky driver will not only not get paid, but also lose a lot of money. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, so he didn't tease her. I'll ask Sister Lin to compensate you later. Just treat it as an advance payment. Chen Mingyan smiled sweetly. She grabbed Lin Jiyun's shoulder and pushed her in front of Yang Ming. Well, I will be a free driver for Jiyun, but what about your share? Yang Ming accepted the proposal with a smile. He didn't care about Lin Jiyun, who was blushing like a cooked lobster. He pulled her to his side and turned to look at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan didn't expect Yang Ming to be so shameless. She was a little embarrassed. She glared at him and didn't look back. She walked to the door, but after putting on her shoes, she told Yang Ming, "Let's talk at night." Then she went out. This time, there were really only Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun left. Yang Ming was fine. Lin Jiyun was still shy because she was teased by Chen Mingyan. She was pulled by Yang Ming. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to think. During this time, he hadn't seen Lin Jiyun for a long time. He thought that they were not used to each other. Although she missed him, she didn't know how to vent when they really met. But fortunately, Yang Ming knew that Lin Jiyun had always been so reserved. He didn't care what she thought. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. Sometimes body language was more effective than thousands of words. When you don't know what to say, then do something. When the two were sweating and hugging each other intimately, the topic naturally became more. From the school sports day to the art festival, they were all recent things that happened around them. Lin Jiyun didn't think that she had any talent, but the student union naturally paid more attention to her, the campus belle on the list. They forced her to perform a show. Lin Jiyun wasn't good at rejecting others, so she agreed after some hesitation. As for what to perform, Lin Jiyun didn't think about it. Yang Ming knew that this was the usual method used by the student union when it came to the popularity of the art festival. There was no other reason. Lin Jiyun was on a new campus belle list. Since the beginning of the semester, someone posted it on the school's BBS. Although it was only elected by the people, it represented the public opinion more than the school's official election. This was the result of the student vote, and it naturally reflected the students' hearts. Therefore, the school's student union put the idea on these campus celebrities. This year's student union president, Su Qinxing, was a smart person. His family background was good. His father was the boss of Songjiang Mining, and his mother was a cadre of the Communist Youth League Committee. He was the child of a standard cadre family. When he was a freshman, he was elected as the vice president of the student union. He was finally promoted in the second semester of his sophomore year. Because the former student union president had to go for an internship in the second semester of his senior year, the position was vacant. Su Qinxing smoothly replaced it. This semester was the first semester of Su Qinxing's new position. He naturally had to make the school's art festival and school sports day that the student union was responsible for. He must make the school leaders look at him as the student union president. Su Qinxing was not a pedantic person. On the contrary, he was very trendy. He usually paid attention to the school's BBS. He was not like some student union presidents who only knew how to please the school leaders. They studied hard all day long and made some things that praised the school leaders. Su Qinxing paid attention to democratic prestige, which was also related to his family background. Therefore, Su Qinxing's art festival this time directly cut off the rigid and meaningless conservative and old-fashioned poetry recitation programs in the past. He specially opened a section on the school's BBS to discuss the content planning of the art festival. He gave the initiative to the school students and let them solicit opinions. Then, according to the support rate of each opinion, he picked out the most supported and the most opposed, and let everyone revote according to these. Therefore, the art festival had not yet opened, but the discussion about the art festival in the school had reached an unprecedented climax. It was much more enthusiastic than the previous years. Many people were full of expectations for this art festival. According to the students' opinions, the school's recognized campus belles must be on stage. Art was something worthy of appreciation and beauty. Then, were the campus belles not worthy of appreciation and beauty? Therefore, the idea of most perverted boys was that they couldn't find the campus belles to be their girlfriends, but they could at least feast their eyes, right? As a result, the call for the school's campus belles to participate in the art festival became more and more enthusiastic. Su Qinxing had no choice but to agree to this and report it to the school. However, unexpectedly, the school leaders actually agreed to this suggestion after discussing it. This made Su Qinxing very surprised. He didn't expect the school's leaders to be so open-minded. This also gave him more confidence to go all out. Since the school's leaders were not old-fashioned people, then this art festival might be unprecedented in history. In this way, his name will be noticed by many people. Whether he worked in the future or continued to study at the school, it would be of great benefit to him. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing had to persuade the campus belles selected on the school's forum to participate in the art festival. After all, the art festival was voluntary to sign up for. It was not mandatory that everyone had to perform. He was not related to those beautiful women. So, Su Qianxing couldn't ask for anything. Therefore, after suffering a lot of supercilious looks, he finally got Lin Jiyun. Su Qianxing had a deep impression of Lin Jiyun, a girl with a gentle mood. Unlike others who rejected people thousands of miles away, Su Qianxing had found a few girls on the campus belles list before. He was either mercilessly rejected, or they didn't want to see him at all. In particular, there was a girl who was rumored to be kept by a big boss outside the school. She didn't care about Su Qianxing at all. In her eyes, the student union president, was nothing at all. Therefore, with the previous comparison, Su Qianxing's impression of Lin Jiyun was unprecedentedly good. It could be said that it was super good. Su Qianxing had always had high standards. He didn't have a girlfriend in university because he was more outstanding, so he was more picky in choosing a partner. Su Qianxing only looked at the campus belles with a kind of appreciation because he was very clear that the girls now were too realistic. Just like the girl who was kept as a mistress, no matter how outstanding she was just a student. She couldn't enter the eyes of others that were full of desire. Although Su Qianxing's family conditions were not bad, and his father was the boss of a state-owned enterprise, he was considered to be working for others, but he earned quite a lot. However, Su Qianxing didn't want to show off these things because he felt that it was meaningless to pursue a girl like this. Therefore, he didn't intend to have a girlfriend in university. He would wait until he met a suitable one after work. However, all of this was broken at the moment when he met Lin Jiyun. Su Qianxing didn't expect that there was such a simple and lovely girl in real life. She would blush when talking to strangers. She was kind and not good at rejecting others. After a few words of persuasion, she reluctantly agreed. Unlike other beautiful girls, each of them cultivated to perfection. They didn't give him any chance at all. When they met, they blocked his words. For example, Zhou Jieji of the computer science department, the only beauty in the computer science department. When he looked for her, she directly told him that she was busy with research and had no time. It made Su Qianxing embarrassed to talk about the next art festival. Of course, Zhou Jieji was really busy. She didn't deliberately target Su Qianxing. However, in Su Qianxing's view, Zhou Jieji deliberately avoided these. Therefore, compared to Lin Jiyun, Su Qianxing felt that this girl was simply too good. She was not arrogant and did not reject people thousands of miles away. This made Su Qianxing's eyes light up. Such a beautiful girl, but she was not contaminated with any social habits. This was very rare and valuable. Especially when Lin Jiyun blushed when she talked, it made Su Qianxing feel even more moved. This made Su Qianxing's previous decision change a little. If he could find Lin Jiyun to be his girlfriend, it would also be a good thing. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing secretly made up his mind. However, Jing Xiaolu of the art department also agreed to Su Qianxing's suggestion. She was quite straightforward, but she was very smart at first glance. Su Qianxing estimated that he might not be as smart as her. If he pursued her, he could take a detour. Therefore, Su Qianxing increasingly felt that Lin Jiyun was good. He decided to take advantage of this art festival to see if he could get closer to her. In addition to these beautiful campus belles, there was also a stronger voice, which was Yang Ming. In the first semester of Yang Ming's freshman year, the scene of the god of gamblers appearing could be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. The situation of beating Li Jiaxing and Lu Zhaojun made the students crazy. If these beautiful campus belles were the most popular among the boys, then the most popular person among the girls was Yang Ming. This person was also a character who must appear in the art festival. However, Yang Ming was elusive. Su Qianxing searched for several days. but he did not see Yang Ming's figure. He searched the dormitory and the class. In the end, he had no choice but to find Yang Ming's tutor, Xie Yongqiang. After asking, he found out that Yang Ming had taken a leave of absence. Su Qinxing had no choice but to tell Xie Yongqiang about the art festival. After Xie Yongqiang listened, he promised him that he would call him after seeing Yang Ming. Su Qinxing could only wait. In the past few days, he was almost exhausted because of the art festival. Until now, he had only planned for half of it. Therefore, there was the scene of Xie Yongqiang telling Yang Ming to actively participate in school activities. Xie Yongqiang just reminded Yang Ming first. As for whether he could participate in the art festival, Xie Yongqiang could not interfere. It was up to Su Qinxing himself. So, he told the news of Yang Ming's return to Su Qinxing. Lin Jiyun was relatively simple. Naturally, she would not think that Su Qinxing had any other purpose. She treated this matter as a very ordinary thing and told Yang Ming about it. After Yang Ming heard it, he was a little amused. People didn't agree. Why did you agree? Why didn't Jejia and Mingyan participate? How would I know that they refused? I thought that everyone had to participate in the art festival, so I didn't think much about it. Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. I haven't thought about what to perform. It doesn't matter what you perform. If you stand there, you will attract other people's attention. Yang Ming smiled. He sent Lin Jiyun to school first. Lin Jiyun had class at 10 o'clock. Yang Ming didn't know if he had classes. He didn't come to school this semester, so he naturally didn't know the timetable. First, he called Zhang Bin and wanted to ask what the class was. He didn't expect this kid to actually play truant and hang out with Wang Mei. Yang Ming hung up the phone helplessly and called Zhang Bin. I don't know if this kid came back to class today. Needless to say, this kid was more reliable than Zhang Bin. He was actually in class with Wang Shui. Yang Ming quickly asked the class and trotted into the teaching building. He found the location of the classroom and slipped in from the back door. The computer science teachers knew Yang Ming and knew that he was the younger brother of the dean. When they saw him slip in from the back door, they didn't say much. After a glance, they continued to lecture. Jejia wasn't in the classroom. She must have gone to participate in a research group, right? Yang Ming sat next to Tian Donghua. This kid was reading a book with full concentration. When Yang Ming sat down, he moved his gaze away from the book. When he saw Yang Ming, he grinned. "Boss, you're here. And what are you reading, kid?" Yang Ming closed the book in front of Tian Donghua and glanced at the cover. It was actually a marketing management book written by Philip Kotler. This made Yang Ming widen his eyes. This kid is actually reading this kind of book? Although Yang Ming didn't study economics, he knew that this person was a famous expert in the field of economics. His books were used as designated teaching materials for many MBA courses. What do you think of this? Yang Ming asked in surprise. In the future, you asked me to be in charge of such a big company. If I don't learn now, what should I do in the future? Tian Donghua sighed. There is no other way. If I don't learn now, it will be too late. I really didn't expect that you, kid, would have a day to improve yourself. It seems that this matter has also brought some benefits. Yang Ming smiled and patted Tian Donghua's shoulder. Work hard. Don't let me down. Don't worry, bro. I won't. Tian Donghua nodded firmly. I can't be like my dad. In this life, I am your man. In death, I am your ghost. Yang Ming felt a chill. He couldn't help but kick Tian Donghua. Don't say it's so disgusting. You should say this to Wang Shui. Don't say it to me. Tian Donghua chuckled and lowered his head to continue reading. This class was about the basics of computer hardware. Yang Ming now had some understanding of computers, so it didn't take much effort. It was just that the knowledge in the textbook was too old. It couldn't be helped. If the textbook was not changed, the lecturer still had to explain it according to the above. Yang Ming listened to the class while thinking about what to do at noon. He suddenly thought of Xiao Qing. He had told her on the phone that he was going to see her. As a result, Sun Jie's incident happened, so he didn't go over. Then, at noon, should I go and see Xiao Qing? Thinking of the possible romance, Yang Ming was delighted. The behind-the-scenes boss frowned and waited for the news from the Mount Jing police station. However, after the Mount Jing police station took away the videotape, there was no more movement. He didn't hear any news of Yang Ming being arrested. What's the matter? Is there a problem with the videotape? The behind-the-scenes boss looked at Huang Yukai, who was also at a loss. I don't know. Huang Yukai shook his head. The people I know in the Mount Jing police are too low-ranking. I can't find out anything useful. They don't even know how the case has progressed. Is the Mount Jing police so smart that they could see that the videotape was forged? Asked the behind-the-scenes boss. It's impossible, right? Even if it was edited, they should have brought Yang Ming back for investigation. After all, Yang Ming was at the scene of the crime. Yang Ming is still very suspicious. Huang Yukai said, I feel like something is wrong. The behind-the-scenes boss nodded. No matter how this matter progresses, don't worry about it anymore. I also feel that things are a bit strange. If Yang Ming is safe and sound this time, and the Mount Jing police didn't find him for any trouble, then he must have a relationship or something more important that we don't know about. Chapter 1297. Oh, you mean Yang Ming has a relationship with the police? Asked Huang Yukai. This is hard to say, but I suddenly remembered one thing. The behind-the-scenes boss said, in the beginning, one of my collaborators was forced to flee from Songjiang because of the cooperation between Yang Ming and the Songjiang police. You mean Yang Ming may be a member of the police? This is impossible, right? Huang Yukai was a little surprised when he heard the behind-the-scenes boss. He is just a college student. There are too many impossible things. Yang Ming is a college student on the surface, but his identity behind him, at least I know that there is another one. The behind-the-scenes boss sneered. This matter needs to be carefully investigated. If it is not handled properly, it will implicate us. Huang Yukai looked at the behind-the-scenes boss and frowned. He didn't think about what relationship Yang Ming had with the police. He had always regarded Yang Ming as a college student and didn't consider other factors. However, now that he listened to the behind-the-scenes boss, Huang Yukai fell into contemplation. He didn't know what the other identity was that the behind-the-scenes boss was referring to. Since the behind-the-scenes boss didn't say it, Huang Yukai wouldn't ask. The two people were just in a cooperative relationship. He wasn't the behind-the-scenes boss confidant. Some things could be said, but some things couldn't be said. Huang Yukai wasn't a curious person. Since the behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to say it, then he wouldn't ask. However, the behind-the-scenes boss words did inspire him. That was, Yang Ming might have other identities. He could actually participate in the case with the police, so he should be an honorary police officer at worst. In this way, it was reasonable that Mount Jing didn't take any measures against him. It was just that Huang Yukai was somewhat unwilling. Every time his plan seemed perfect and invulnerable, but in the end, it became worthless because of a small mistake. If this continued, his status and right to speak in front of the behind-the-scenes boss would weaken. This was not what Huang Yukai wanted to see. The behind-the-scenes boss arranged for Alice to be Yang Ming's classmate. He didn't expect Huang Youtsai's plan to succeed this time. To be honest, there was hope, but he couldn't have too much hope. From his long confrontation with Yang Ming, he could figure out a principle. Yang Ming, this brat, would always do something unexpected to disrupt his plans. For example, when he wanted to kill Wang Xiaoyan, this brat just had to appear, and more than once. The first time, he happened to appear in Macau. The second time, he actually lost one of his generals in Wang Xiaoyan's villa, which made the behind-the-scenes boss feel heartbroken. The theft of a treasure was supposed to be a huge setback for Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that his most proud disciple would be captured. He exchanged for the person, but in exchange for a corpse. The behind-the-scenes boss was so angry that he wanted to curse, although he didn't know who his mother was. However, the behind-the-scenes boss did not care. In the past, when he dealt with Yang Ming, it was purely for his own selfish use of power. The boss behind the scenes, Dr. Benjamin, didn't know about these things. But now, the behind-the-scenes boss didn't care whether Dr. Benjamin knew about this matter, because the reason was very simple. The relationship between Yang Ming and Suya was special, and Suya was the person the behind-the-scenes boss wanted to monitor and investigate. To prove whether the current celebrity Suya was the little girl in the past, this breakthrough could also be made on Yang Ming. Although it was more difficult than directly investigating Yang Ming, the behind-the-scenes boss could use his power to avenge his personal grudge. He reported to Dr. Benjamin that Yang Ming was also one of the important figures in the past. The behind-the-scenes boss wasn't the only one who worked for Dr. Benjamin, so Dr. Benjamin didn't care whether the behind-the-scenes boss used the relationship between Yang Ming and Suya. He only had one purpose, and that was to find Sun Sikong, who had close contact with Suya. As long as he found Sun Sikong, Dr. Benjamin didn't care about other things. "Excuse me, is Yang Ming here?" At noon, Yang Ming came out of the classroom and was stopped by a boy who looked a little handsome and sunny. Compared with Yang Ming's fortitude, this person was too soft, but he would definitely get a lot of votes if he participated in a program like Super Male Voice. "Yang Ming, this person is looking for you." Tian Donghua waved to Yang Ming and guided the person over. "I am. Are you looking for me?" Yang Ming didn't know who this soft guy was, and he didn't remember knowing such a person at school. "Yang Ming, I finally found you." When the boy saw Yang Ming, he was obviously very happy. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Qinxing. I am the acting president of the school's student union." Because the annual student union election was at the beginning of the first semester, which was about September every year. Although Su Qinxing took the position of the previous student union president, he had not yet gone through a new round of voting, so he could only be said to be the acting president. Yang Ming had just heard the name Su Qinxing from Lin Jiyun this morning, and he couldn't help but look at the boy a few more times. His appearance was obviously the kind that was more popular with obedient girls, but girls in university were more realistic. They had left the stage of high school, where they had illusions of Prince Charming. Therefore, Su Qinxing's advantage was useless in university. "Hello, President Su." Yang Ming didn't know why this guy was looking for him, but he spoke very politely. Obviously, he wasn't looking for trouble. Yang Ming couldn't reject people thousands of miles away. "Student Yang Ming, are you free? Let's have lunch together?" In the school cafeteria. Su Qinxing was a person with strong communication skills. He naturally said such a sentence to Yang Ming. This invitation did not seem to be abrupt. "Oh." Yang Ming was a little surprised why Su Qinxing looked for him for lunch, but Yang Ming was also going to the cafeteria to eat, so he nodded and agreed. "Okay, then let's go together." Su Qinxing thought that Yang Ming would ask him why he was looking for him on the road. In this way, he could logically say his purpose and then take the opportunity to invite Yang Ming to have a meal to finalize the matter. However, now it seemed that this Yang Ming was very calm. If he didn't speak, Yang Ming wouldn't speak either. However, the more Yang Ming didn't speak, the more Su Qinxing couldn't speak. If he spoke on a road and was rejected by Yang Ming, then it would be a bit troublesome. It was better to invite Yang Ming to have a meal first. Everything could be discussed at the dinner table. Now, whether asking for help or asking for help, it was important to invite someone to talk at the dinner table. Although they were still on campus, the university was not far away from society. Su Qinxing naturally knew this. The cafeteria that Su Qinxing took Yang Ming to was not the kind of cafeteria in the lobby, but the school's third cafeteria. In fact, it was a small restaurant with independent private rooms. Students would hold banquets here for birthdays or celebrations. The business was very good at night, but there were relatively fewer people at noon. Most students had classes in the afternoon. They couldn't eat and drink here to their heart's content. They couldn't go to class drunk, right? Su Qinxing was quite familiar with this place. As the leader of the student union, he had a very harmonious relationship with the owner of the third cafeteria. Many of the student union's activities used this place as a fixed restaurant. Although there were only 2 people, Su Qinxing smoothly asked for a private room. He took Yang Ming in and ordered some delicious dishes that students like to eat. Su Qinxing signaled the waiter to go out. "Student Yang Ming, maybe you were surprised why I'm looking for you, right?" Su Qinxing decided to get to the point. This Yang Ming was really not simple. If it were another student, he would have already asked. In fact, Yang Ming was also wondering in his heart, "I don't know why this kid is looking for me. Is it because Chun Mingyin and Zhou Jiejie refused to participate in the performance of the art festival?" Does this guy want me to be a lobbyist? However, how does this kid know about my relationship with Chun Ming-yin and Zhou Jiejia? Even if he knows, this possibility is relatively small. However, Yang Ming still asked, is it because of the art festival? It seems that student Yang has a plan in his heart. Su Qinxing thought, Yang Ming has already guessed my purpose. No wonder he is so calm. What do I have in my heart? Yang Ming didn't expect that his random words would hit the nail on the head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you tell me? Su Qinxing nodded. He thought that Yang Ming was asking the obvious. So he said, I believe that student Yang must have seen the survey about the art festival on the school BBS, right? Yang Ming didn't want to lie to him. He shook his head and said inexplicably, no, you should tell me in detail. No. This time, it was Su Qinxing's turn to be stunned. Really? Just now, he knew that I was looking for him about the art festival. Why'd he deny it? I just came back from another place. It's the first day of school. How can I look at the school's BBS? Yang Ming spread his hands. He felt that this Su Qinxing was a bit weird. Yang Ming was getting more and more clueless. Why did this guy look for me? Aya, look at my brain. Su Qinxing patted his forehead and smiled. Yeah, I looked for you before. Your tutor said that you were not at school because you asked for leave. The campus's BBS belonged to the school's intranet. It could only be accessed through the school's internal network. The external network could not be accessed. Of course, a hacker master like Zhou Jiejia accessing it through a proxy was an exception. However, Su Qinxing did not think that Yang Ming would access the campus's BBS through a proxy. You looked for me before? Yang Ming glanced at Su Qinxing and asked, yeah, I was looking for you before. Su Qinxing saw that Yang Ming really didn't know. So he no longer talked nonsense and introduced the situation to Yang Ming. Our school's art festival is about to start. It's just that this art festival is different from the previous ones. This art festival is entirely held by our students. We use a democratic voting method to determine the content of the art festival party. I know this. I heard it from my classmates. Yang Ming nodded, indicating that Su Qinxing could skip this and talk about business. Su Qinxing was afraid of being rejected these days, so he had to face it carefully. If it weren't for the previous school bells waiting for Su Qinxing to reject him, he couldn't invite Yang Ming to eat first and then make a request. Su Qinxing really wanted the art festival party. He planned to become popular, so he did not hesitate to work hard. The student union also had funds for activities, so a meal wasn't a big deal. This is the case. This time, the students' voices are the strongest. There must be a program. One is to let the school bells perform a program. Of course, this is the idea of the male students. As for the female students, they want you to go on stage and perform a program, said Su Qinxing. Me? Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and pointed at himself with his finger. Is there a mistake? What program can I perform? This is everyone's idea. Su Qinxing looked at Yang Ming's appearance. It seemed that Yang Ming was going to reject him, so he was a little anxious. Don't rush to reject. Listen to me. How come I never know what performance talent I have? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Well, you say it. I'm listening. Last semester, didn't you have a contest with the vice president of the campus taekwondo club? At that time, you appeared like the god of gamblers, Gao Jing. You quickly defeated your opponent with a superb boxing technique. Your humorous words are still being talked about by the majority of students. Su Qinxing completely followed the original words on the school forum. So, everyone decided to let you perform again. This is a bit difficult, right? As far as I know, Lu Xiaojun has been arrested and sent to prison. Can Li Jiaxing let me beat him again? Even if I wanna, I also need his cooperation, right? Yang Ming spread his hands with some difficulty. Puff! Su Qinxing was drinking tea. He almost spat out after listening to Yang Ming's words. Student Yang, you misunderstood. I don't mean that. I mean, let you perform a program. Any program is fine. This is also what everyone wants. It's not that you're going to beat up that Li Jiaxing. Oh, perform a program? You should have said so earlier. Yang Ming smiled. You just asked me to perform again. I thought you wanted me to beat him up. It's just a performance. Su Qinxing said, you can perform martial arts. This is also what everyone wants. Martial arts? Yang Ming thought, these people really think too highly of me. At this time, it is reasonable for me to know some martial arts. When I just entered school last year, what martial arts did I know? Fighting with Li Jiaxing and Lu Zhaojun was completely opportunistic. He caught them off guard and won the battle. If you want to perform martial arts, why don't you find those people from the martial arts club to perform? Do you think I can do it? Student Yang, this martial art is just a gimmick. Your performance in last year's competition was really too eye-catching. What everyone wants to see is your eye-catching style. It has nothing to do with whether or not you actually know martial arts. Su Qinxing listened to Yang Ming and understood that Yang Ming might not know any martial arts. Last year's competition was completely won by luck. Then, I can perform anything? Yang Ming looked up and asked Su Qinxing. It's like this. Su Qinxing nodded. Anyway, the student's call was for Yang Ming to perform. As for what he would do on the stage, it didn't matter. Su Qinxing had also completed a task. Well, I will think about it and give you an answer. Yang Ming thought about it. Can I cooperate with others to perform? Of course, this is not a problem. Su Qinxing thought that Yang Ming was looking for an assistant or helper, so he didn't mind. Since Yang Ming promised to participate in the art festival, it was over. Then, let me think about it. Yang Ming was thinking about Lin Jiyun's problem. This little girl had a small face and was easily shy. She had never been on the stage before. Yang Ming wondered if he should act in a program with her to give her courage or something. Therefore, Yang Ming temporarily agreed to Su Qinxing's proposal. He was going to go back and talk to Lin Jiyun about it. If Lin Jiyun was not willing to go on stage, then Yang Ming did not have the need to perform on stage. Although this was a group activity, he had been very busy recently. How could he have time to rehearse? After all, it was something that the whole school was watching. He couldn't just go on stage and act, right? It was better not to go on stage. Okay, I have to think about this, but it will definitely not delay student Yang's study. When Su Qinxing heard that Yang Ming did not directly refuse, he was quite happy in his heart. After all, others directly refused. Yang Ming did not refuse, which meant that there was a way to do it. When the dishes were served, Yang Ming was not polite with him. Seeing that Su Qinxing was familiar with the restaurant owner, he knew that Su Qinxing would not pay for the meal himself. It was probably the student union's activity fund, so it would be a waste not to eat. Su Qinxing naturally did not know Yang Ming's thoughts. He thought that Yang Ming would be done after he ate this meal. However, there were many people who ate without doing anything. Yang Ming was not one of them. After eating and drinking, Yang Ming said goodbye to Su Qinxing and went straight to the computer science faculty building. Xiaoqing should be taking a lunch break. Most of the people in the faculty building knew Yang Ming. They knew that he was the younger brother of the department head, so no one would stop him. Yang Ming also went all the way to the door of Xiaoqing's office. He knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Yang Ming wanted to use his special ability to see what was going on inside, but someone patted him on the back. Are you looking for Director Xiao? Yang Ming turned his head and found that it was actually Teacher Wang who taught him the basics of computer science. Teacher Wang? Yeah, I'm looking for Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming nodded. Director Xiao is in the research center upstairs. There's her office there. She has been working there for the past few days, said Teacher Wang. Oh, I know. Thank you. When Yang Ming heard Teacher Wang, he knew because Yang Ming had also been to Xiaoqing's dormitory upstairs a while ago. Something's happened there. Yang Ming naturally remembered. Chapter 1298. You're welcome. Teacher Wang waved his hand. He was called by Xiaoqing to talk last time. If it weren't for Yang Ming, Xiaoqing wouldn't take care of him and give him one of the outstanding teachers at the end of the term. Therefore, he was very grateful to Yang Ming. Yang Ming thanked him and turned to go upstairs. The computer room and laboratory of the Computer Control Center were upstairs. It was an important research area. When Yang Ming came last time, Xiaoqing brought him in. However, Xiaoqing gave him an IC card, so he could enter directly. Yang Ming wanted to give Xiaoqing a surprise, so he didn't call Xiaoqing in advance. Now was lunch break. Xiaoqing was probably resting in the dormitory. Yang Ming wanted to tiptoe in and hug her. The computer room and laboratory weren't full of computer science teachers. There were many students, but they didn't ask Yang Ming much. After all, Yang Ming had the IC card here and could enter normally. Who would care about this? Yang Ming found the door of Xiao Qing's dormitory. He pushed the door and found that the door was locked. He didn't need to knock on the door. He directly took out the key and easily opened the door lock. There was no IC card on this floor. He couldn't even enter the corridor door. So Xiao Qing's dormitory door was just an ordinary iron door. It wasn't a special anti-theft door. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't need to spend much effort to open the door, and it didn't attract the attention of others. Xiao Qing lived in a dormitory like a hotel. The outer room was a bathroom, and the inner room was a bedroom. Yang Ming closed the door and walked to the inner room. The inner room wasn't locked. Yang Ming gently pushed, and the door opened. Yang Ming saw Xiao Qing lying on the bed at a glance. It seemed that Xiao Qing was asleep. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. Yang Ming came in, but he didn't wake her up. Xiao Qing explained problems to Zhou Jia last night until dawn. She didn't have time to rest in the morning, so she took a nap at noon. Zhou Jia originally wanted to sleep, but she was helpless. When she was eating lunch at noon, she accidentally stained her sleeve. Zhou Jia was a girl who loved cleanliness, so she let Xiao Qing sleep for a while. She went to the bathroom outside to wash her clothes. Yang Ming came in very quietly. Zhou Jia was in the bathroom. She didn't notice that someone came into the room. Yang Ming walked to Xiao Qing's bed. He looked at Xiao Qing, who was sleeping. He couldn't bear to disturb her. It seemed that Xiao Qing was tired. Yang Ming knew that Xiao Qing wasn't a sleepy person. Now that she was sleeping at noon, she must have been too busy with work. Thinking of this, Yang Ming gently took off his shoes, got on the bed, and lay beside Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing's bed was a single bed, but it was also very spacious. It was wider than an ordinary single bed in the dormitory, but narrower than a normal double bed. It was in between the two, so when Yang Ming lay on it, it didn't seem crowded at all. Besides, both of them weren't fat. When they lay together, there was still space on the bed. Yang Ming didn't dare to disturb Xiao Qing's rest. He stretched out his arm from behind Xiao Qing and hugged her in his arms. Xiao Qing was thinking about the work in the afternoon. Naturally, she couldn't sleep well. She felt that her body seemed to be hugged by someone. Xiao Qing was shocked. She turned her head and opened her eyes, but she saw Yang Ming. Xiao Qing had some doubts. Why is Yang Ming here? Didn't he go to another place for business? Besides, Zhou Jia and I live together. How can Yang Ming hug me without any scruples? Thinking of this, Xiao Qing was a little dizzy. Am I dreaming? Yes, it must be. I must be dreaming. As the saying goes, what you think in the day, you dream at night. In the morning, she just talked about Yang Ming with Zhou Jia, and it also aroused Xiao Qing's longing and concern for Yang Ming. Although she couldn't express it in front of Zhou Jia, she quickly placed it in the dream. However, even if it was a dream, it was still good. Xiao Qing's heart was relieved. Her eyelids closed slightly, and she was in a half-awake state. She felt Yang Ming's body temperature and breathing, but she continued to dream. Xiao Qing turned over and became face-to-face with Yang Ming. Her plump red lips were slightly raised, which was very attractive. Although Yang Ming was afraid to disturb Xiao Qing's rest, he still couldn't help it. He kissed her lips, but he didn't dare to continue to do anything. He was afraid to wake Xiao Qing up. Xiao Qing's lips were sealed by Yang Ming. Her eyes opened slightly. She glanced at this side and closed again. However, she began to kiss with Yang Ming. She completely regarded herself as sleeping. Her brain was also in a dormant state, so she didn't think too much. Instead, she vented all her longing for Yang Ming in this dream. She also responded enthusiastically to Yang Ming's kiss. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to do something else. Instead, Xiao Qing could still kiss him while sleeping, which made Yang Ming feel very interesting. Xiao Qing wouldn't be dreaming of kissing me, right? Thinking about it, it must be like this. Connecting dream and reality together is a very interesting thing. Zhou Jia finished washing the clothes and hung them on the hanger in the bathroom. Then, she washed her face, pushed the door, and walked out of the bathroom. She planned to sleep for a while. There was still more than an hour before the afternoon work time. It was enough to sleep. Pushing open the door of the inner room, Zhou Jie subconsciously glanced at Xiaoqing. She wanted to see if she was asleep, but she saw a scene that made her very surprised. Zhou Jie quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She almost screamed because the scene in front of her was too incredible for her. Yang Ming and Sister Xiaoqing were actually hugging each other, and the two were actually kissing. Zhou Jie subconsciously thought that she was sleepy. She had been lacking sleep for the past few days. Although she relied on her interest in computers to support herself, the physical fatigue was inevitable. Therefore, the reason why Zhou Jie covered her mouth was because she felt that she was hallucinating. In her opinion, this was completely impossible. Time, place, person, none of the conditions could be associated with the matter in front of her. Yang Ming should be working outside now, right? This was the teaching building of the school's computer science department, and it was also a laboratory. How could Yang Ming appear here? And the person, it was even more wrong. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were god siblings. No matter how close they were, it was impossible for them to hug and kiss each other, right? This was simply impossible. Zhou Jie rubbed her eyes. She felt that she might have missed Yang Ming so much that her eyes were blurred, so she saw such a messy scene. When she opened her eyes again, Zhou Jie was completely dumbfounded. Yes, the person on the bed was indeed Yang Ming, and the other person was indeed the sister, Xiaoqing, that she respected. And these two people were indeed hugging each other and kissing. Zhou Jie looked at the two people on the bed and didn't know what to do. It wasn't that she had the feeling of catching adultery in bed. She didn't have this idea at all, and she didn't have any thoughts of jealousy. It was just that Zhou Jie felt that this matter was a bit too incredible. She thought that it was absolutely impossible to happen, but it happened in front of her eyes. She saw it, and she didn't know how to deal with it. Zhou Jie gritted her teeth and left the room in small steps. She retreated to the outer room. Then she pressed her hand on her chest and took a long sigh of relief. The shock that this incident brought to Zhou Jie was really too strong. After confirming that she wasn't blurred, Zhou Jie's brain couldn't wrap around it. Isn't Yang Ming's sister Xiaoqing's godbrother? How can the godsister and godbrother hug each other to do this kind of thing? Zhou Jie pressed her temple. If Yang Ming came to find her, then it was reasonable. However, Zhou Jie didn't think that Yang Ming's eyes were blurred to the point that he couldn't distinguish between Xiaoqing and herself. Even if he came to find her, this is Sister Xiaoqing's dormitory. He shouldn't mess around. Then, the only possibility is that Yang Ming shouldn't know that I'm here. Zhou Jie was a smart girl. All along, Zhou Jie had been very wise and shrewd. Her mind was in a mess just now because this matter had given her too much of a shock. She was at a loss for a moment. Now that she had left the room and thought about it carefully, she could come to this conclusion. Yang Ming should come to find Sister Xiaoqing, and he definitely doesn't know that I live here too. I joined this research team for a few days. Yang Ming hadn't returned home yet. Naturally, he wouldn't know these details. The only explanation was that Yang Ming came to find Sister Xiaoqing, but he didn't know that I was in the room, so he was intimate with Sister Xiaoqing and didn't avoid me. So, what is the relationship between Yang Ming and Sister Xiaoqing? This question seemed to be a bit silly. Zhou Jie shook her head. She didn't need to think about it. The answer was in front of her. Thinking of what Sister Xiaoqing said to her about the person she liked this morning, Zhou Jie suddenly realized that the man Sister Xiaoqing was talking about should be Yang Ming. Although this fact was somewhat difficult to accept, Zhou Jie still affirmed her own thoughts. Her guess shouldn't be wrong. Xiaoqing was worried about the age gap between her and Yang Ming, as well as the other girls around Yang Ming. In the end, she didn't get together with Yang Ming. However, there should always be a little ambiguity between the two people. As Sister Xiaoqing said, it was enough to be able to meet occasionally. Thinking about it, Yang Ming should come here to date with Sister Xiaoqing, but it was a coincidence that I was here today. However, Sister Xiaoqing knew that I was washing clothes in the outer room. Why didn't she stop Yang Ming? Zhou Jiju was a bit baffled. However, after she carefully looked at Xiao Qing's expression, Zhou Jiju knew that Xiao Qing hadn't woken up yet. She should be in a half-awake state now. She probably didn't think too much. After figuring this out, Zhou Jiju had some sympathy for Xiao Qing. She was also a person who had experienced bitter love. She knew the sadness in it. Zhou Jiju wasn't a petty person who liked to be jealous. She also knew that she wasn't qualified to be jealous or to care about Yang Ming's matters. It wasn't easy for her to be with Yang Ming. However, the problem now wasn't whether she was jealous or not. Zhou Jiju was a bit embarrassed. What should I do next? Push the door in and join their battle group? Thinking of this, Zhou Jiju blushed a little. What kind of messy idea am I having? How can I think like this? She shook her head and threw this idea to the back of her mind. Since I can't push the door in, what should I do? Pretend that I don't know? Wait until Yang Ming and sister Xiao Qing are done being intimate, then I'll go in? This is indeed a more appropriate way, but what should I do after sister Xiao Qing wakes up? Even if I pretend that I don't know, I believe that Xiao Qing will suspect something. If there is a knot in her heart, it will be even worse. Maybe there will be a gap between the relationship between the two. To be honest, Zhou Jiju really had a headache. If Chen Mingyan saw this scene, she might be furious, but Zhou Jiju wouldn't. First of all, she and Xiao Qing had a very close relationship these days. She sympathized with Xiao Qing's experience, so she wouldn't blame her for anything. Secondly, Zhou Jiju could now be with Yang Ming because of Chen Mingyan's generosity. Putting herself in Xiao Qing's shoes, Zhou Jiju wouldn't blame Xiao Qing. These are secondary. The main problem now was that she saw a scene that she shouldn't have seen. Yang Ming had never mentioned that there was another layer of relationship between him and sister Xiao Qing. That meant that Yang Ming didn't want to mention this matter. Maybe he wanted to keep it as a secret, or maybe the time wasn't right yet. But now that she had seen it, she suddenly fell into a dilemma. She couldn't go in, and she couldn't go out. Later, when sister Xiao Qing asked about it, she didn't know how to answer. Zhou Jiju couldn't help but frown. Where did the smart Zhou Jiju go? Why are you messing around with this matter? In fact, Zhou Jiju couldn't be blamed. The situation in front of her was beyond her cognition. She didn't know how to deal with it. Yang Ming had Yang Ming's privacy, and Xiao Qing had Xiao Qing's privacy. The matter between the two of them should be very private. They didn't tell others, but she had seen it. Although she was also one of the closest people to Yang Ming, even the most intimate person couldn't have no reservations. She had broken into Yang Ming's privacy. Zhou Jiju really didn't know how to face Yang Ming, whether it was said or not. Once this matter wasn't handled well, it would always bring a gap between the relationship between them. Just as Zhou Jiju was thinking about what to do, Xiao Qing's voice came from the room. Yang Ming, is it really you? Why are you here? Xiao Qing was half awake before, but after being touched by Yang Ming for a while, she woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes and was shocked. She didn't expect that she wasn't dreaming, but it was real. Xiao Qing suddenly sat up from the bed and pushed Yang Ming away in a panic. Don't mess around. Zhou Jiju is washing clothes in the outer room. Where she sees it. Xiao Qing was really scared. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. He ran to her bed quietly. Thinking of Zhou Jiju, who was still washing clothes in the bathroom outside, Xiao Qing's face suddenly became red. Yang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Zhou Jiju? Where she sees it. Now, it wasn't a problem of what to do, but Zhou Jiju had already seen it. Indeed, when Yang Ming entered the room, he didn't notice that there was someone in the outer bathroom. He pushed the door directly and went to Xiao Qing's single bed. However, what was Yang Ming's occupation? He was an assassin. He was very sensitive to the surrounding environment. Just when Zhou Jiju pushed the door and walked in, Yang Ming had already seen Zhou Jiju. Yang Ming had no other way except to think that it wasn't good. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who didn't dare to take responsibility. At this time, he couldn't push Xiao Qing away just because Zhou Jiju saw it. He was busy to distance himself from her. Since Zhou Jiju had already seen it, Yang Ming didn't care. He had to continue. As for Zhou Juju's problem, he could only study it later. Therefore, When Yang Ming saw Zhou Jijia push the door in and leave with a red face, he pretended not to see it. He could only do this now, if at this time, he was anxious to distance himself from Xiaoqing. Although Xiaoqing would work hard to help him cover up the facts, Yang Ming knew that Xiaoqing's heart must be very uncomfortable. She's also a normal woman. Wouldn't she want to be with him openly? However, because of various scruples, the two of them could only meet secretly. Yang Ming would never forget that when they were in Hong Kong, Xiaoqing was carefree. The two of them played sweetly in Disneyland. If possible, Yang Ming would rather let Xiaoqing leave the city and go to a place where no one knew her. Yang Ming understood Xiaoqing's mind very well. Therefore, since Zhou Jijia had already seen it, Yang Ming's heart instantly made a plan. There was no need to continue to hide it. Yang Ming hadn't thought about whether to tell Chen Mingyan, but he must let Zhou Jijia know about him and Xiaoqing. Yang Ming understood Zhou Jijia. She wasn't a girl with a big mouth. Moreover, the most important point was that Yang Ming was sure that Zhou Jijia would stand on the same side as him. No matter who it was, whether it was Chen Mingyan or Zhou Jijia's parents or relatives, when it came to Yang Ming's interests, Zhou Jijia would stand on the side of Yang Ming without hesitation. Who else could it be if it wasn't me? Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing woke up early and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't have to hide this from Jijia. What do you mean? Xiaoqing just woke up and was still a little confused. She couldn't help but be stunned, but then Xiaoqing reacted. Her eyes widened, and her face turned red. Her voice became a little trembling. You mean Zhou Jijia saw it all? Jijia was just outside. If there is no accident, she should have seen everything. Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing's nervous look and found it funny. He shouted at the door of the room, Jijia, come in. Don't hide. Chapter 1299. Xiaoqing was shocked. She subconsciously pushed away Yang Ming and hid far away, but then her cheeks were flushed. Doing so would only reveal that she was hiding something. It was a case of deceiving herself. I said that she saw what she should see, and she also saw what she shouldn't see. Why are you still hiding? Although Yang Ming said these words with a smile, there was some bitterness in his smile, because now was not a good time to disclose his relationship with Xiaoqing. His layout in Africa had not been completed yet. It was only in the initial stage. Xiaoqing would continue to work here. Yang Ming was not afraid of exposing their relationship in advance, but he was afraid that it would bring some unnecessary trouble to Xiaoqing. The secular view was still very hurtful. Not to mention the relationship between the two. Even the teacher-student relationship was enough to kill. Unless Xiaoqing resigned or Yang Ming graduated, the relationship between the two people would be exposed. But now that Zhou Jijia had seen it, then Yang Ming did not need to continue to hide it from her. There was no way to hide it. Yang Ming could only disclose this matter to Zhou Jijia openly. Zhou Jijia thought a lot outside the room. She didn't know how to face it. She even wanted to leave the room quietly and wait for Yang Ming to leave before coming back. She would pretend that she didn't know what had just happened. After all, things were too embarrassing. Zhou Jijia didn't want to mention this matter. Some things, although they were clear to each other, as long as they didn't mention it, they could live in peace. Once this kind of thing was mentioned, it was bound to affect the relationship between the two people. Even if Zhou Jijia really didn't mind, Xiaoqing would mind. The relationship between the two people would gradually drift apart. This was not what Zhou Jijia wanted to see, so Zhou Jijia was planning to leave temporarily and come back later. When she heard Yang Ming shout, her heart suddenly jumped, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhou Jijia didn't know how Yang Ming saw her. When she entered the door, Yang Ming didn't look up at all. Zhou Jijia quietly left the room, but Yang Ming knew that she was outside the door. It was impossible to leave now. Zhou Jijia could only take a deep breath, push open the door of the room, and walk into the room carefully. Her face was red. If one didn't know, they would think that she was caught in the act, not Xiaoqing. Seeing Zhou Jijia come in, Xiaoqing's face was quite awkward. She didn't dare to look directly at Zhou Jijia and lowered her head. Some things couldn't be avoided once they happened. Yang Ming could only try his best to coordinate. Seeing Zhou Jijia come in, he smiled slightly and patted the seat beside him. He said to Zhou Jia, Jia, come and sit here. Oh, Zhou Jia's heart was in a mess. She did whatever Yang Ming said. She sat next to Yang Ming, and her expression was still very nervous. When she was alone with Yang Ming, she didn't feel like this now. Jia, are you and Sister Xiaoqing getting along well? Yang Ming knew that he couldn't be confused at this time. If he was very awkward, then there was no need to reason with the two of them. Only when he was calm could he eliminate the awkwardness between Zhou Jia and Xiaoqing. And Zhou Jia nodded, and her expression was a little awkward. Sister Xiaoqing made an exception and let me enter the research team. I've been living with her these days. I was wondering why I didn't see you when I went home. It turned out that you joined this research team. Yang Ming smiled. Sister Xiaoqing didn't bully you, right? No. Sister Xiaoqing is very good to me. She even explained the problem to me last night. Zhou Jia was shocked and quickly shook her head. How could she bully me? It's good that she didn't bully you. It means that you two get along well and you have common topics. Then, let's continue like this in the future. Yang Ming said and pulled Zhou Jia's hand. What relationship? Xiaoqing was the first to recover from the shock. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she knew that he was adjusting the relationship between the two, so she wanted to help him. Helping him was equivalent to helping herself. Of course, it's the current, sisterly relationship. Yang Ming thought about it and said with a smile, Is there any other relationship? I thought you were talking about the teacher-student relationship. Xiaoqing smiled. Zhou Jia's heart tightened. Teacher-student relationship? Isn't that even more chaotic? If I maintain a teacher-student relationship with Sister Xiaoqing, what will happen to Yang Ming, who is sandwiched in the middle? Do you two have a teacher-student relationship? Yang Ming naturally knew that Xiaoqing didn't want to maintain a teacher-student relationship with Zhou Jia. She said this to remove the doubts in Zhou Jia's heart. Don't you? Asked Xiaoqing. Then, you asked Jia if she has one? Yang Ming turned to look at Zhou Jia. I don't. Zhou Jia didn't know how to answer, but she certainly didn't want to have a teacher-student relationship with Xiaoqing. You see, Jia doesn't recognize you. Don't think too much. Yang Ming shrugged. Well, both of you know each other. I'm too lazy to introduce you to each other. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. What is this? If you don't introduce, how can we introduce ourselves? Although we knew each other before, at this time, it was better to get to know each other again. Yang Ming smiled and quickly said, Sister Xiaoqing, you already know about the matter between me and Jia, so you don't have to say much. I don't have to say anything about the matter between you and me. Jia also knows about it. My relationship with her is the same as yours. It's just that my current relationship with you can't be publicized. In order to avoid some inexplicable people making irresponsible remarks, you still appear as Sister Xiaoqing in front of outsiders. However, Jia is not an outsider. These things don't need to be hidden from her. After Yang Ming said these words, he looked at Zhou Jia and asked, Right, Jia? Oh, Zhou Jia nodded. In fact, the relationship between Yang Ming and Sister Xiaoqing didn't need to be mentioned by Yang Ming. Zhou Jia also saw it. Some things could be seen with just a glance. Then, how could Zhou Jia not understand what Sister Xiaoqing said to her in the morning? Yang Ming said this now. In fact, he also secretly told Zhou Jia not to talk about his relationship with Sister Xiaoqing. Zhou Jia was smart. How could she not understand it? So, she said, I won't talk about it. Yeah, Jia said that she won't talk about it. What are you worried about? Yang Ming smiled and pulled Xiaoqing's hand over and put it in Zhou Jia's hand, letting the two hold hands together. Xiaoqing smiled a little. Yang Ming was really shrewd now. He didn't mention the grudge and awkwardness between the two of them. Instead, he focused on this relationship that had been established. They weren't outsiders, so they couldn't talk about it. In this way, Zhou Jia was distracted by Yang Ming, and it was less awkward. She directly regarded Xiaoqing as one of her own. On Xiaoqing's side, it became that she was afraid of other people's eyes, so she secretly stayed with Yang Ming and didn't dare to disclose it. Now that Zhou Jia wasn't an outsider, she could tell Zhou Jiejie. Originally, it was an embarrassing matter for everyone. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, and there were no outsiders, they let each other know. Not only did it improve the relationship between the three of them, but it also didn't have the previous awkwardness. Xiaoqing watched Yangming grow up step by step. From the ignorant boy she met in the bookstore at the beginning, he gradually grew into an indomitable man. His way of dealing with people was not as impetuous as before. Instead, he was organized. I'm afraid that Jiejie will be angry with me for deceiving her. Xiaoqing sighed. When she said this, it was both true and false. After all, Xiaoqing also knew that Zhou Jiejie wasn't a stingy person, but she was still a little worried. How can I? Zhou Jiejie shook her head quickly. You didn't tell me before because you had no choice. Now that Yangming has said that we are not outsiders, even if we know, we will only be closer. I won't talk about it casually. I won't talk about it to Sister Mingyan. Zhou Jiejie knew that Chen Mingyan certainly didn't know about the relationship between Yangming and Xiaoqing, but she knew Chen Mingyan's character. If Chen Mingyan knew about this, she probably wouldn't be as calm as she was now. Therefore, Zhou Jiejie wouldn't be a blabbermouth and complain to Chen Mingyan. This kind of thing should be left to Yangming himself. Zhou Jiejie wasn't so stupid. Previously, she had been hated by Yangming because she reported him once. How could she make the same mistake a second time? No matter who the target of the complaint was, Zhou Jiejie wouldn't do it easily. Are you relieved now? Yangming patted Xiaoqing's waist. Jiejie isn't a person who reports. Zhou Jiejie just thought about this matter. When Yangming mentioned it, she couldn't help but blush. Why are you still talking about me? The past is the past. Hee, you were insensible before. Now that you have grown up, you naturally won't do it. Yangming smiled. The originally tense situation passed by as they talked and laughed. Now, Xiaoqing also dared to talk to Zhou Jiejie face to face. Zhou Jiejie no longer evaded like before, and her tone returned to normal. Originally, I wanted to see you after I left Sister Xiaoqing's place, but now I see you together. Yangming turned to Zhou Jiejie and said, I have been living here for the past few days. I'm busy with the research. Zhou Jiejie said, I haven't had time to thank you for my father's matter. Zhou Jiejie had just been in embarrassment and shock. Now that her mood had calmed down, she naturally remembered that Yangming rescued her father. After her father came back, he was very excited. He praised Yangming in front of her mother, making her mother very ashamed. She regretted that she almost broke up the relationship between her and Yangming. What is there to thank me for? Yangming waved his hand to stop Zhou Jiejie from continuing. You see, Sister Xiaoqing never thanked me. Zhou Jiejie looked at Xiaoqing, who was staring at Yangming. She couldn't help but laugh. You see, you're talking nonsense. Sister Xiaoqing is angry. She's angry because I told her about it. Yangming said, Sister Xiaoqing, I said that Jiejie is not an outsider. There is no need to hide the things between us from her. After the awkwardness between them disappeared, Yangming also breathed a sigh of relief. If this matter was handled well, then it would not have any impact on his relationship with Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejie. Instead, it would be further improved. But if it was not handled well, then whether it was the relationship between himself and Xiaoqing, between himself and Zhou Jiejie, or between Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejie, there would be a rift. That was the situation that he was most unwilling to see. Sister Xiaoqing, isn't it your turn to wash the clothes now? Yangming asked with a smile. I'm going to wash the clothes? Why should I wash the clothes? Xiaoqing was stunned after listening to Yangming's words. When Jiejie was washing the clothes, we were intimate. Now that it is Jiejie's turn, you're going to wash the clothes? Yangming explained. If you want me to leave, just say it. Why should I wash the clothes? You are deliberately mystifying. Xiaoqing glared at Yangming. She stood up and walked to the door of the room. You and Jiejie should be alone. Zhou Jiejie was a little embarrassed. She got up and pulled Xiaoqing. I said that Sister Xiaoqing is not an outsider. Then we don't have to avoid talking. I'm going to the toilet. Xiaoqing moved Zhou Jiejie's hand away. You can't let me hold it, right? Zhou Jijia quickly let go of Xiao Qing's hand. She wasn't sure if Xiao Qing really wanted to go to the toilet, but since Xiao Qing said so, she couldn't stop her. Most likely, Xiao Qing wanted to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Sure enough, after Xiao Qing left the room, there was no movement and she didn't come in again. However, there was still the last layer of relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Jijia that had not been exposed. The two of them lingered for a while, but they couldn't do anything else, especially in Xiao Qing's dormitory. Yang Ming and Zhou Jijia said that they would come to see them in a few days. When he left, Yang Ming called to Xiao Qing and told her that he was leaving. He asked her not to go to the toilet again. Xiao Qing laughed and scolded Yang Ming for having no conscience. Why would she go to the toilet? Isn't it just an excuse? Yang Ming smiled and hung up the phone. Wang Kejin didn't dare to hide. He told Wang Xiaoyan what he saw at the entrance of the Sui's group building that night, as well as the incident where Sui Yuejin was shot to death inside. Because Yang Ming had gone to the Sui's group before, he seemed to have talked to Sui Yuejin about something. So Wang Kejin knew that this matter must be related to Yang Ming. Sui Yuejin's inexplicable death would also affect some of Yang Ming's plans to varying degrees. However, because Zhaoying lived in Wang Xiaoyan's villa, Wang Xiaoyan did not ask Wang Kejin to send a copy of the videotape and surveillance video to her. These things couldn't be told to Zhaoying, at least not now. So until this morning, Wang Xiaoyan had no class, and after Zhaoying went to school, Wang Xiaoyan called Wang Kejin and asked him to send the things to her. After watching the contents of the video, Wang Xiaoyan intuitively felt that this matter was of great importance. She quickly called Yang Ming. Yingyan, what's the matter? Yang Ming glanced at the caller's number and picked up the phone. Yang Ming, where are you? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. I'm at school. What's wrong? What's the matter? Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan was looking for him at this time. Come to my house now. I have something important to give you, Wang Xiaoyan said. Some things can't be explained clearly over the phone. You will know when you come over as soon as possible. Okay, I'll come over now. Although Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan was looking for him, it should be a very important matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't call him at noon. Yang Ming quickly returned to the Huashang district and parked the car at the door of his villa. He got off and walked into Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Yang Ming had the electronic door card outside Wang Xiaoyan's villa, so he didn't have to ring the doorbell. He could go in directly. Wang Xiaoyan also gave the key inside to Yang Ming. In fact, even if she didn't give it to Yang Ming could easily open it. You are here. Wang Xiaoyan heard the sound of the door. She looked up and saw Yang Ming changing his shoes, so she nodded to him. Wang Kejin was also there. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't be too close. Yang Ming also saw Wang Kejin sitting on the sofa at this time. He had some doubts. Why is Wang Kejin here too? He gave me something, but it was related to you. I was anxious to find you and take a look. As Wang Xiaoyan said this, she turned on the TV and pressed the play button of the video recorder with the remote control. A group of dim pictures appeared on the screen. Yang Ming frowned. Although the light on the picture was very dim, he could see where the picture was at a glance because he was familiar with this shooting location. This was the entrance of the Sui's group building in Mount Jing. This is me? Yang Ming saw himself on the picture and suddenly said, Were you nearby at that time? Wang Kejin nodded with some embarrassment. I arrived first, but before I could do anything, Mr. Yang went in, so I could only wait at the door. Yang Ming listened to Wang Kejin's words. He seemed to think of something and frowned. Do you want to kill him? Did you kill Sui Yuejin? If I did it, I wouldn't show this video to Mr. Yang. I would just say it directly. Why bother? Wang Kejin smiled bitterly. It is because the matter is strange. Someone else killed Sui Yuejin, so I took the video. Oh, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. So, the murderer who killed Sui Yuejin, Wang Kejin should have seen it, or would it appear in this video? Because the mission to assassinate Mr. Yang was issued by Sui Yuejin. In order to protect the reputation of our assassin group, I had to kill Sui Yuejin to prevent him from mentioning this to others. Wang Kejin said, however, before I could do it, someone did it first. Yang Ming nodded and continued to watch the video. It was fine if Wang Kejin wanted to kill Sui Yuejin. After all, his starting point was the interest of their organization. This interest was greater than anything else in their opinion. Chapter 1300. Although there was the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, the object of Wang Kejin's loyalty was not Wang Xiaoyan, but Wang Xiaoyan's father. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't ask Wang Kejin for anything, and he simply didn't expect Wang Kejin to listen to his orders. Although Yang Ming could completely suppress Wang Kejin in terms of skills, Wang Kejin was an assassin. He would not succumb to the strong. This saves you the trouble of doing it. Yang Ming smiled. You can also explain it to your side. Wang Kejin was a little embarrassed by Yang Ming's words. He smiled awkwardly. No, I saw Mr. Yang enter the Sui's group first, so I changed my mind. You must have something to look for Sui Yuejin, so I can't kill him. Oh, if you don't kill him, can you explain it to your side? Yang Ming looked at Wang Kejin's expression, which didn't seem to be fake. He was somewhat puzzled. I will ask for instructions. Wang Kejin said, the patriarch also knows Mr. Yang. At least, you could delay it until the matter is over. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Kejin's words, he knew that Wang Kejin would not lie about this issue because there was no need, so he focused on watching the picture on the TV screen. Yang Ming walked around the entrance of the Sui's group building. After he found that there was a security guard on duty at the door, Yang Ming left the Sui's group. At that time, Yang Ming found that it was more difficult to enter from the front door, so he chose to climb into the building from the side. Of course, Yang Ming believed that Wang Kejin was also clear about Yang Ming's action plan. After a while, Yang Ming appeared at the entrance of the Sui's group building again. This was the picture when Yang Ming came out from inside, and the security guard on duty at the door sent him off. This time, Yang Ming walked out openly. Because of Sui Yuejin's instructions, these security guards regarded Yang Ming as an important guest of Sui Yuejin. Not long after Mr. Yang left, someone entered the Sui's group building. Wang Kejin pointed to the screen and said, please look carefully. This person will appear soon. Yang Ming held his breath. He was about to see this person's true face. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although he had already guessed in his heart that all of this should be the work of the behind-the-scenes boss. After all, it was only a guess, and there was no actual proof. On the screen, a figure appeared. Yang Ming's breathing quickened. It was confirmed. It could be confirmed. Although it was not very clear, and Wang Kejin's shooting environment was a little dim, this face had been deeply imprinted in Yang Ming's memory. This face looked a little ordinary, but it was always against him. Yang Ming wasn't sure if this person was the behind-the-scenes boss himself, but what was certain was that this person was definitely the backbone of the behind-the-scenes boss's organization. Huang Youcai's status should not be low. It could be seen from their contact with Alice. If the status of these two people was not high, it was impossible to talk to Alice face-to-face. In Yang Ming's view, Alice was definitely a high-level figure of the behind-the-scenes boss's organization. This was beyond doubt. After all, Alice's identity was there. If she was not a high-level figure of the organization, it was impossible to develop to this point. The organization would definitely be afraid of them. Mr. Yang, do you know this person? Wang Kejin saw that Yang Ming's expression was a little unnatural, so he asked. Yang Ming did not hide this. He nodded and said, yes, it is this person. The organization behind him has repeatedly opposed me and Yin Yan. That time in Macau and the assassination in Yin Yan's villa were all done by this person. The incident with Sui Yuejin and Tian Long this time was probably planned by him. Oh, when Wang Kejin heard that this person was actually the person who wanted to harm Wang Xiaoyan, he suddenly frowned. If I knew this in the beginning, I wouldn't have let him go. Yang Ming shook his head. Look at so many people in the Sui's group. All of them were silenced. You can see that this person is not an ordinary person. It's hard to say if you can keep him. Not necessarily. Wang Kejin was somewhat unconvinced. Even I can't guarantee that I can keep him. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Kejin and said, in the beginning, the death warrior sent here was by no means a mediocre person. It took a lot of effort to kill her. Wang Kejin and Yang Ming's skills were much worse. When he heard Yang Ming say that even he was not sure to keep the person in the picture, he was no longer entangled. He couldn't be more powerful than Yang Ming, so it was a lot more balanced. I was too arrogant. Wang Kejin took the initiative to admit his mistake. Yang Ming waved his hand. He was not Wang Kejin's superior. Wang Kejin didn't need to apologize to him at all. It was probably because of Wang Xiaoyan's face. It is basically certain that the person who killed Sui Yuejin is this person. Yes, it is him. Wang Kejin nodded and said, "These are only recorded by me outside the building. There is a surveillance video in the security room inside the building." Oh, surveillance video? Wasn't the surveillance video taken away by this person? Yang Ming looked at Wang Kejin with some doubts. His videotape appeared in the hands of the Mount Jing police, which explained this point. The surveillance video should be in the hands of the behind-the-scenes boss. Yes, this person took the hard disk in the security room surveillance video, but what he didn't expect was that there was a data backup machine in the cabinet next to it, said Wang Kejin. Oh, Sui's group actually has a data backup machine? Yang Ming obviously heard of the data backup machine. The so-called data backup machine was used to back up the data of the surveillance video. The hard disk in the surveillance video was always recording images, so the magnetic head of the hard disk was always in a working state. Even the best server-level hard disk had the possibility of breaking down at any time. Therefore, in order to prevent this kind of accident, the company responsible for installing the surveillance video would generally set up a data backup machine. That was to say, every once in a while, the surveillance video would transmit the data to the backup machine for backup. In this way, even if the hard disk in the surveillance video was broken, there would still be backup data in the backup machine. It would not be impossible to find the surveillance data after a problem occurred. But in fact, few domestic companies would adopt this approach. After all, doing so would increase a lot of costs, and the cost of maintenance would also increase. Most domestic companies would not keep the content of the surveillance data. They would cover it up every once in a while. Therefore, most surveillance video installation companies would regularly replace all the hard disks in the warranty period for their customers. This would also reduce the failure rate. Before the hard disk was broken, they would replace it with a new one. These companies naturally had means to deceive the manufacturer. It was not difficult to make the illusion that the hard disk in the warranty period was artificially damaged. There was no cost to replace it. Instead, they could charge the customer a certain maintenance fee. Why not? However, in some foreign companies, the data backup machine was still widely used. Generally speaking, the host used for backup would not be too far away from the surveillance video. It might be placed next to it. Yes, there is a data backup machine in Sui's group. Wang Kejin nodded affirmatively. I found this data backup machine in the file cabinet next to it. Yang Ming was a little delighted and praised. I didn't expect you to be so careful. This is a very good clue. Wang Kejin was praised by Yang Ming, and he was a little embarrassed. He explained, previously, I had seen a similar thing in a foreign company. The data backup machine was also placed in the file cabinet. After careful inspection, I found that it was a computer cabinet, but the appearance was similar to the file cabinet. If Wang Kejin didn't accidentally discover this secret when he performed the previous mission, he was afraid that he would suffer a loss. Therefore, this time, after Wang Kejin saw a similar file cabinet in Sui's group, he must open it to see what was going on. Wang Kejin did not continue to say these words. After all, he almost failed. "Where's the hard disk?" asked Yang Ming. "I just gave it to the young lady." Wang Kejin glanced at Wang Xiaoyan and said, "It is next to my desktop computer upstairs. I used the adapter box to copy the data into the computer." Wang Xiaoyan said, "The copy should be almost done now. Let's go up and take a look." "I won't go. The young lady and Mr. Yang can go." Upstairs was Wang Xiaoyan's boudoir. In order to avoid suspicion, it was naturally inconvenient for Wang Kejin to go up. "Let's go together. If there are any questions, I can ask you directly." Yang Ming didn't think so much and invited Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin looked at Wang Xiaoyan with some embarrassment. He didn't know if he should go up. "The computer is in the study room. You should go up together." Wang Xiaoyan naturally understood what Wang Kejin was worried about. The butterfly family had many rules. They were not allowed to enter private rooms. Entering a family member's room without permission would be severely punished. Places like the study room could not be entered without an invitation, so Wang Kejin was so hesitant. However, since Wang Xiaoyan agreed to let Wang Kejin go up together, Wang Kejin naturally would not have any more concerns. The three people went upstairs together. Wang Kejin behaved very well. His eyes were calm, and he didn't dare to look around casually. He entered the study room with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan sat in front of the computer, and Yang Ming sat next to her. Wang Xiaoyan's computer chair was long and could sit several people at the same time. However, Wang Kejin naturally couldn't squeeze with Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, so he stood aside. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at the information in the computer. All the data had been copied successfully. She opened the video data and watched it with Yang Ming and Wang Kejin. Before Yang Ming came, Wang Xiaoyan had already watched it once. However, she watched it on the hard drive and did not copy it. Now, she copied it to her computer. Mr. Yang, I really admire you. I don't know how to avoid all the surveillance video cameras, but there was no video of you going upstairs. Wang Kejin also watched this surveillance video several times before, but he couldn't see any flaws. Yang Ming seemed to appear directly in Sui Yuejin's office. His figure was not in the video. However, Wang Kejin also knew that Yang Ming was a human and not a ghost. It was impossible for him to fly directly into Sui Yuejin's office. Yang Ming's figure was not in the surveillance video. It could only be said that Yang Ming was too powerful. He calculated the time of the surveillance video switch perfectly. Study the time and order of the surveillance camera switch, and there is no problem. This is not difficult. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't want to say anything. Wang Kejin thought that Yang Ming was being modest. Although everyone knew the principle, it was more difficult to do it. Wang Kejin knew that he definitely couldn't do it. When Yang Ming went downstairs, he did not avoid the camera anymore. Instead, he went downstairs openly, and then he was warmly sent out by the security guard on duty at the door. The man who came in later was the suspected behind-the-scenes boss. At present, Yang Ming was not sure whether he was the behind-the-scenes boss himself. He could only call him the suspected behind-the-scenes boss. There was no sound recorded on the screen, and his lips couldn't be seen clearly. He didn't know what he said to the security guard on duty at the door. The security guard actually let him in. After that, the screen became blank. Apparently, the hard disk data in the surveillance video recorder had not yet been synchronized with the data backup machine, and it was dismantled by the suspected behind-the-scenes boss by the black shirt man. However, after he dismantled the hard disk in the surveillance video recorder, the data backup machine directly took over the data recording work. When the data backup machine determined that there was a problem with the surveillance video recorder, he also temporarily shouldered the function of the data recorder. Although he did not see the black shirt man enter the security room, there was the scene of him shooting at Sui Yuejin's chairman's office. This was enough evidence for him to kill Sui Yuejin. Yang Ming was a little excited. He thought it was a very complicated case. Now with Wang Kejin's video, it became much easier. As long as this video was handed over to his colleagues in Mount Jing, he and the police could jointly make a warrant for arrest. In this way, regardless of whether he was the behind-the-scenes boss or not, he would become a stray dog. It might be difficult for him to go out in the future. As long as he appeared in public, he was likely to be recognized by everyone. Wang Kejin, you have helped me a lot this time. I believe that this video will be in the hands of the police. This guy will not have a good time. He may not be able to go out in the future, so he won't have the intention to harm Yin Yin and me. Yang Ming stood up and patted Wang Kejin's shoulder. Mr. Yang, don't say that. It is my duty to help the young lady. Wang Kejin didn't dare to be arrogant. Yang Ming also said that this person didn't dare to go out, so he couldn't harm Wang Xiaoyan. So Wang Kejin thought that this was what he should do. Yang Ming didn't say anything, but he had already remembered this friendship in his heart. In the future, if Wang Kejin encountered any trouble that he couldn't solve, Yang Ming would be duty-bound to help. This matter should not be delayed. Cut out the video of Wang Kejin entering the Sui's group. As long as it is in front, you don't have to cut out my part. Just copy it directly. I'm going to Mount Jing now, said Yang Ming. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and began to operate. This was a simple computer operation. It was not complicated. Wang Xiaoyan could handle it easily. Wang Xiaoyan burned the intercepted video into a DVD disc. Yang Ming picked up the disc and didn't stay. I will go first. The matter is urgent. I will come back to you tonight. Don't. Sister Ing is coming. Wang Xiaoyan quickly waved her hand and refused. You must not come. Okay, then I will find another time. Yang Ming didn't care. He nodded and made a phone call gesture. Call me at any time. The reason why Yang Ming was in such a hurry to go to Mount Jing was that the behind-the-scenes boss had set him up a lot. Although he had won back a few times, he couldn't hurt the behind-the-scenes boss. But this time was different. He believed that as long as the arrest warrant was issued, the suspected behind-the-scenes boss would not dare to move in public and would stop for a while. Yang Ming had a lot of things in his hands, and he was not fully ready to fight to the death with the behind-the-scenes boss. Elder Yu's matter had not been dealt with, so Yang Ming couldn't be distracted. Driving directly to Mount Jing, Yang Ming didn't care if he was speeding. The matter was too important. He had no time to pay attention to it. Fortunately, most of the traffic police in Songjiang knew the background of Yang Ming's car, so they did not stop him. After getting on the Jingsong Expressway, no one cared. Yang Ming even raised the speed of the car to the extreme. Finally, there was a chance to take the initiative to find trouble with the behind-the-scenes boss. Yang Ming's heart was naturally very excited. The feeling of being led by the nose before was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming didn't like it. Now that he could lead the behind-the-scenes boss by the nose, Yang Ming certainly had to seize the time. After getting off the Jingsong Expressway, at the toll booth exit, the traffic police on duty glanced at Yang Ming's car. They did not stop him and let him go directly. The video of Yang Ming speeding on the expressway should have been sent, but this was the territory of Mount Jing. Yang Ming's car had a Class A pass issued by Captain Yang, which belonged to the highest level of official pass. The police of Mount Jing recognized this pass, so naturally, they would not stop Yang Ming's car. He rushed all the way to the Mount Jing police station. Similarly, the guards at the entrance of the Mount Jing police station also saw the pass on Yang Ming's car. They did not stop him and let him go directly. However, when Yang Ming went upstairs, he was stopped. Who are you looking for? Register here. The policeman on duty in the guard room of the office building called out to Yang Ming. I am looking for Captain Yang of the criminal investigation team, said Yang Ming. Oh, why are you looking for him? Have you contacted him in advance? Asked the policeman. Not yet. I will call him now. Yang Ming quickly took out his mobile phone to make a call, but he was stopped by the policeman on duty. No need. I have an insider here. What's your name? I will ask for you. The policeman on duty asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and said, Sorry to trouble you. Chapter 1301. You can tell Captain Zhang that my name is Yang Ming, and he will know. Yang Ming nodded and said, Sorry to trouble you. The policeman on duty called Captain Zhang upstairs. After a while, Captain Zhang's hearty voice came from the stairs. Mr. Yang, why did you come to my place today after just returning to Songjiang yesterday? Because he already knew the true identity of Yang Ming last night, and the case was handed over. Captain Zhang was unspeakably relaxed. He was in a good mood, so his tone was naturally very pleasant. However, he was a bit puzzled. Yang Ming should have just returned to Songjiang from Donghai yesterday. Why did he come to Mount Jing today to find me? Even if Yang Ming came to Mount Jing for business, he wouldn't come here, right? Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Yang Ming smiled and shook hands with Captain Zhang, then said. When Captain Zhang heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that he had some confidential things to find him that couldn't be said in public, so he nodded and said, Let's go upstairs and talk in my office. Yang Ming and Captain Zhang went all the way upstairs and came to Captain Zhang's office. Captain Zhang personally poured a cup of tea for Yang Ming. Yang Ming quickly thanked him. Although the two did not have a direct administrative relationship, Captain Zhang was very polite to him. Yang Ming naturally would not put on airs. Captain Zhang closed the door of the room, then sat down and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, you came here this time for... What else can it be for? Isn't it for Sui Yuejian's case?" Yang Ming shrugged and smiled bitterly. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." "Oh, that case, wasn't it handed over to your side? Why did you find me here?" Captain Zhang's heart was stunned. Could it be that Yang Ming felt regret? This case is a bit tricky. They don't want to take it anymore and want to push it back to my side? Well, this case still needs Captain Zhang's help. Yang Ming nodded and said. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Captain Zhang's face changed slightly. He complained incessantly in his heart. Yang Ming really came because of this matter and pushed the case back. What should he do? "Mr. Yang, aren't you already in charge of this case?" Captain Zhang hesitated for a moment before saying, "The people involved in this case are quite complicated. I think it's better for your side to be in charge." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. When he heard Captain Zhang's tone, he knew that he had misunderstood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand. "Captain Zhang, did you misunderstand? I have no intention of pushing the case back to you." "Oh, then Mr. Yang means..." After listening to Yang Ming's words, Captain Zhang was somewhat inexplicable. If Yang Ming didn't mean this, then why did he say this? On our side, although we have the duty to investigate some mysterious files, when the case is closed, we still need the police to close the case. After all, our agency can't be exposed to outsiders. Yang Ming said, just like the haunted case in Songjiang a while ago. Although I participated in the investigation, when the case was finally closed, the credit was still given to the Songjiang police. Captain Zhang nodded after listening to Yang Ming's words, but he still didn't quite understand what Yang Ming meant. He also knew what Yang Ming said, but Yang Ming said this at this moment. "I mean, the criminal suspect has been found. On our side, we can also transfer the case back to you. You can directly issue an arrest warrant," said Yang Ming. "What? The criminal suspect has been found?" Captain Zhang stared at Yang Ming incredulously. How is this possible? In less than a day, the case was just handed over to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau last night, and there was a result this afternoon. The criminal suspect has been found? What kind of speed is this? Although Captain Zhang knew that the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was very capable, the speed of this case was really amazing. It was simply unbelievable. Yes, Yang Ming nodded. I have got the complete surveillance video of the Sui's group's immortal building at that time. Complete surveillance video? Captain Zhang was pleasantly surprised. As long as there was this complete video, it was easy to find the criminal suspect. "It's here," as Yang Ming said. He took out a DVD disc and put it in front of Captain Zhang. "I have burned the video on this disc. You can play it directly with a computer or a DVD player." Then let's take a look at it now." Captain Zhang picked up the disc with some excitement. This case was solved. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau naturally did not want any credit, so the credit would naturally fall to Captain Zhang's Mount Jing police station. "Captain Zhang, please call the person in charge who came to pick up the case file yesterday. I don't have his contact information." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. They were colleagues in the same organization, but Yang Ming did not have their contact information. This was somewhat unreasonable. However, Yang Ming had not joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau for a long time. It was normal that he did not have the contact information here. Captain Zhang did not think much and directly called Qin in, the person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. "Mr. Qin, I am Zhang Dehai of Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team." Captain Zhang said, "Songjiang's Yang Ming, Mr. Yang Ming, is here. He has found the criminal suspect of the Sui's group's murder of Sui Yuejian." "Oh, Yang Ming is here?" Qin was a little surprised. He had heard Xia Bingbao mention that Yang Ming was a capable person. He had long wanted to get to know him, but he had never had a chance to meet him. He and Yang Ming were both Xia Bingbao's subordinates. Although they were colleagues, because the organization they belonged to was special, they usually did not have orders or tasks. Private contact was very taboo, so Qin did not take the initiative to look for Yang Ming. Now that there was such an opportunity to work together on a case, Qin naturally wanted to see how good Yang Ming was that he could make his boss, Xia Bingbao, praise him. Yes, Mr. Qin. Can you come over? Captain Zhang's tone was very polite. Okay, I'm coming over now. Qin responded. After hanging up the phone, Captain Zhang and Yang Ming smiled. Mr. Qin said that he will come over now. Then let's wait for him for a while, and then watch this video together. Yang Ming nodded and said. Although Captain Zhang wanted to see the video that Yang Ming brought over, since Yang Ming said so, he could not refuse. This case had troubled him for a long time. Now that there was a solution, he was of course anxious. The two people chatted about some trivial things in their daily lives. For the things in the system, neither of them took the initiative to mention it. Captain Zhang was not curious to ask. Some things couldn't be asked. Even if he asked, Yang Ming would not say it. Instead, it would be annoying. As for how this video was obtained, Captain Zhang did not ask. Yang Ming naturally had his channels and means. These things could not be made public. After a while, there was a knock on the door of Captain Zhang's office. Captain Zhang said, "Please come in. The door is not locked." A tall man in his 30s pushed the door and walked in. He was Qin and the person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in Mount Jing. Because of business dealings, he was a frequent visitor to the Mount Jing police station, so the policeman on duty at the door did not ask Captain Yang in advance and let him in. Captain Zhang Dahai, Qin naturally knew him. Then, the man next to him must be Yang Ming. Although he looked a little young, his face was very persevering in vicissitudes of life, making people involuntarily overestimate his actual age. Qin knew the identity of Yang Ming. He was currently only a freshman student, but if one looked at him at first glance, he should be 27 or 28 years old, or even more mature. This kind of maturity did not mean that he looked old. On the contrary, Yang Ming looked very young. The so-called maturity was just a kind of temperament, a natural temperament after experiencing many things. Mr. Yang Ming, right? I am Qin walked quickly to Yang Ming's side and extended his right hand. Yang Ming did not dare to underestimate Qin's identity. Xia Bingbao's men were not mediocre, so this Qin must have something extraordinary. Seeing that Qin was very warm to him, Yang Ming naturally could not be left out. He quickly stood up and shook hands with Qin cordially. Just call me Yang Ming. What, mister? It's so awkward. We should be on the same level, so I will call you Big Brother Qin. Since you said so, then I will be your big brother. I will call you Little Brother Yang. Qin saw that Yang Ming was easygoing and did not have any arrogant attitude, so he could not help but sigh in relief. Qin was an old man in the system. He belonged to the regular army. He was selected from the army and joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau after undergoing secret training. He was not like Yang Ming, who was a master with unique skills, who was recruited by the Bureau later. According to Xia Bingbao's words, Yang Ming was a special ability user. He belonged to the national treasure level. He was currently the only person with the most useful special ability in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Although it was not stated what kind of special ability it was, it must be very powerful for Xia Bingbao to hold it in such high regard. Xia Bingbao was the highest-ranking officer in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in charge of the entire Northern Affairs. His words were naturally very authoritative. In the past, Qin had seen people who were arrogant just because they had some small abilities. It wasn't as if Qin hadn't seen them before, and he had been bullied quite a bit. Although his skills were exceptional, he wasn't as popular as those people with lousy abilities. Although many abilities were useless, such as the ability to take fire with bare hands, those people were arrogant, and Qin was too lazy to deal with them. Xia Bingbao said that Yang Ming was very easygoing. Qin did not believe it at first, but he knew that Xia Bingbao was not lying when he saw it. Yang Ming was so approachable. Brother Yang, I heard that you have found the suspect in Sui Yuejin's case. Qin said, we have just studied the case. I didn't expect you to have a result here. You are really a young hero. Big Brother Qin, I also got such a video by chance. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. One of my subordinates. He went to the immortal building of the Sui's group later. As a result, he found the data backup machine in the cabinet of the security room. He found that the hard disk inside was not removed. It may be the negligence of the suspect. Oh, this subordinate of yours. Why didn't he tell you before? Captain Zhang was a little baffled. If there was this video earlier, there would not have been such a misunderstanding yesterday. He told me at the time, but I didn't pay attention until you looked for me yesterday. After I went back, I asked him for this video. Yang Ming explained with some shame. I was busy some time ago. I was dealing with other things, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Qin did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He also had some subordinates who collected information every day and then reported it to him. He also picked some important information to understand. It was impossible to do everything personally. It would be strange if he was not exhausted. But your subordinate actually came to Mount Jing. It's a bit strange. Qin did not blame Yang Ming for crossing the line because he said this with a smile. Big brother Qin, don't blame him. He came here purely to protect me secretly. He has no other intention. Yang Ming quickly explained. Hee, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just a little curious. Qin smiled and waved his hand. But your subordinate is loyal. Although there was only one person in charge of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in each station, the person in charge could recruit some people to help, and Xia Bingbao could allocate funds for expenses. Qin thought that Yang Ming was the same. How could he know that Yang Ming was a commander without an army? The so-called subordinates were just his girlfriend Wang Xiaoyan's father's subordinates. Let's watch the video. Captain Zhang was a little impatient. After watching Yang Ming and Qin chat, he suggested, Okay, big brother Qin, I was just talking to Captain Zhang. The suspect has a clear face in this video. We can issue arrest warrants based on this face, said Yang Ming. Zhang Dehai asked people to prepare a conference room and adjusted the big screen. He went over with Yang Ming and Qin and began to play the DVD brought by Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not cut out the previous shots of Yang Ming. No one would suspect him again, so it would be stingy to cut them out. After watching the video, Zhang Dehai found someone to make photos of the suspect. There were clear images in the video. He just needed to take a few. As a result, a clearly printed arrest warrant appeared in the streets and alleys of Mount Jing. The arrest warrant on the internet was also sent to the police stations in the nearby cities, asking them to help issue the arrest warrant. Qin and Zhang Dehai were busy together. Yang Ming also decided to come to Mount Jing this time. He didn't have much preparation, and he had to rush back immediately. So, he agreed with Qin in that after this matter was over, he would come to Songjiang to find Yang Ming to get together. Maybe it wouldn't take long for him to come to Songjiang. After Yang Ming said goodbye to Qin and Zhang Dehai, he was ready to rush back to Songjiang. He just had a class today. If he went back now, he might be able to catch up with the last class. When returning to Songjiang, Yang Ming did not speed. He was not a speeding maniac. Although the pass in the car was issued by Donghai, and it was useful in the province, Yang Ming did not rely on this privilege. The efficiency of the Mount Jing police station was still very fast. Tens of thousands of wanted posters had been posted in various residential areas and streets. The assassination of Sui Weijin finally had some clues. However, among them, the most distressed was none other than Old Li. Yesterday, he had been looking forward to the bonus. Today, he waited for the whole morning, but he did not see anyone come to deliver the bonus. He thought that he had been fooled, so he called Zhang Dehai, but was told that there was more to the case. Yang Ming was not the suspect. Old Li was more convinced that he was fooled. He was a little annoyed. Police officer Zhang took the videotape, but did not give him a reward. Just as he was complaining at home, Old Wang came to Old Li with a wanted poster. Old Li, don't wait. The bonus is definitely gone. Old Wang sighed and came in through the door. Oh, what do you mean? Are they really going to renege on their promise? Old Li was a little angry. They made such a promise at the beginning, but they didn't fulfill it. How can they do this? I will look for the newspaper to expose them. Don't look for it. Old Wang waved his hand and handed a piece of paper to Old Li. Look at what this is for yourself. Want a poster? Old Li took the piece of paper handed over by Old Wang and frowned. The murderer who killed Sui Yuejin is not the person in the video we watched. Now you know why you didn't get a bonus, right? Old Wang said, "You don't have to complain. The one you provided is useless. The person in the video is not the murderer." This time, Old Li was completely silent. He also knew why he didn't get a bonus. How could there be such a thing as a pie falling from the sky? Huang Yukai also took back a piece of paper. He handed the thing in his hand to the behind-the-scenes boss in a panic. "Boss, it's not good. Your wanted poster has been issued." "What is my wanted poster?" The behind-the-scenes boss was talking to Dr. Benjamin on the internet. When he saw Huang Yukai walking in, he frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Boss, the Mount Jing police have issued a warrant for you." Huang Yukai handed the thing in his hand to the behind-the-scenes boss. The behind-the-scenes boss minimized the chat window. He didn't want Huang Yukai to know about his matters. He picked up the wanted poster handed over by Huang Yukai and glanced at it. Suddenly, his face turned cold. "What the hell is going on? How could they know that I did it? Is there something wrong with the videotape?" No wonder the behind-the-scenes boss would have such a big reaction. He should be the existence of a big black hand hidden behind the scenes and not in front of the public. How could they not be shocked when his appearance suddenly appeared on the wanted poster? There's definitely no problem with the videotape, but these photos seem to be taken in the immortal building of the Sui's group. Huang Yukai carefully observed the background of the photos and said, Chapter 1302. Huang Youcai's face was also gloomy. The plan failed. It was a complete failure. Previously, when he saw that the Mount Jing police did not arrest Yang Ming, Huang Yukai could comfort himself by saying that the police needed evidence to handle the case. They must carefully study this videotape before arresting him. Moreover, before arresting someone, they must arrange it properly to avoid any accidents, so it was understandable that they did not start immediately. However, now it seemed that it was not that the Mount Jing police did not make a move, but they did not regard Yang Ming as a suspect at all. In fact, they also found the person who really killed Sui Yuejin, the behind-the-scenes boss. Therefore, the plan failed. Huang Yukai was not very frightened this time. After all, the reason for the failure of the plan was not him. It was the negligence of the behind-the-scenes boss. After he entered the Sui's group, his figure was captured by the surveillance video. It could not be said that his plan was not good, but there was a problem with his execution. The behind-the-scenes boss was not an unreasonable person. He looked at the arrest warrant with a pale face. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. The hard drive that should have been in his hands actually appeared in the hands of the police. Wasn't the hard drive in the surveillance video removed? For this, the behind-the-scenes boss was very sure. Wait, no. The behind-the-scenes boss was shocked and remembered something. Once, when he was stealing a rare treasure from Four Museum, he accidentally found a surveillance camera in the museum surveillance room. Not only was there a surveillance camera, but there was also a data backup machine. The data of the surveillance video recorder was synchronized with the data backup machine at a time. Does the Sui's group also have such a thing? The behind-the-scenes boss sighed with some annoyance. In the past few years in China, he had somewhat relaxed his vigilance. He did not expect the Sui's group to have a data backup machine. At present, this was the only explanation why the police had the content of the surveillance video in their hands. Move. The behind-the-scenes boss slammed the table angrily and tore the arrest warrant on the table into pieces in his hand. He threw it in the air forcefully, and the pieces of paper fell all over the room. Huang Yukai looked at the angry look of the behind-the-scenes boss and didn't speak. He knew that the behind-the-scenes boss was angry at the moment, but as long as he didn't answer, the behind-the-scenes boss couldn't vent his anger on him. Sure enough, after the behind-the-scenes boss lost his temper, his face returned to calmness. He waved his hand to Huang Yukai. "You go to rest first. I will be alone for a while." "Okay, boss." Huang Yukai nodded and said, "By the way, don't target Yang Ming for now. Let's take a break first." The behind-the-scenes boss hesitated for a moment and stopped Huang Yukai. "The situation is tense recently. Wait for a while. When the wanted order is not so strict, then we will talk about it." "I know." Huang Yukai would use the power of the behind-the-scenes boss to take revenge in the future, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to the behind-the-scenes boss. Anyway, things weren't urgent. He could endure for so long. He would let Yang Ming be proud for a while. Huang Yukai firmly believed in his heart that he could definitely tear Yang Ming into pieces. It was just a matter of time. When Huang Yukai went out of the door, the behind-the-scenes boss took a few deep breaths and calmed down his emotions. He was not angry because his image was exposed. This was an insignificant matter. The behind-the-scenes boss was not afraid that others would know what he looked like. But he was unhappy, extremely unhappy, because he failed again. He didn't know if there was a factor of Yang Ming this time. In short, because of his carelessness, others caught him. Now that the wanted order was issued, he couldn't even go out, although the behind-the-scenes boss slammed his fist on the table. Seeing the chat window with Dr. Benjamin flashing on the computer screen, the behind-the-scenes boss clicked on it. "Falcon, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking?" This was sent by Dr. Benjamin in English. It turned out that the code name of the behind-the-scenes boss in their organization was Falcon. He wasn't the ultimate behind-the-scenes boss. There were others behind him. "Doctor, my current appearance has been seen, and a wanted order has been issued." Falcon typed on the computer. "This is nothing. I will make another mask for you," Dr. Benjamin said disapprovingly. "Sorry to trouble you, Doctor." Falcon breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dr. Benjamin didn't blame him for this matter. Instead, he easily agreed to make another mask for him. "If I can find the old guy's son Seacombe and make a mask that can change one's appearance, it won't be so troublesome." Dr. Benjamin sighed. "I will try my best." "Don't worry, Doctor," Falcon quickly promised. "You can't rush it. Put your personal grudges aside first. Don't put the cart before the horse." Dr. Benjamin suddenly warned Falcon. Falcon looked at the text sent by the behind-the-scenes boss, and his heart trembled. "It seems that what I have done here has not been hidden from Dr. Benjamin. Are there still people with the doctor here? There shouldn't be." Originally, Falcon thought that since he was in China, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, so Dr. Benjamin must not know what he was doing. But in fact, this was not the case. Dr. Benjamin's words just now were already very obvious. Although he did not name some things in detail, Falcon could still understand, and he was secretly shocked by what he saw. "Yes, I see," Falcon said quickly. "I still have something to do here. Mr. Rain is here. I have something to discuss with him." Dr. Benjamin finished this sentence and went offline. Falcon was not very clear about what Mr. Rain did. He only knew that he was an important figure in the organization. Falcon did not know what he was specifically responsible for, because Falcon was directly in charge of Dr. Benjamin, and Falcon could not judge who had a higher position between Mr. Rain and Dr. Benjamin. These were all things that he could not understand. That organization was so large that no one understood what they wanted to do, but it was an extremely terrifying existence. After he expressed his determination, Dr. Benjamin did not say anything and just went offline in a hurry. So Falcon was a little nervous and decided not to care about Yang Ming's affairs for a while. Yang Ming naturally did not know that there was someone behind-the-scenes boss, and he was just a pawn. Of course, he did not know that the behind-the-scenes boss actually had a mask and could continue to appear in front of him with a different face. On the way back, he was not so anxious. Anyway, he had already missed the first class in the afternoon. It was fine if he could catch up with the 6 o'clock evening class. When Yang Ming returned to Songjiang Industry University, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Yang Ming had not eaten dinner yet, so he called Chen Mingyan and asked if she was with Lin Jiyun. "I don't have class in the evening, so I went home." After a while, Chen Mingyan picked up the phone. "If you want to eat, look for Sister Lin. She still has class in the evening." "Jiyun still has class?" Yang Ming did not expect Chen Mingyan to go home first, so he had to say, "Well, then I will look for Jiyun." Chen Mingyan had already gone home, so it was unrealistic to ask her to come out again. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was ready to call Lin Jiyun to see where she was. Lin Jiyun naturally knew that Chen Mingyan did not have class in the evening, and she did not want her to accompany her at school. Although they were in the same department, their majors were different. Chen Mingyan accompanying her in class was purely a waste of time. Therefore, Lin Jiyun asked Chen Mingyan to go back first, and she did not have to wait for her to eat. Lin Jiyun was going to eat casually after class. There was a class on the principles of Western economics at 6 o'clock. The courses in the School of Economics and Management were still relatively tight. The courses every day were almost full. Lin Jiyun was called as soon as she left the classroom. When she looked up, she found that it was the student union president, Su Qianqing. President Su, what's the matter? Lin Jiyun asked with some doubts. Nothing. I'm also in class on this floor, and I just saw someone who looks like you. Su Qianqing smiled. I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Jiyun smiled. She was not very good at communicating with unfamiliar people, and she did not know how to reject others. So, she stood here and did not know what to say. How could Su Qianqing not know Lin Jiyun's character? He had already seen through Lin Jiyun. He was not in class here just now, but he had inquired about the location of Lin Jiyun's class in advance and had been waiting for Lin Jiyun here. However, he was afraid of being rude to the beauty, so he pretended to meet Lin Jiyun by chance and greeted her. Lin Jiyun was a simple person, so she naturally would not think so much. Su Qianqing saw that Lin Jiyun was embarrassed, so he would naturally guide Lin Jiyun to talk about some topics without seeming deliberate. Student Lin, how is your preparation for the art festival? Do you have any ideas? Sure enough, Lin Jiyun did not doubt it, nor did she doubt Su Qianqing's true purpose. I haven't thought about what to perform, and I have no idea in my heart. Lin Jiyun was telling the truth. Today, she studied with Yang Ming for a long time, and she did not know what she was good at. She had a weak temperament, and she did not like to perform in public. It would make her nervous. It turns out to be like this. It doesn't matter. Let's talk while walking. Su Qianqing smiled. Let's go downstairs together. I will give you an idea. Lin Jiyun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Although she felt that it was not good to go with a strange boy, he was looking for her for a serious matter. It was about work, so Lin Jiyun could not refuse. So, she went downstairs with Su Qianqing, but there was still a certain distance between the two. Student Lin. Su Qianqing did not call Lin Jiyun like those annoying flies. He just called her Student Lin, which would not bring any disgust to Lin Jiyun. Instead, it made her feel that he was looking for her just for work. In Su Qianqing's view, if he wanted to pursue a girl like Lin Jiyun, he must take it slow. He couldn't be impatient. The result of being impatient would be to scare her. He had to admit that Su Qianqing was an observant person and a smart person. He saw through Lin Jiyun's character at once. When Yang Ming pursued Lin Jiyun, he also used this trick. It penetrated into her life little by little and finally revealed the mystery. It made Lin Jiyun feel very natural and not too abrupt. Student Lin, the art festival is actually a literary and artistic joint performance of singing and dancing, acrobatics, martial arts, crosstalk, skit, and so on. It can also be said to be a small party. Su Qianqing said, our school's party is actually done by the students. It doesn't need to be so formal. As long as everyone participates and is satisfied, it will be fine. So, what you perform is not very important. You can sing a song, dance, play a tune, or even perform a little magic trick. In short, it's fine as long as you're good at it. But I don't seem to be good at it. Lin Jiyun listened to Su Qianqing's words and regretted promising him to participate in the artistic performance. Now that she thought about it carefully, she was really not good at anything. If you really can't do it, you can find a companion to perform with you on stage. Su Qianqing smiled and said, Student Lin, in fact, what everyone values is your fame on the school forum BBS. No matter what you perform, your popularity will be very high. Really? Lin Jiyun didn't pay much attention to those things. You said that I can perform with my companions? Yeah, the programs at the art festival are not all solo performances. Su Qianqing said, aren't chorus, dance groups, and so on performed by multiple people? Then, I will go back and think about it. Since Lin Jiyun had promised Su Qianqing before, it was not good to refuse at the moment. Right, what are you going to do now? Su Qianqing pretended to ask Lin Jiyun casually. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat something now. There's a class at 6 o'clock in a while, said Lin Jiyun. Just in time. I'm going to the cafeteria, too. Let's go together, Su Qianxing said with a smile. He felt that today was really smooth. He originally wanted to treat Lin Jiyun to a meal, but it was a little difficult to ask. Now, there was no problem. Since Lin Jiyun said that she was going to the cafeteria to eat, it was reasonable for him to treat her to something when they arrived there. Okay, Lin Jiyun didn't want to go with him. She was afraid that it would cause misunderstandings among her classmates, but she didn't know how to refuse. After all, the other person made very ordinary and reasonable requests. If she behaved too unapproachable, it would not be very polite. Su Qianxing saw that Lin Jiyun agreed, and he was very happy. He only felt that if things went well, everything would go well. It was the same when he met Yang Ming at noon today. Originally, he was afraid that Yang Ming would not agree to participate in the art festival, but he did not expect that Yang Ming really agreed. Su Qianxing also planned to let Chun Mingyin, the vice president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, lobby Yang Ming, but he did not expect to use this relationship. Su Qianxing naturally knew that Chun Mingyin was Yang Ming's girlfriend. In the beginning, Zhou Ruoguang, the president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, coveted her, but he was fixed by Yang Ming. This year, for some reason, Zhou Ruoguang did not come to class. His position as the president of the student union was also replaced by the original vice president. The vacant vice president position was given to the hard-working Chun Mingyin. Su Qianxing just wanted to continue to say something, but there was a ringtone from Lin Jiyun's bag. Lin Jiyun made an apologetic gesture to Su Qianxing and took out the phone from the bag. Looking at the N97 in Lin Jiyun's hand, Su Qianxing's face changed slightly. Usually, Su Qianxing saw that Lin Jiyun's clothes were very simple, so he thought that her family was average, but he did not expect her to use such a high-end mobile phone. Most students use counterfeit phones that cost a few hundred yuan. There are still a few rich ones, but from Lin Jiyun's mobile phone, her family should not be very bad. It seems that my plan has to be adjusted. If I want to track Lin Jiyun, I have to spend some money. Su Qianxing began to figure out how to change his plan in his heart. Hello. Lin Jiyun picked up the phone. Jiyun, where are you? Yang Ming's voice came from the phone, making Lin Jiyun happy. I am in the teaching building of the Department of Economics and Management. I just finished class, said Lin Jiyun. Oh, that's great. Let's go eat something together. I still have a class in the evening. Yang Ming said after listening. Okay. Lin Jiyun agreed without thinking. Then you come downstairs to the Department of Economics and Management and wait for me. I will go downstairs. Okay, see you later. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Who is it? Su Qianxing pretended to ask casually. He wanted to pursue Lin Jiyun, so he naturally had to talk to her about some topics in life. If he only talked about work, there was no way to establish a friendship. If he didn't establish a friendship, how could he establish love? President Su, I can't eat with you. Someone asked me out. Lin Jiyun naturally didn't want to say too much about her family matters to Su Qianxing. Oh, your friend, right? Let's eat together. Su Qianxing didn't think that the person who called was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend. He only thought that it was her roommate or fellow countryman. No need, President Su. We can go by ourselves. Lin Jiyun shook her head and refused. Su Qianxing thought that Lin Jiyun was embarrassed, so he said, It doesn't matter. I will treat you. Your friend is also my friend. Maybe we can discuss it. You can perform together at the art festival. This sentence was in Lin Jiyun's heart. Just now, Su Qianxing said that she could find a companion to perform with her for the art festival. Lin Jiyun thought of Yang Ming. If Yang Ming could perform with her on the same stage, she would definitely not be nervous. Therefore, Lin Jiyun was tempted when Su Qianxing said that they should study the art festival together. But then she thought that Yang Ming had just returned. She hadn't gotten along with him enough. It was rare to have a chance to be alone with him. How could Lin Jiyun be willing to have an outsider? Although her character was weak, she didn't compete, and she wouldn't be jealous of anything. It didn't mean that she didn't like to be alone with Yang Ming. No matter how generous a girl was, it was impossible to be completely selfless. Even Chun Ming-yen, who usually selflessly let Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji get along with Yang Ming first, actually hoped that she could be with Yang Ming. Chapter 1303. Therefore, Lin Jiyun was hesitant now. She didn't know what to do. The two had already walked to the door. Yang Ming was standing on the steps, not far away, with a smile. When he saw Lin Jiyun, he waved to her. "Jiyun here." Su Qianxing thought that the friend in Lin Jiyun's mouth was a girl or her sister, but he didn't expect it to be a boy. Moreover, it was Yang Ming whom he knew. He frowned immediately. He didn't want to bring another guy with him when they were having a meal together later. That would affect the atmosphere and mood. If it was a girl, Su Qianxing naturally didn't mind. Anyway, it was Lin Jiyun's friend. If he had a good relationship with her friend, it was equivalent to integrating into her circle. In the future, her friend would help him speak up, killing two birds with one stone. But now the situation was completely different. What was the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun? If the two were in a relationship, Su Qianxing wouldn't believe it. He knew that Chun Ming-yen, the vice president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, was Yang Ming's girlfriend. This was a well-known thing in the student union. At that time, Zhou Ruoguang, the president of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management, had ideas about Chun Ming-yen. The news that he was taught a lesson by Yang Ming had already spread inside the student union. As for the process of teaching a lesson, Chun Ming-yen wouldn't say it. The person involved, Zhou Ruoguang, wouldn't say it in detail for his face. It was nothing more than being vague. Therefore, everyone didn't feel anything strange. At that time, Yang Ming beat up the school's Taekwondo club's vice president, Ren Jianren, and Lu Zhaojun. Wasn't it easy to teach a lesson to Zhou Ruoguang? It was precisely because of this that Su Qianxing didn't show any hostility to Yang Ming. He didn't even think of him as a hindrance in his heart. In Su Qianxing's view, Lin Jiyun might have something to talk about with Yang Ming, so they ate together. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming, and her heart was delighted. She quickened her pace, and her face also showed a rare smile. It was different from the previous cold beauty. Her face was like a peach blossom, which made Su Qianxing's heart skip a beat. He thought, sure enough, this woman should only exist in heaven. Even her occasional smile is so moving. How sharp was Yang Ming's vision? He originally wanted to hold Lin Jiyun's hand directly, but he saw that Su Qianxing, the president of the school's student union, was following behind her. He couldn't help but frown secretly. It seemed that Su Qianxing should have gone downstairs with Lin Jiyun. The two people went one after the other. Su Qianxing seemed to be saying something, but Yang Ming didn't pay attention and didn't read his lips. In school, Yang Ming wasn't unscrupulous. In any case, his relationship with Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jieji, Wang Xiaoyan, Sun Jie, and Xiao Qing couldn't be too obvious in front of others. After all, this was a school. There were his godfather and godsister here. Yang Ming couldn't hug them in school. If that was the case, he would be fine, but how would Lu Weishan and Xiao Qing behave in school? Gossip would definitely make them unable to raise their heads. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji were even more so. His girlfriend in school was Chun Ming-yen. Although he was usually close to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji, he didn't have any intimate behavior in public, so others couldn't find fault with it. Moreover, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji were good friends of Chun Ming-yen, so no one would misunderstand anything when they were with Yang Ming. Most people would think that if there was really something between Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming, then how could Chun Ming-yen not know? How could she still maintain a friend relationship with Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji? Although Yang Ming didn't want to be so sneaky, Yang Ming didn't want Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji's peaceful university life to be disturbed by some gossip. His plan to buy a private island was already in progress. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could do whatever he wanted in his own territory, and no one would interfere. In fact, if Yang Ming really built X Island into a resort, then which rich people who came here weren't tycoons with beautiful women in their arms? Who would care about Yang Ming's matters? Everyone was accustomed to it. Yang Ming, what a coincidence. Su Qianxing hesitated for a moment, and he had already made up his mind. Since this Yang Ming couldn't be avoided, he could only treat him together. Anyway, I have already treated him to a meal at noon. It doesn't matter if I treat him at night. I also have something to ask him. If I treat him at noon and treat him at night, I believe he has no reason to refuse to perform, right? Moreover, with Yang Ming on the side, Su Qianxing's reason for treating was even more justified. At that time, it could be said that it was because of the art festival. On behalf of the student union, he would treat the two most popular people among the students to a meal to discuss the art festival with them. Isn't this President Su? You just finished class, too? Yang Ming wasn't willing to say anything to Su Qianxing at the moment. He was anxious to eat with Lin Jiyun, so he didn't have the mind to bother with him. He had been busy in Mount Jing for a long time, and he was already hungry. Yeah, I just finished class. Are you the one who just called Lin Jiyun? Su Qianxing saw that Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun, and he knew that he was the one who called. Just in time. I just told Lin Jiyun that we should eat something together and study the school art festival. Do you want to join us? Didn't we already agree on the art festival at noon? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't believe that this guy was so serious and responsible for his work. Could it be that he had other crooked thoughts? Looking at his eyes on Lin Jiyun, there was some covetousness. Could it be that he was thinking about her? However, most male students looked at Lin Jiyun with this kind of appreciation and covetousness, so it was not a big deal. The love for beautiful women was a man's nature. It couldn't be said that Su Qianxing was thinking about Lin Jiyun now. Aren't the details not finalized yet? When Su Qianxing heard Yang Ming's meaning, he knew that he wanted to exclude himself. How could Su Qianxing agree to eat with Lin Jiyun alone? Then, let's go together. Yang Ming saw that he insisted, and he also wanted to see what his intentions were. So he agreed. Where are we going to eat? Where were you planning to go? Su Qianxing didn't say it immediately, but asked. His wishful thinking was very good. He wanted to ask Yang Ming where he planned to take Lin Jiyun to eat first, and then he would take them to a higher class place so that he could highlight his status. He didn't pick up girls like those vulgar people who didn't have standards. His standards were high. He was not jealous on the surface, but he did these things to elevate himself and belittle others in the dark. He guessed that Yang Ming would definitely say the name of a small restaurant near the school, or just go to the school cafeteria to eat. So Su Qianxing could say, "Why are we going to the school cafeteria? Let's find a restaurant. My treat." Or, "Why are we going to the XX restaurant? The food there is not good. Let's go to the XX restaurant. My treat." Although this was not a sentence to belittle the other party, it actually meant that. It was unknowingly elevating his own status. When Yang Ming heard Su Qianxing's question, he guessed that this guy was not a good person. "You are treating, so we will go wherever you say. Why are you asking us where we are going?" Yang Ming snorted and immediately saw through this guy's scheme. "You want to compete with Yang Ming with these things? Yang Ming can be my ancestor." Yang Ming did not show any displeasure on the surface. He smiled slightly and said naturally, "We are going to the Songjiang International Hotel." "Why are we going to the Songjiang International Hotel?" Ugh. Su Qianxing had already thought of an excuse, so when Yang Ming finished speaking, he subconsciously blurted out the words that he had said. However, he immediately stopped halfway. It was because he couldn't continue to speak. The Songjiang International Hotel was the only five-star hotel in Songjiang. Many foreign guests stayed there. Su Qianxing really couldn't find a better hotel than the Songjiang International Hotel. After the Songjiang International Hotel was newly renovated and upgraded, it was considered a first-class hotel in the province. However, Su Qianxing really didn't believe that Yang Ming could go to the Songjiang International Hotel, thinking that he was just bragging. Although Su Qianxing didn't think that Yang Ming could develop a relationship with Lin Jiyun, boys at this age would always look forward to some small, ambiguous relationship with beautiful girls other than their girlfriends. No one would mind this. Su Qianxing believed that Yang Ming thought that he was a hindrance, so he said this. So he smiled and said, "Okay, the Songjiang International Hotel it is. Let's go here. My treat." The cost of the Songjiang International Hotel was not low. When Yang Ming took Zhao Ying to slaughter Jin Gang before the renovation, Jin Gang spent a lot of money. Now, it was more than twice as expensive, and many famous dishes were added. However, Su Qinxing's father was the boss of Songjiang Mining. His family was rich, and he usually gave Su Qinxing a lot of pocket money. But even so, Su Qinxing couldn't just casually take out tens of thousands of yuan to eat. How much pocket money did he have in a year? It was just that this time, in order to win a good impression in front of Lin Jiyun, Su Qinxing gritted his teeth and decided to spend money. Let's eat at school. Why are we going so far? Lin Jiyun was a little surprised and looked at Yang Ming. Don't we still have class later? Seeing Lin Jiyun's surprised expression, Su Qinxing was even more convinced. He thought that Yang Ming was bluffing. What, going to the Songjiang International Hotel? Lin Jiyun's expression had already betrayed everything. Lin Jiyun didn't know, so Yang Ming was definitely talking nonsense. It doesn't matter. It's only 4:30. Class starts at 6 o'clock. There's still more than an hour. We don't drink. We can still make it. Su Qinxing judged in his heart. If they really went to the Songjiang International Hotel, it couldn't be helped if they couldn't make it back in time. Lin Jiyun couldn't insist on leaving. Then let's go, Jiyun. Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun and said. Yang Ming could now be sure that this Su Qinxing should have other intentions in addition to looking for him and Lin Jiyun to study the art festival. Otherwise, no matter how high the student union's funding was, it was impossible to allow them to eat and drink in a hotel at the level of the Songjiang International Hotel. The cost of a meal was tens of thousands of yuan or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. The school's leaders couldn't let Su Qinxing do such a thing. Therefore, since the student union didn't spend money, there was only one possibility. That was Su Qinxing spent money himself. Yang Ming wouldn't think that Su Qinxing would treat him and Lin Jiyun to such an expensive meal for an art festival. It was simply illogical. Moreover, it seemed that Su Qinxing was not targeting Yang Ming, but Lin Jiyun. In other words, Su Qinxing had been thinking about Lin Jiyun since the beginning. The appearance of Yang Ming was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was a little unhappy, but he didn't show anything on his face. For people like Su Qinxing, he couldn't use those ordinary means. It wouldn't have any effect if he threatened him. He relied on his identity as the school's student union president, so he would definitely make an issue from the school's point of view. Lin Jiyun and Chun Mingyan were different. Su Qinxing and Zhou Ruoguang were also different. Chun Mingyan was Yang Ming's legitimate girlfriend, and Zhou Ruoguang was not a good person. So, when Bai Hai taught him a lesson, he couldn't say anything. First, it was natural for Yang Ming to take action for his girlfriend. Second, it wasn't Yang Ming himself who was looking for trouble, but Bai Hai. But Su Qinxing was different. He was the school's student union president, which was very different from Zhou Ruoguang, who was a department chairman. Zhou Ruoguang was at most in contact with the school's department secretary, while Su Qinxing was in contact with the principal and the school committee. Obviously, he was at a higher level. Moreover, Su Qinxing and Zhou Ruoguang also had essential differences. Su Qinxing was gentle, so Yang Ming couldn't use vulgar methods to deal with him. Moreover, in most people's eyes, Yang Ming's girlfriend was Chun Mingyan, not Lin Jiyun. Those who knew that Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's girlfriend were only Gu Xinyao, Jing Xiaolu, and a few others. It was not publicized in the school, so it wouldn't be a big deal if Yang Ming beat up Su Qinxing because of Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was now a lot more mature. He was no longer the gangster style of solving problems with only his fists. He wanted to let Su Qinxing know the difficulties and retreat, so Yang Ming satisfied his proposal. Okay then, Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming said so she nodded and agreed. Su Qinxing listened to Yang Ming's words, and Lin Jiyun agreed. He was a little upset. Why is Yang Ming's words so effective? I have talked for a long time, but I can't even match a sentence from Yang Ming. What is the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun? However, although Su Qinxing had doubts, he couldn't ask. After all, if he asked this question now, it would be completely annoying behavior. Not only would Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming not answer him, but Lin Jiyun would also hate him and suspect that he had bad intentions, so Su Qianxing would not do such a thing. It's okay. I have a car. I can definitely make it in time. Su Qianxing added a sentence with a smile. This sentence was just right. There was no suspicion of showing off at all, but he did want to show off to Lin Jiyun that he had a car. Su Qianxing's family conditions were good. He used his New Year's money to buy a car. It was a cheetah off-road vehicle, which was very impressive. Although the price was not expensive, the appearance of the car that looked like the Mitsubishi Chevrolet improved the grade of this car a lot. In fact, the cheetah car was produced with some of Mitsubishi's technology. Su Qianxing replaced the car's logo with Mitsubishi's. Ordinary people really couldn't see through the appearance. They all thought that it was an original Mitsubishi car. However, Yang Ming didn't agree with this kind of self-deceiving approach. It didn't make any sense. Get in the car. Su Qianxing remotely started his car, then pointed to his cheetah off-road vehicle and said, "This car can run on any road. The off-road vehicle is better. Although the sedan is good-looking, how can it have this performance?" "I think so too." Yang Ming nodded and said with a smile, "So you still have to buy an off-road vehicle when you buy a car." Yang Ming is also a person who knows cars. When Su Qianxing heard Yang Ming say this, he thought that Yang Ming was praising himself. He was a little happy. "Yeah, so I bought an off-road vehicle. This car is actually not expensive. 180 to 90,000 yuan, which is about the same price as a mid-range sedan." Although he said this, his words couldn't hide his pride. When he talked about the excitement, he couldn't help but lower his voice. "Moreover, the license plate of my car is an official car. My dad used his connections to get it for me. Generally, the traffic police won't intercept it." The reason why Su Qianxing said this was not to show off his license plate in front of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, because there was nothing to show off. It was just a car license plate. The key point of his sentence was that his family background was not ordinary. His father must be a capable person. Otherwise, he couldn't get this license plate. Su Qianxing revealed his family background without leaving any trace, so people didn't feel any disgust. Unlike some prodigal sons who directly said, "What is my father? What is my uncle?" This would only make people annoyed and despise them. However, like now, Su Qianxing didn't say it directly, but just hinted that his father used his connections to do something. Although he didn't say how capable his father was, if he wasn't capable, how could he ask someone to do something? Really? That's quite badass. Yang Ming smiled and shrugged. "However, I didn't violate the rules. I don't need this license plate, right?" Su Qianxing didn't know that Yang Ming was telling the truth, but he thought that Yang Ming was sour grapes. So, he smiled and said, "When you really drive, you will know. This Songjiang's lane is not easy to drive, especially now that the road is still under construction. There are some odd even numbers and so on. The subway in the coastal area also needs to be expanded. Many roads can't be taken." "Really? I really didn't pay attention to it." Yang Ming smiled and agreed. "How can it not be?" You see, when we go to the Songjiang International Hotel in a while, there's a one-way road. If we don't go in the opposite direction, we have to take a long detour. So, sometimes you have to violate the rules. Su Qianxing smiled. Chapter 1304. Yang Ming smiled non-committally. In this case, Su Qianxing was not wrong. Sometimes, he would unconsciously violate the rules. However, Yang Ming had not been stopped by anyone. Perhaps it was because of his license plate or the pass made by Captain Yang. Maybe. Yang Ming nodded. "You will know when you drive the car. If you don't drive, you can't experience it. It's really difficult." Su Qianxing smiled and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. "Maybe my driving experience is too short." Yang Ming smiled and remotely drove his BMW X5 parked not far from Su Qianxing's cheetah. "How about we all sit in my car?" Su Qianxing looked at the BMW X5 with flashing taillights not far away. His face was as funny as it could be. He looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. This car is Yang Ming's? Although he didn't believe it, The facts were in front of him. How could he not believe his eyes? In the university, there were many students who drove, but there were definitely not many. In a school, it was amazing to have 8 or 10. Of course, it referred to undergraduate students. Graduate students and doctoral students were excluded. Many graduate students and doctoral students had jobs, or even their own companies outside, so it was not surprising that they drove to school, just like Sun Jie. However, among undergraduate students, there were very few who could drive. The original Wang Jitao was one. Zhang Bin was another, Sun Jiwei was another, and no one else could. Therefore, when Su Qianxing saw Yang Ming's BMW X5, his expression was so complicated. When it came to the grade of the two cars, even a fool could see it. Su Qianxing naturally knew that Yang Ming's car could buy several of his cars. At this time, he had not seen Yang Ming's license plate number. Otherwise, his expression would be more interesting. This is your car? Su Qianxing still didn't believe it. After Yang Ming was in the limelight, the school's newspaper followed and interviewed Yang Ming for a while. If Yang Ming really drove a BMW to school, how could the school's newspaper not report it? But there was no similar news at that time. Therefore, Su Qianxing couldn't help but ask. If the car was not Yang Ming's, and he just borrowed it, then Su Qianxing didn't have to be too embarrassed. Yeah, I also think that the SUV is better, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. Jiyun and I will go together. You lead the way, President Su. Su Qianxing's lungs were about to explode. He wanted to show off in front of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, but he didn't expect to show off properly. Now, Yang Ming took the initiative to let Lin Jiyun sit in his car. Even if Su Qianxing wanted to let Lin Jiyun sit in his car, it was impossible. If he said it at this moment, it was obviously arguing with Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing nodded depressingly and said, "Okay, but you have to follow me. If there is a traffic jam, I will turn on the siren. You can't keep up." Although he said this, Su Qianxing still hoped that Yang Ming couldn't keep up. Now, the model of the car was not as good as Yang Ming's. He could only show off his privilege to Yang Ming, but he was still a little weak. But now, Su Qianxing couldn't do anything. He had to get in the car and start the car very depressingly. Watching Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun get in the BMW X5 together, he was extremely upset. Looking at the license plate of Yang Ming's car behind, Su Qianxing's heart jumped again. What number is this? All 8s? But when he looked carefully, he found that there were 2 BS, not 8s. It was just that it looked like an 8s from a distance. But even so, this license plate was not cheap. Su Qianxing was even more annoyed. Why does this Yang Ming look more like a rich second generation than me? This car and the license plate are not cheap. Why haven't Su Qianxing heard of it before? Could it be that Yang Ming really wants to hit on Lin Jiyun? Su Qianxing had heard that some rich young masters always changed girlfriends and even maintained relationships with several women at the same time. Those girls were also vain and pretended not to know. Therefore, Su Qianxing became angrier as he thought about it. Lin Jiyun is a simple person. Don't be fooled by Yang Ming. Originally, he didn't have much thoughts about Yang Ming, but now he was full of hostility. Su Qianxing secretly thought, so what if the license plate number is all 8s? Although there is number 8 on my license plate, there is still a 4s, but it is a privileged number. I will let you suffer a hidden loss. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing secretly formed a small plan in his heart. In a while, I must go on the wrong side of the road. I hope that there's a traffic police on duty there. At that time, my car can go over, and Yang Ming's car will definitely be intercepted. After the interception, I will go to the rescue so that I can highlight my status. This is the so-called pretentious moment. When watching some TV series, the male lead will appear at the most critical moment to solve the problem, and then get the admiration of the female lead. Su Qianxing studied this very clearly. Now, if he wanted to get back his face, he must do something better than Yang Ming. Even if he couldn't help Yang Ming out, he could let Yang Ming stay there to be dealt with, and he would take Lin Jiyun to eat. No matter what, he would not suffer a loss. So after Su Qianxing made up his mind, he secretly decided to do so. Jiyun, did he just look for you in class? Yang Ming drove behind Su Qianxing and asked Lin Jiyun. No. Lin Jiyun shook her head. I just finished class, and he seemed to have just finished class. He stopped me and said that he met me. Yang Ming nodded. Lin Jiyun naturally wouldn't have those messy thoughts. How would she know Su Qianxing's sinister intentions? So, he said, this Su Qianxing may want to pursue you. You should be careful. Ah, it can't be, right? Lin Jiyun was shocked, and her face was red. She waved her little hand in front of her in panic. I have nothing to do with him. Of course, I won't doubt that you have anything to do with him. Yang Ming smiled and held Lin Jiyun's hand. How can I doubt you? I just want you to be wary of him. Then, I will stay away from him in the future. Lin Jiyun nodded. Or, I won't participate in this art festival. You have signed up. You can participate. Yang Ming smiled. He didn't want Lin Jiyun to feel that he monopolized her interests and even interfered with her study life. Right, President Su said that we can find a partner for the art festival program. Why don't we both perform together? Asked Lin Jiyun. This is fine. Then, let's go on stage together. Yang Ming naturally agreed. He planned to do so initially. Since Lin Jiyun had stage fright, he would accompany her on stage. Seeing that Su Qianxing's cheetah in front of him actually turned into a one-way road, Yang Ming suddenly frowned. Now is the time to get off work. It is the time when there is a lot of traffic. What is this Su Qianxing doing? There are so many cars on the road, but he is actually going against the traffic? However, Yang Ming hesitated and followed. Since he was willing to go like this, it would be inappropriate if he didn't follow. Anyway, Su Qianxing's car was in front to open the road. He just had to follow, and there was no need to clash with the opposite car. Su Qianxing was originally afraid that Yang Ming would not follow. When he saw that Yang Ming also turned in and followed behind him, Su Qianxing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Ming came in, it was easy to handle. Seeing that there were traffic police on duty not far ahead, Su Qianxing thought, wait for your bad luck in a while. However, even so, Su Qianxing's heart was still a little perturbed. His license plate was indeed the license plate of Song Zhang's official car. It was indeed very useful to occasionally violate the rules. Under normal circumstances, the traffic police would not intercept it. However, it was the first time for Su Qianxing to drive against the traffic on such a one-way road with such a large traffic flow. As long as the official license plate was not too excessive, the traffic police would not care. However, in this kind of blatant reverse situation, Su Qianxing didn't know if the traffic police would give him face, but he thought that it should be given. For Su Qianxing's behavior of driving against the traffic, the vehicles that were driving normally complained. The one-way road was narrow, and there were 3 lanes. You took up 1 lane when you drove against the traffic. We were already stuck in traffic, so it was even more congested. However, Su Qianxing didn't care about this. In order to be pretentious, he turned on the police horn on the car and began to honk wildly. However, this had an effect. The cars in the opposite direction also took the initiative to give way. He is doing something wrong. Lin Jiyun frowned. Apparently, not only was she not excited about Su Qianxing's practice, but she felt a little ashamed. Who knows what he is thinking? Yang Ming shrugged. Yang Ming also violated the rules, just like today's speeding. However, he was indeed doing something. It was considered to be performing official duties, so it was understandable. However, Yang Ming was also very disgusted with Su Qianxing's privilege just to eat a meal. He found it a little funny in his heart. He thought, you are showing off in front of Jing Xiaolu. She may look at you differently, but you are purely looking for contempt in front of Lin Jiyun. Su Qianxing didn't think so. He thought that girls liked boys who were in the limelight. As he was proud, a traffic police came in front and stopped his car. Su Qianxing was stunned, but when he remembered that his license plate belonged to the official car segment, he was not nervous. He opened the window and asked the traffic police, "What's wrong?" "Sir, this is a one-way road. You should go back." The traffic police still gave face to Su Qianxing's license plate. He didn't punish him, but just let him go back. After all, this road was very long. Su Qianxing just came in, so it was more convenient to reverse out. However, if he kept going like this, it would be a bit too eye-catching. If it were normal times, Su Chinching would just reverse out. It was not a big deal. Now, the situation was reversed. It was indeed a bit suspicious of looking for trouble. But now, Su Chinching was pretending to be a badass in front of Lin Jiyun. If he backed out with his tail between his legs, he would lose his face. Lin Jiyun would definitely despise him, and his bragging would be in vain. Therefore, Su Chinching had to bite the bullet and said, "I have something urgent to do. It's too far to take a detour." Oh? The traffic police was stunned. He didn't know what Su Chinching had to do. However, some official cars did have the possibility of urgent matters. So the traffic police nodded, but said, "Sir, then let me see your license plate." Generally, people who opened this kind of license plate were in the system or various agencies. There were also some high-level officials of state-owned enterprises. However, there were also plates that were made through connections which couldn't be banned. It was just that most of the plates made through connections were lent out. They couldn't get a license plate because the license plate was personal. It couldn't be registered. Su Chinching was like this. How could he have a license plate? The traffic police saw his hesitation, and he guessed in his heart, but he still asked, "Can you show me your ID?" "I forgot to bring it." Su Chinching had to bite the bullet. "Sir, you can't show your license, and you don't have valid documents to prove your identity. We can only temporarily detain your car. Please bring all the documents to the traffic police team tomorrow for processing," said the traffic police to Su Chinching. Su Chinching didn't expect this traffic police to not give him face. He was a little annoyed, but he had no way to vent. He didn't know that he had already put the cart before the horse in his heart. The traffic police gave him face because there were indeed some cars that were for official business. He didn't deliberately violate traffic rules by making a special license plate. The traffic police gestured to a traffic police officer next to him and asked him to come over and drive Su Chinching's car away. Then, he walked over to Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming saw the conversation between Su Chinching and the traffic police clearly, and he was very amused. This guy really didn't know how to pretend, and he made a mistake. Seeing that the traffic police came to him again, Yang Ming was not worried. The traffic police originally wanted to check Yang Ming's ID, but he saw that the pass on Yang Ming's front windshield was issued by the Donghai Police Department. It belonged to an internal ID in the system. In their opinion, it was more effective than the local official license plates of Songjiang, so they didn't check it. Yang Ming saw that Su Chinching's car was going to be detained, and he was somewhat helpless. However, he couldn't ignore him at this moment. He still had to let him treat him to a meal. Yang Ming let Su Chinching back off in the face of difficulties. He would talk about it later. If he let him back off now, then it wouldn't have a deterrent effect. So Yang Ming opened the window and said to the traffic police, "Police brother, the cheetah in front is with us. Can you let him go first?" The traffic police originally saw the pass on Yang Ming's car, so he didn't intend to care about Yang Ming's car. However, he didn't expect Yang Ming to let the cheetah in front of him go. He was a little angry and couldn't help but ask, "Which department are you from?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect this traffic police to be so angry. However, he understood after thinking about it a little. It must be that Su Chinching's previous attitude was not good, which made him angry. Yang Ming took out an ID from his pocket, but it was the military ID that Xia Bingbao gave him. He got off the car and handed it to the traffic police. The traffic police was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Yang Ming was the same as Su Chinching in front of him, a prodigal son who relied on his family's wealth and power, but didn't seem to be the same thing. Glancing at the ID in his hand, the traffic police's face changed slightly. Yang Ming's ID was not the same as the general military ID. Yang Ming's department was mostly affiliated with the administrative department, but they were all relatively special departments. The ID couldn't be shown casually, so they got another identity ID. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming did specifically, the traffic police couldn't stop him. He returned the ID to Yang Ming and was about to release the car. Yang Ming said, "I'm sorry, police brother." He was leading the way in front, so we drove to this section of the road that was going against the traffic. I just let him reverse. The traffic police was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so easy to talk to. He thought, look at his character. He is much better than the one who drove the cheetah in front. He no longer had a straight face and smiled at Yang Ming. You have seen the traffic flow here. If it were other times, we would just pass by. Yang Ming nodded and said, I have troubled you. I will let him reverse the car. Since Yang Ming said so, the traffic police naturally couldn't say anything more. He waved his hand and let the traffic police in front release the car. Yang Ming said to Su Qianxing, I have talked to this side. Let's reverse the car. Su Qianxing was thinking about calling his father and asking him to find someone to release the car, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming had already talked to him. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming said, he was a little unhappy. He thought, why do we have to reverse the car? I can settle it with a phone call here. We could just continue to drive over. However, although Su Qianxing was stubborn, he was a little nervous in his heart. He didn't dare to trouble his father. Since Yang Ming wanted to reverse the car, it wouldn't be a loss of face for him. So he agreed and followed Yang Ming to reverse the car. After Yang Ming left, the traffic police who detained Su Qianxing's car said to another older traffic police, look at the car behind them. The quality of the driver is so high. He has a military ID. Even if he was driving in the wrong direction, we can't do anything about it. However, he politely reversed the car. The one in front has nothing. The license plate is fake, and he is so arrogant. Do you know who the car behind belongs to? The old traffic police patted his forehead and said, I just felt that the person driving was familiar. Now I finally remember. That person seems to be the boyfriend of the criminal investigation team's Captain Xia. The traffic police was stunned. The person driving just now is Xia Shui's boyfriend? You didn't participate in the mysterious traffic accident. Naturally, you don't know. The old traffic police said with some pride. Do you know how the case was solved? It was solved by Captain Xia and her boyfriend together. There was a horrible traffic accident on the road where I was on duty. At that time, he and Captain Xia went to investigate the scene together. However, I don't know which department Captain Xia's boyfriend is from, but he seems to be very powerful. You tell me about the mysterious traffic accident. The traffic police apparently also heard the rumors of the case. He suddenly became interested and asked quickly, wait until you get off work. Let's talk about it when we have time. The old traffic police put on airs. Brother Zhang, I will treat you to a meal after work. Let's talk while eating, said the traffic police quickly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.